high for ball 4. Walk begins things here in the top half of the first, so Bloy will go right into the stretch. That brings Webb Little into the batter's box, left-handed batter. For this Idaho Falls Chuckers team that, looking at their coaching staff, should be interesting to see how approach-wise this team rolls along as the season goes, because they have a very experienced coaching staff as the first pitch is inside for ball 1. Manager Billy Gardner Jr., guy who has managed an affiliated ball and actually was supposed to manage last season at the AA level, but of course minor league baseball taking a pause last year due to the COVID-19 pandemic. 1-0 pitch is a rocket into right center field. This one way back there, and it is gone.
That's a bomb right there.
Webb Little just unloads on one into right center, taking on one of the deepest parts of the yard, and just like that, it's 2-0.
Taylor Boy was really struggling to find the strike zone, and then he finally throws a strike, and they hit it about 400 feet. That's a shot. You're right, Jeff. That's one of the deepest parts of the ballpark.
Just about almost parallel with the 409 marker in the Buffalo Wild Wings sign in right center field, and just like that, the Chuckers have a 2-0 lead. Here's Matt Feinstein. Feinstein coming in as one of the hotter hitters in the league. And this ball coming in tonight is the first pitch is a strike on the outside. First series against Billings, he finished 8 for 13 in 3 games, 7 RBIs to lead the team. 1-0 pitch is a swing and a line shot into center field. Coming in on it is Brandon Riley. He dives. Did he get it? Yes, he did. Nice catch by Riley in center field. A diving stop. Gets out number 1.
See if they can give Boy a little confidence here, because he looked a little shaken up after that home run, rightfully so. But tough to be down 2-0 when you've only thrown about 12 pitches. A big play there by the center fielder.
As we take a look at the replay here on the TV side, nice play by Riley in center field. Made it look easy. Sam Little into the box now with 1 gone. 2-0 is the score. Chuckers out in front. There's a good pitch on the inside to the left-handed batting Sam Little, 0-1. Little, another hot hitter coming into tonight. 6 RBIs for him. He was 5 for 8 in the first series. 1-0 pitch is just outside. And that is kind of the theme for this Chucker offense. Kind of top to bottom, this offense hit extremely well against the Mustangs in that opening series. Team batting average up over 300. So there's a pitch tipped foul towards the first base side. 2 strike count, 1-2. And Taylor Boy was not a guy that was on the opening day roster. It was added about 4 or 5 days ago, so still maybe getting his feet wet here in the Pioneer League. Mentioned his debut with the Martinez Clippers. 1-2 pitch is a swing and a line drive right to Riley again, who comes in and almost deja vu, makes another diving catch.
That was almost the exact same play. What a catch. Bails out his pitcher twice.
And both kind of similarly hit balls as well. It was kind of top spin line drives out to center field. And if you're Bloy, you'll take it. Get a couple of outs. That brings Andrew Dodd into the box. Some extremely high socks from him as there's a ball outside. You can see the Paddleheads breaking out the tie-dye uniforms for the first time this season tonight. Chuckers in their road red uniforms with the silver lettering and black trim as the 1-0 pitch, look out, fastball misses way inside, 2-0.
This is unique with Andrew Dunn. I mean, I'm looking at the roster, born in 1995, so this is a much older player than we're used to, and that's going to be one of the big adjustments here of the new independent Pioneer League Baseball.
Boy now into the windup, comes over the top and delivers a fastball just off the plate away, 3-0. Score again, 2-0. Chuckers out on top on a moonshot home run from Webb Little. 3-0 offering. Boers went in for a strike on the outer half. Mentioned the weather at the ballpark. Pretty warm temperatures. Some clouds hanging around, kind of blocking out the sunshine. 3-1 is the count. Boy delivers. This one misses down below the knees. That's ball 4.
Boy's just having a hard time finding his confidence. I think that he was searching for the strike zone initially, and then when he threw a strike, they took it over the right field fence, and now he's back to being a little shaky. So we'll see if he can settle down and settle in here.
You got to give credit to Rob Little also, batter in the box. He had some count leverage, was ahead in the count, probably was hunting for a fastball and got one, executed the play. As Daniel Martins Molinari gets into the box, catching the sixth batter of this inning. They're all two away. Chuckers have 2 runs on the board. It's 2-0 here in the top of the first. Martins Molinari waiting on Bloy. Here's the pitch, and that is a breaker that finds the zone for a strike on the outer half. Nice tight break on that one. This is Bloy's second appearance with manager Michael Schlack. He played with him in the American Association back in 2019 with Fargo Moorhead. Nothing in one. Paddleheads did make one roster move. We'll talk about that as the broadcast rolls along. Interesting guy coming in. An infielder, the 0-1 pitch, misses somewhere, just off the plate apparently. 1 ball and 1 strike. Pitcher Matt Valderschmidt was also added to the roster. That happened yesterday. So a couple of moves being made by the Paddleheads front office the last couple of days. 1-1 pitch, misses again outside. Count is 2 balls and a strike. Chuckers out in front 2-0 on the home run from Rob Little. Still waiting to see the Paddleheads in the bottom half of the first inning. Boy just trying to get out of this inning without any more damage. 2-1. Swing and a line shot towards third and into left field Yes, it was into left field. Zach Allman kind of tricked me there for a second. Maybe that was by design to make the runner believe that he had the ball.
Martins Molinari only 7 at bats so far this year, but he's tearing the cover off of it so far, 4 of 7. So he's hitting 500 before that at bat, better than 500 now. Pretty good start to the season for Idaho Falls catcher.
So that brings Thomas DeBonville into the box. Now the 7th hitter of this inning. And that's one thing, even the 2 outs we've seen in this inning, loud contact on those couple of diving stops by Riley out in center field. First pitch to DeBonville, good spot on that fastball on the outside, nothing in 1.
You're right, Jeff. Every single ball that's been hit so far by Idaho Falls has been a hard-hit ball.
Sticking to the narrative coming in, we talked about how good this offense had been as the pitch is just outside. Navarro, snap throw to first. Diving back in safely, though, is Martins Molinari at first. 2 runners on, 2 gone. The lead is 2 for the Chuckers here in the top of the first. Lloyd checking the runner at second base. Pretty straight-up defensive look for the Paddleheads as there's a swing and a miss. Strike 3 on the outside, and that will end the top half of the first inning. 2 runs for the Chuckers. Paddleheads coming up after this on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM and SWX Montana.
Baseball is back, and the Missoula Paddleheads season is in full swing. The Garden City has long loved its minor league baseball team, and now Missoula's squad is back with a new mascot, new logo, and a new independent league format. So get out and catch a baseball game. Grab a ticket for you or surprise a group of friends at GoPaddleheads.com. And if you can't make the game, tune in to 102.9 ESPN Radio for all the live play-by-play action this summer.
Are you a survivor or co-survivor of crime? Has your offender been sentenced in the courts, but you're still struggling? You are not alone. The Montana Department of Corrections Victim Services Program has caring liaisons across the state ready to help you navigate the correction system and assist you on your journey to healing. Visit us at cor.mt.gov and click on Victims Programs or call 888 223-6332.
Awarded by the Montana Board of Crime Control through the Office of Justice Program. Points of view in this ad are those of the program.
On June 26th, the Montana Football Hall of Fame will honor its 5th induction class at the Red Lion in Billings. This year's class is headlined by legendary broadcaster Brent Musburger and also includes contributors like Marty Morningweg and Bob Beers. Bobcat greats like Travis Lulay and Ken Amato will also be a part of this year's celebration. Tickets for the banquet are $100 per person or $800 for a table and can be purchased at Universal Athletic locations around Montana. Act fast for a night to remember in Billings with the Montana Football Hall of Fame, where legends live in immortality.
Away from your radio? Stream Paddlehead Baseball live on 1029ESPN.com. Now back to the ballpark.
Let's go ahead and take a look at their batting order from manager Michael Schlack. Brandon Riley leading things off. Luke Navigato hitting second. Tristan Carranza third. Zach Almond cleaning things up. Jared Akins is the designated hitter tonight, batting fifth. Matt Workington batting sixth. Aaron Bond seventh. Dean Navarez eighth. And Clay Fisher winds down the batting order, all facing the right-hander out of Syracuse, New York, Jake Binder. Binder making his first start, second appearance overall this season. He got a couple of innings of work out of the bullpen in that first series. 6'2", 202-pounder. Played at Ithaca College collegially over 3 seasons. Does have some professional experience as well. Played in 2020 with the Baseball Brilliance in Pennsylvania and the Nerds Herd in Illinois, a couple of those bubble leagues that we've talked about a couple of times that happened in 2020. As Riley takes outside.
Brandon Riley's done a great job as a leadoff hitter so far in this young season for the Paddleheads. 3 for 5 at the plate, but also 4 walks, so pretty much getting on base almost every time he's at the plate.
As Riley skips one foul on the first base side. Ball and a strike. Saw him on opening night where he went 2 for 2 and 3 walks. That ball game kind of touching on just a guy that gets on base all the time, Brandon Riley. Luke Navigato, the man on deck, has done a good job of doing that as well. He's had a couple of multi-hit games so far this season. 1-1 on the way. Swing and foul. Straight back. We talked about the Chuckers' offense success. Not to be outdone was Missoula's, as they were just rolling, especially over those last first game and third game of that Great Falls series. Double digits in both of those games, including a 10-0 rout in their last game before Idaho came to town. 1-2 pitch is in the dirt. Of course, these two teams were set to get together last night, but rain kind of deterred those plans. Looks like we were all set to go, and then one rogue little thunder cell, rain cell came in here and just kind of thwarted all of those plans. Pitch on the way. Swinging a ball, hit the other way, foul down the left field line. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. It is a 2-0 lead for the Chuckers here in the bottom of the first inning, but Missoula, third top of the order at the plate, looking to answer things. Binder's ready. From the first base side of the rubber, here he comes. And there is a swing and another foul on a 2-2. We'll reset and do it again. Taking a quick look at how the Chuckers are lined up defensively. Steele in left, DeBonville in center, Wes Little in right, that's your outfield. On the infield, Sam Little is at third, Manji at short, Gar at second, Don at first, and Martins Molinari behind the plate doing the catching for Binder on the mound. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball misses down and inside. Good at bat here from Riley.
First breaking ball that he's seen too. Binder's done a great job trying to establish that inside corner, and he's throwing smoke. That's why we've seen 3 foul balls. But you're right, great battle here at the plate to get this thing started and really make Binder work.
Payoff pitch. Riley skips ones towards second base, moving over his Gar. He has it, throws to first. One down in the bottom of the first inning as Riley is retired.
That ball was dribbling enough that you thought maybe Riley might have a chance to beat it up, but good calm play there. Idaho second baseman Jordan Gar.
That brings Luke Navigato into the box. He is hitting the 2-hole in every game so far for Missoula this season. Southern California native out of Riverside. And Cal Baptist, first pitch swing and a miss. Fastball off the plate, strike one. Do like those tie-dye unis, definitely a different look. Kind of throw trim and all that type of stuff out the window and you got a crazy look like that. 0-1 on the way is a swing and a soft line drive right field. That one's going to get down for a base hit.
It's a good piece of hitting there. We'll see how Binder adjusts there, too, because first two batters here, Jeff, he's been pounding that inside corner, but there takes it the other way, and we'll see if that makes maybe Binder back off, try to go inside on these Paddleheads hitters.
That brings Tristan Carranza into the box. Carranza guy does have some pop in that bat. Definitely a guy that's capable to park one. Does represent the tying run in the box. Paddleheads have done a good job with the home run ball so far this season as that pitch misses down and outside. 5 home runs in total for Missoula in their first 3 games. Seemed like everybody was getting in on the act on that doubleheader we had on Monday night with Great Falls in here. Highlight was Dean Navarez in that second game of the doubleheader. I think that ball might still be going. 1-0 pitches, a swing and a foul tip into the glove of Martins Molinari. Count is even at 1.
Off-speed pitch really crossed up Carranza there. He was way out in front of that one.
And Carranza is a guy that once in a while you'll see him, when he gets count leverage, he will just let it rip, as he did there. Carranza waiting. Pitch on the way. Is a swing and a ground ball sharply hit towards short. Manji's got it up second for 1 over the first. 2, a double play.
Great turn.
6-4-3 Manji Gar to Don, and that's how this inning ends. 2-0. Idaho Falls in the lead after 1 here in Missoula on ESPN Missoula 102.9 and SWX Montana.
This Memorial Day weekend, head up to beautiful Big Fork for the 46th annual Big Fork Whitewater Festival, put on with the help of the Big Fork Innovation Group. Races for kayaking, rafting, and stand-up paddleboarding with cash prizes, and more fun than you can handle. We'll have camping for competitors and outdoor spaces for everyone to enjoy the event safely. Come up to Big Fork to race the Wild Mile or just to watch the exciting events. Only at Big Fork Whitewater Festival, May 28th through the 30th. Visit us at bigforkwhitewaterfestival.com or check us out on Instagram and Facebook.
The daily routine was challenging. After the first week, I was ready to quit, but I learned to trust the process, and after 5 months, I didn't want to leave.
Turn 5 months of structure and discipline into a lifetime of opportunity. Achieve personal growth, build confidence, discover a sense of purpose. If you are between the ages of 16 and 18 years old and are interested in making a positive change in your life, apply to our cost-free program online at mycacademy.org. Brought to you by Montana Youth Challenge Academy and this station.
Are you over 55, unemployed, and struggling to get back in the workforce? The Senior Community Service Employment Program, or CSEP for short, may be able to help. Our employment specialists help low-income seniors learn in-demand job skills, gain paid on-the-job training, and find a job. It's completely free. Call Easter Seals Goodwill to see if you're eligible. 406-836-0670.
This is live play-by-play on 102.9 ESPN Missoula, your home of the Missoula Paddleheads.
In between innings, the battle ball taking center stage. Man, the kid took a shot as we once again will take a look at the defensive alignment as well here on television. Carranza, Riley, and Bond in the outfield. Zach Allman and Fisher on the left side of the infield with Navigato and Workinen on the right side at second and first. Dean Navarez behind the plate. Bloy still out there pitching, facing Jordan Gar. Right-handed batter, kind of an interesting stance. First pitch in the at-bat, who comes way inside and it hits him.
Boy's really struggling to find the zone right now. Jeff, have you ever done the battle balls?
I actually have never done that before. I mean, I was asked about that last time when that game was being played, and I feel like I would probably be pretty good considering I'm 6'3", you know? But who knows? I mean, It's all about leverage, I would think, with that game.
Rivalry basketball weekend in Bozeman several years back. We had a little media between Montana State were playing in men's basketball. We had a media one at halftime, and I sent Rob Jesselson into the stands so hard. I don't think they've ever done the battle balls in Bozeman again.
In the box now is Alexis Manji for the Chuckers. Manji, the number 9 hitter in the order, as Chuck Steele in the top of the lineup due up next. 2 runs came in for Idaho Falls in the top half of the first, and they lead this one 2-0 here in the top half of the second.
Chuckers really making Bloy work so far. I mean, we're almost through the lineup already for Idaho Falls, and Missoula starting pitcher's throwing a lot of pitches already.
With this being a doubleheader scenario, Bloy is ready and he delivers the pitch, and that misses outside for ball 2. Ball 1, count now a ball and a strike. This being a doubleheader, sure Michael Schlack would like to see him go as deep as possible, try to save some of those bullpen arms for game 2. Count is even at 1. Here comes Bloy to the plate, and there's a swing and ground ball towards the whole left side. Fisher can't handle it cleanly, and it goes into left field. It was going to be a tough play at any base either way. I would imagine that would be scored as an infield single, because I don't think he would have had a chance to get runner at second either, with him going well towards the third base bag. But now, Idaho Falls is in business. Pair of runners aboard, nobody out. And the top of the order coming up. Here comes Chuck Steele into the box.
They did score that in error. That's a tough error for the shortstop, because that was definitely going to be a pretty tough play for Rodriguez-Maya to make. Clay Fisher.
First pitch to Chuck Steele. A ball down low. A ball and no strikes. Seeing a couple of guys maybe just kind of trying to stay loose down there in the bullpen. We'll keep an eye on what's going on down there. See if anybody starts throwing. Wouldn't think that the leash for Bloy would be too short in this spot, with this being his first start. Off speed, good pitch on the outside there, a changeup, strike 1. We haven't seen him throw the changeup a whole lot so far, but it seems like every time he has, it's been pretty effective. So we'll see if he tries to sneak in that changeup a little bit more often. 2-0 Idaho Falls here in the top of the second, 2 runners on. Pitch on the way, 1-1. Curveball, strike 2.
The off-speed, that seems something that's added to his confidence a little bit here, because he's really been struggling to find the zone with his fastball. And when he has thrown his fastball, boy, the Chuckers have hit him hard pretty much every single time.
And Missoula has been strong defensively up the middle, so a double play ball would definitely be a good thing, as there's a ball hit into shallow left center field. Clay Fisher, the shortstop, is going to go out and make the catch. And then outfield grass for out number 1. Missoula will take that, as neither runner is able to advance in that spot to put more pressure on the defense, put more runners in scoring position. And here comes Webb Little. As we take a look on the television side at that replay, and Fisher backpedaling to make that catch. Can of corn for the shortstop out of Southern California in the Palm Springs area. Webb Little 1 for 1. Pitch on the way is well outside. Navarez scoots towards the right-hand batter's box to get that one. Ball 1, 1-0.
See if Bloy hesitates to attack the zone here after Webb Little took the first fastball he saw in the first inning, about 400.
Happened on Wednesday night. The fan in Philadelphia was a 76ers season ticket holder. His tickets have been revoked. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, Game 5 between Montreal and Toronto. Late second period, the Canadiens lead the Maple Leafs 3-1, trying to hang in that series, trailing 3-1. The Mets shut down right-hander Noah Syndergaard for 6 weeks. With inflammation on his right elbow, they're hoping he'll pitch this season.
The fourth pitch.
Kevin, do you root for these guys now? Like, do you root for Aaron Rodgers? Do you root for Patrick Mahomes? Do you root for Chris Paul?
I root for them. I bought jerseys and everything, man. I mean, once you know who that human is, it's impossible to want them to lose. You're like, man, this is a good. You know that people can be, people can change or be, bitter or just not personable or whatever when they get to a certain level. But these guys still have their humanity. It's impossible to not root for them. It's impossible to not want them to all have championship rings. I of course want to be like, hey man, yes, even if I'm afar or close, I want them to win. I mean,
the base is chocked.
To mention, Feinstein will be the hitter, and the mention when he came to the plate the last time is he is screaming hot from his first 3 games. He is 0 for 1 in this game. It was one of those 2 diving catches on a line drive by Brandon Riley back in the first inning is how he was retired.
You're right, though, Jeff. Feinstein definitely one of the hottest hitters in the league so far this year. He's already driven in 7 runs. He's 8 of 13 at the dish. So if you're the Chuckers, this is who you want at the plate. If you're the Paddleheads, this is not who you want at the plate right now.
Infield is inside. First pitch is way inside. It looks like Feinstein got hit, and indeed he did. And with the bases loaded, that's going to bring in a run. On the TV side, we'll take a look at a replay of this. And man, that was extremely close.
Wow.
I mean,
that's a controversial call right there. I don't know if he actually did get hit right there.
You may remember from the last series against the Voyagers, when they were here, there was some controversy over a hit batsman, not hit batsman call. As we're going to take another look at this one from another angle, and man, that's just tough to call. So we see that on the TV side. If it hit him, they must have just barely glanced a shoulder protector, or an elbow protector, rather.
Very rare, too, to see a professional not turn and take it. I mean, he kind of winced away and was trying to get out of the way of that. I mean, I know many American Legion baseball coaches around the state of Montana that would be, they'd be yelling even if it was an RBI there because you need to just take it away with that one. But here nor there, that could be a very impactful call because now a 3-0 hole for the Paddleheads.
And the Chuckers still threatening here with the bases still loaded and 1 out in the top of the second. Pitch on its way is outside. Navarez throws to third, and they almost got him. That was a close play at third base.
Great throw, too. I mean, when you're a catcher, you have to put that thing right on the money. It's not just the timing, but you got to throw it right to the bag.
Manji was kind of going off the bag as we take a look at this on the television side, and you're right, Coulter. That throw was right to the glove of Almond at third. Couldn't have put it in a better spot. 2-1 pitches skied into right center field. Pretty well hit. Bond going back, still going back, and he is not going to get this one. 2 runs in, 3 runs in. Everybody's going to score. 3 on coming in, and the Chuckers piling it on here in the top half of the second, and it is now 5-0. As I beg your pardon, 2 runs came in to score. First, I wasn't sure if Bond came up with that one out in right center field. He did not.
I don't think Webb Little knew if he came up for it or not either, because that was a deep enough hit that all 3 runs should have scored, but they held the third potential run at third base because I don't think they could see if he counted either.
So we see on the replay on the television side, first pitch is a strike. Bond was taken all the way to the warning track in deep right center field. It's been a popular part of the ballpark so far. Chuckers rolling offensively here in the first 2 innings. It's 5-0. 2 on and 1 out.
That's the first extra base hit of the year for Sam Little as well, so he's been struggling. Idaho Falls has been hitting the ball really, really well across their lineup, but that was only the second hit of the season for Sam Little, and his first run batted in, but a big one and now a big hole for the hosts.
Andrew Don in the box behind 0-2 with 1 out. Boy, I would love to get a strikeout here in this situation. Great location from Bloy. In this outing. Chuckers, this is the largest deficit the Paddleheads have faced in this, their 4th game. Largest up to this point was only 2 runs from that 3-game series against Great Falls. Swing and a miss. Off-speed pitch. Good changeup from Bloy. First strikeout of the night.
You have to wonder how much the doubleheader here tonight is influencing the Paddleheads' decision-making right now, too, because Bloy is walk 3. He's given up 5 runs, and there's not even any sign of motion over the Missoula Paddleheads bullpen right now. So you're wondering if maybe they're just going to keep him in here and have him keep battling and try to eat up some innings here, since we got 14 innings of baseball to be played here tonight.
Bloy's pitch count is pretty high for not even being through 2 innings, approaching a 50 pitch mark. Ball and strike ratio almost at 50-50, which is probably not quite what Bloy would be looking for. First pitch in this at-bat, a called strike on the outer half. Haven't seen that one called a strike a whole lot so far tonight, doesn't seem like. That one was there to start this at-bat. Count 0-1 to Martins Molinari. Still 2 on.
Or a cool journey, and if it works that way, yeah, that would be the blessing. You know, of course, you never know how things work, but if it doesn't, you know, I tried and I gave it my all. I think that's kind of the best feeling, is knowing you gave it your all, really.
But there's no end in sight to the State Farm commercials. Like, this is going to be a continuous running thing where they're investing in you and investing in the commercials, and that's going to keep going.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope so. And I just want, I want to build myself to have other tools besides just the acting tools, you know, to be able to, you know, who knows, you know, play with the Aaron or play with the CP3, or, you know what I mean, or do some funnier things comedy wise, and, you know, learning some instruments, or I just want to be able to focus and develop some more tools, so that way it can feel like that. That way it doesn't feel as if it's just something that just hangs and glides in the air. Like, I want us all to grow each year. And I know that doesn't just start with me, but it's what I have to do, because I know those writers are thinking the same thing. You know, how can they be funnier? What scenarios do we want to put Jake in? Like, what do we want?
Right-handers up and throwing. Also see Kita De La Cruz kind of hanging around out there down in the bullpen down the left field line. 1-1 pitch is past Navarez, and that will allow the runner to move up to second. Molinari to second. Lead is 7 for the Chuckers, 7-0 here in the top of the 2nd inning. Similar to what we saw on getting my days straight. On Monday night, almost no wind in the ballpark tonight. Change from opening night. 2-1 pitch is a strike on the inside. Count is 2-2. Saw just about every type of weather imaginable, it seemed. 2-2, 2 gone. DeBonville waits and takes a pitch just outside. 3-2 is the count. If Long were to come in, it would be his 2nd appearance of the season. Saw him in one of the 2 doubleheader games against the Voyagers back on Monday. 3-2, first base is open as Bloy waits. Here's the pitch, and it is up and in, ball 4. Another walk issued from Bloy as this inning continues now.
I think before the game you would have said you would want to get, 60, 70, 80 pitches out of Bloy. But if you're Missoula, I don't think you would have wanted 60, 70, 80 pitches to come with less than 2 outs here, or exactly 2 outs now in just the 2nd inning.
Jordan Garr steps back into the box. Stockton, California native is Gar, not too far away from where I grew up, about 2.5 hours or so, and he swings and lines one towards left. Coming in and making the running catch, though, is Tristan Carranza, and that will end things here in the top half of the second, but not before. The Chuckers put 5 runs on the board. 7-0 is our score here in Missoula on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM and SWX Montana.
So focus your attention to the third base.
When the light has left the room and that outlet not working is a mystery, it's time to call Liberty Electric. Although no one wants to call an electrician, sometimes it's necessary. And when that time comes, make it Liberty Electric. They're experts in residential, commercial, and industrial electrical work. They've been serving Missoula diligently for years and do not keep the customer waiting. Don't dread calling the electrician. Call Liberty Electric at 541-WIRE, 541-9473 today to get your electrical problems fixed.
Liberty Electric, electrifying customers with quality, integrity, and satisfaction.
Baseball is back and the Missoula Paddleheads season is in full swing. The Garden City has long loved its minor league baseball team, and now Missoula's squad is back with a new mascot, new logo, and a new independent league format. So get out and catch a baseball game. Grab a ticket for you or surprise a group of friends at GoPaddleheads.com. And if you can't make the game, tune in to 102.9 ESPN Radio for all the live play-by-play action this summer.
While some bike shops are out of inventory, Big Sky Bikes customers are saying they have the best inventory in town, with new bikes and service parts arriving daily. Big Sky Bikes has been busy ordering, back ordering, and reordering to keep new bikes and apparel arriving daily. Specialized Pearl Izumi and Fox apparel all 20% off now through Saturday, June 5th. Buy any in-stock tire for $30 and up and get your second tire 50% off. Select Specialized tires 20% off while supplies last. Big Sky Bikes has the best inventory in town. 809 East Front Street or visit BigSkyBike.com.
This is Missoula Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Radio.
Traditions they have at the ballpark. You'll see the peanut inning coming up a little bit later in the 6th inning. If you're a stats guy, which of course a lot of people in baseball are, Paddleheads are 2 for 2 so far with peanut innings this season. Peanut inning, of course, comes in the 6th. Here at Allegiance Field at Oregon Park, and the Paddleheads score a run in the inning. That means everybody in the stands gets peanuts. Zach Allman into the box now, leading things off. 4, 5, 6 spots due up in this inning. Allman takes a strike on the outer half. Count 0-1.
Zach Allman's presence on this roster, one of the cool parts about this transition to an independent league for the Pioneer League. Allman played for the Osprey before and was definitely a fan favorite. So a guy that comes with familiarity to a lot of the people here in Missoula.
Count is even at 1, and this offense for the Paddleheads has got a mountain to climb. They're behind 7-0. Good news is they do have 5 innings to try to erase the deficit. And some other good news, as the 1-1 pitch is coming in and there's a foul off, is that this Idaho Falls Chuckers staff has struggled. They did win 2 of 3 games, but their ERA in those 3 games combined was over 10.17 in 3 games.
A lot of offense early here in the Pioneer League so far in this young season.
1-2 is in the dirt. And coming into tonight, that would have been one of the strengths of this Paddlehead team is their pitching staff. They had fantastic strikeout-to-walk ratio. Saw that on display in Game 2 of that doubleheader on Monday night. 17 strikeouts in a 7-inning game combined. Domingo Pena had 10 by himself in 4 innings, as the 2-2 is just off the plate. Very good pitch there. Good at bat from Almond, and if a base runner is exactly what you're looking for in a situation like this, try to get some guys on base, get a rally started, trailing 7-0. No, it's not a football score. Payoff pitch, swing and a foul back. Not time to start listening to Rocky Erickson talk about football yet, don't worry. Get that coming up in a few months. East-West Shrine game not too far off. If you're thinking about some high school football. I believe that's set up for June, or July rather.
One of the great events of the year each year. One of my favorite things to cover.
And that's a fun fact. That was actually the first sports event I ever covered here in the state of Montana. The first time I ever ran a board or did anything was the East-West Shrine Beam back in 2019, the summer of 19.
I'm on the board of directors for the Montana Football Hall of Fame, and we usually announce our upcoming induction class for the following year at the Shrine Game as well. And I can tell you now, as a tease, I can't spoil it, but we got some big-time inductees coming for our class of 2022, so that'll be a fun night as well.
As Allman swings and misses at a 3-2 pitch. Good battle there put on by Allman, but ultimately ends in a strikeout. As Binder gets his first K of the night. That brings Jared Akins into the box. Akins had a home run on opening night. 2 for 7 coming into the game. Pitch on its way. Fastball just outside. Ball 1. Lead is 7 for the Chuckers. 7-0 here. The score in the bottom of the second inning. One of 2 games lined up for this evening. 1-0 pitch. Fastball gets the call that time. 1 ball and 1 strike. This will be a 7-inning game in this first game of the doubleheader. Second game will come up about a half hour after the conclusion of this one. Paddleheads will probably get a wardrobe change in. 1-1 pitch is a line drive right to the second baseman, Gar, who makes the play for out number 2. Tough break for Akins there. Got what he was looking for in that spot. Hit it right on the button, but right to the second baseman, Gar.
Hit the ball hard, you're right, but right at somebody. And he's still trying to find his way at the plate here. Just 2 of 8 so far on the season for Akins.
That brings Big Maple Matt Warkington into the box. 6'6", 250, as we see on the graphic there on the television side. Hence the nickname, Big Maple. First pitch coming is a ball inside. Warkington, one of my favorite guys I've come across in the clubhouse so far. Very easygoing, kind of an even keel guy. Not a guy that gets too up or down. 1-0 pitch is a swing and a slow roller foul back to the backstop. 1 ball and 1 strike. And he comes across as a guy, too, that really cares about his craft. Spending time in the gym, taking care of his body, making sure that his approach at the plate is what he wants it to be. Definitely a pro's pro and a good guy to have in any clubhouse. Ball and a strike. Lead is 7 for the Chuckers. Missoula with some work to do here in the bottom of the second. Score 7-0. We see some times we talk about osprey flying around. That's some mallard ducks flying around the ballpark. I'm an Oregon Duck, so of course I'm going to spot the ducks right away. Ball and 2 strikes, 2 gone, nobody aboard here in this inning. Aaron Bond would be next if this inning continues, as Warkington swings and misses at an elevated fastball out of the zone, 1-2, and that will end things here in this inning. After 2 complete, lead is 7 for the Idaho Falls Chuckers. We'll be back after this on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM and SWX, Montana.
This Memorial Day weekend, head up to beautiful Big Fork for the 46th annual Big Fork Whitewater Festival. Put on with the help of the Big Fork Innovation Group. Races for kayaking, rafting, and stand-up paddleboarding with cash prizes. And more fun than you can handle. We'll have camping for competitors and outdoor spaces for everyone to enjoy the event safely. Come up to Big Fork to race the Wild Mile or just to watch the exciting events. Only at Big Fork Whitewater Festival, May 28th through the 30th. Visit us at bigforkwhitewaterfestival.com or check us out on Instagram and Facebook.
AmeriCorps Montana is your opportunity to take the path less traveled, to connect with others and be part of the solution. Join AmeriCorps and create your own future. As an AmeriCorps member, you can inspire youth, serve families in need, improve Montana's landscapes, and more, all while gaining professional experience. AmeriCorps is your moment to be the greater good. Visit joinamericorps.gov to learn more.
Brought to you by the Montana Office of Community Service and this station.
I had no idea that melanoma could be so deadly. He was 35 when he passed away.
1 in 5 Americans will develop skin cancer in the course of a lifetime. The Foundation for Community Health wants you to be sun smart and always remember: slip, slap, slop, and wrap. Slip on a long sleeve shirt. Slop on sunscreen 30+ SPF or higher. Slap on a wide brim hat and wrap eyes with UV rated sunglasses. To learn more about sun safety and the signs of skin cancer, please visit fchwmt.org.
Back to live local play-by-play on 102.9 ESPN Missoula.
You're also listening to us on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM. Colter Nuana is joined by me, Jeff Safford, for the broadcast for one of 2 games tonight. Been a good start for Idaho Falls. So far, 7-0 is the lead, and there is a new pitcher on the hill to start the top half of this inning. It is the right-hander Kevin Long out of Southeastern University in Plant City, Florida. This is his second appearance for the Paddleheads, pitched in 1 inning. In the game on one of the 2 games on Monday night. It was another doubleheader, second doubleheader of the week. The weather has been a little bit up and down for us here in the Treasure State. Long pitched a clean inning of work, and just about everybody pitched a clean inning of work in game 2 of that doubleheader on Monday. Mentioned the 17 strikeouts in 7 innings, no runs allowed, and a 10-0 victory. This game, much different feel for Missoula at this point, trailing by 7. The first pitch from Long is a strike on the outer half.
Fun full circle story. The gentleman that they just showed during the crowd shot right before we came back to the action, Kim Brigham, longtime Missoulian sports writer, one of the great writers that the city of Missoula has seen. And he was my mentor for my senior project once upon a time when I was a high school kid. That's awesome they just showed him here because he just retired. So congratulations to Kim for his retirement. He was an awesome member of this community and contributed so much to the high school sporting scene for decades. I was thinking about Kim earlier today because the Class AA and C state track meets are here in Missoula this weekend, and the first event I ever covered in tow with Kim was a track meet here in Missoula some 20 years ago. So full circle there, and congratulations to Kim on his retirement because he was an awesome writer and an awesome journalist for a lot of years here in Missoula.
Count is 3-1. And there's a swing and a pitch skied into straightaway center field. Who's going to have it in shallow center? Looks like Fisher, the shortstop, will. And indeed, he does have it. Going well out into the outfield grass to get that one on that shallow pop fly from Alexis Manji. And that's out number 1.
Long already having an easier time than Missoula's starter, Taylor Bloy. 1 batter, 1 out. Bloy was already behind the 8 ball after about 8 pitches after giving up that big home run to just the second batter of the game in the first inning, and he was never really able to settle in. So we'll see if Long can settle in a little bit quicker here for Missoula.
Lineup flips back up to the top now for the Chuckers as Chuck Steele. Guess you think about it, kind of fits that Chuck Steele is a Chucker. 0-1 pitch is a swing and a bouncing ball. Navigato towards the first base bag. Cannot field it cleanly at second. Had to move a little bit to the right. Just couldn't come up with a clean lay. Imagine that will be an error charged in the second on the Paddleheads in the ball game. And it looks like, looking at the official score, that if you're scoring at home, looks like they actually changed their mind on a play from here. They originally, in the second inning, there was an error called on Fisher. Looks like they have ruled that now an infield single, as they have taken an error off the board. We'll see what they go with that last call there with Navigato as Webb Little steps into the box. First pitch to him is lined down the right field line. That's a base hit. Steele is going to take a long turn and head for stopping at first is Little. And just like that, the Chuckers in business again here in the top of the third inning with runners on at the corners.
Idaho Falls came into this thing obviously with a aggressive mindset at the plate, and they're hitting the ball hard. But Missoula needs to do something here to help themselves out too.
Television side taking a look at the replay here, and yeah, it was just a line drive Thought maybe for a minute we'd see Little test Bond out in right field. But in that instance, why kill a rally getting thrown out at second? His first pitch in this at-bat is down low to Matt Feinstein. Count of ball and no strikes. Lead is 7 for the Idaho Falls Chuckers over the Paddleheads. 7-0 is your score. First of 2 games tonight. Pitch on the way from Long is in the dirt, blocked by Navarez. Good job by Navarez to keep that one nearby home plate, especially with that runner on third base. Steal the runner there, with Little on at first. Two-oh count, pitch coming is in tight for a ball, pardon me. And that play with Steele earlier in this inning, indeed it was ruled an error on Navigato if you're scoring at home, an E4. 3-0 is the count. Pitch from Long is down low for ball 4. As the line just keeps on moving for this Chucker offense in this ball game tonight. Definitely a great way to start this series, and the first of 6 games between these two opponents this week. As after these two teams wrap up this 3-game series in Missoula, both these squads will head to Idaho Falls as the Paddleheads will hit the road for the first time this season. Check swing foul, first pitch in the at-bat to Sam Little, 0-1. It'll be Saturday, Sunday, Monday over the holiday weekend. 7:15 first pitch on Saturday, then a couple of 4:05 starts. All 3 of those games on the radio, ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM. 0-1 pitch, swing and a ground ball. Workington with a great stop at first. He will go to the bag himself for the out. Run comes in to score, but what a fantastic stop by Matt Workington at first. A diving stop. Keeps at least 1 run off the board.
Hard hit ball there by Sam Little. If you're watching on TV and you think you got some deja vu going on, it's because Webb Little and Sam Little are twins. They're twin brothers from Idaho Falls. So it's not as if there's just letting this guy hit twice through the lineup. You're not imagining things. There are 2 Little brothers, and one just got an RBI, but both of them having a good night so far. A total of 3 RBI for the Little brothers combined.
Andrew Don is the hitter in the box now. Native of Massachusetts. That's a long trip out here to Montana. 1 ball and no strikes. Spent a couple months living in Boston when I was in college. 1-0 pitch is a swing and a line drive out towards Bond, going towards the Lion, and he can't come up with it, and it's going to go all the way to the wall. That's going to bring in a pair of runs. Stopping at second is Andrew Don, and the Chuckers just continue to pile it on here as it's now 10-0 as 3 runs are now in this top of the 3rd.
Missoula right fielder Aaron Bond is going to be a pretty tired guy if the pitching staff of the Paddleheads doesn't settle in here, because he's running all over that outfield with the amount that Idaho Falls is just putting the ball in play on that side of the field.
As Daniel Martins Molinari stands in. Just been coming from everywhere, seemingly, for this ball club. The 7th hit of the game, and we're not even through the 3rd inning. 10 runs on the board. As Long will look to get himself geared back in. His first pitch to Molinari is inside. Martins Molinari, pardon me. 1-0 the count. Pretty nice crowd on hand. Showing some warmth for a change. Seems like summer and spring kind of took a break over this last week or two as the 1-0 pitch is on the outer half for a strike. Kind of a funny story there. Of course, teams for the season a lot of times see a team photo taken. Well, the team photo for the Great Falls Voyagers might just look a little different. compared to other baseball photos. Of course, we were talking about snow in the area last week. Great Falls got a big bunch of it. I heard around 6 inches of snow last week with weather advisories and all that type of thing. When they took their photo, their team photo, it's in snow. A baseball team is in the snow for their team photo.
That's awesome. That'll be something that they're probably showing to everybody, like, hey, I got sent to Montana, or I'm playing minor league baseball in Montana this summer, and it's already snowing.
It was close here in Missoula. 2-1 pitch is on the outside. Good pitch there from Long as he tries to limit the damage. 2 runs in the first, 5 runs in the second, 3 runs here in the third, 10 altogether so far for Idaho Falls as they lead 10-0 in the top of the third inning. 7-inning games, just a quick reminder. 2 of them on the docket tonight. 2-2 pitch is outside for ball 3. We'll be back on the air on both SWX and ESPN Missoula tomorrow night. Barring any more weather coming in, it'll be a 7:05 first pitch. 6:45 pregame on the radio side. On the air at 7 o'clock on the television side. Payoff pitch. Swing and a pop-up. Shallow center field. Who's got it? Navigato is going to be called off by Fisher coming in. By Riley coming in center field. And that will be the end of the inning, but not before the Chuckers score 3 more times, and they now lead 10-0, headed to the bottom half of the third. You are listening and watching Missoula Paddleheads Baseball on ESPN Missoula, 102.9 FM and SWX Montana.
The sun is setting later and the weather is getting warmer. What sounds better than sharing a bottle of wine or beer with friends in the backyard? Why not both? Warden's Market has an amazing selection of wine, beer, cheese, cured meats, and more to power your good times finally reconnecting after what has been a long pause for all of us. While you're there, choose from a selection of gourmet entree and salad choices to make an evening of it. Located at the corner of Higgins and Spruce, Warden's Market, Missoula's oldest grocery store.
While some bike shops are out of inventory, Big Sky Bikes customers are saying they have the best inventory in town, with new bikes and service parts arriving daily. Big Sky Bikes has been busy ordering, back ordering, and reordering to keep new bikes and apparel arriving daily. Specialized Pearl Izumi and Fox apparel all 20% off now through Saturday, June 5th. Buy any in-stock tire for $30 and up and get your second tire 50% off. Select Specialized tires 20% off while supplies last. Big Sky Bikes has the best inventory in town. 809 East Front Street or visit BigSkyBike.com.
My name is Caitlin. I'm 6 years old. I like to go to the beach with my cousins. When I was a baby, I was very sick. And then I got a liver transplant from an organ donor. He saved my life.
This gift of life was made possible by an organ donor. Imagine what you could make possible. Sign up as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Go to organdonor.gov.
We now return to Paddlehead Play-by-Play on ESPN Radio.
Team mascot out having some fun in between innings. Hasn't been a whole lot of fun to be had for the Paddleheads so far. 10-0 is the deficit as we continue action here. Doubleheader. Will be Bond leading things off. Aaron Bond. Start things off in this inning. And of course, some of the fans may know he kind of plays in with his last name. He comes out with a little bit of that James Bond theme music. All that's missing is the silver Aston Martin.
You Bond guy? Are you a big Bond guy?
Yeah, I'd say so.
What's the best James Bond movie?
That's a tough one. Because there's all different eras of Bond.
For sure. Absolutely.
I mean, are you a Pierce Brosnan 90s guy? Do you like Daniel Craig? Do you like the OG Sean Connery? It's all a little different.
The new Bonds are pretty good. Daniel Craig's done a pretty good job, and especially considering the guys that came before him. Casino Royale is definitely among the best Bonds for sure.
Bond jumps ahead 1-0 and then skies one into center field. DeBondville looks like it'll be work for him in shallow center field, and it will be as the center fielder makes the catch.
Aaron Bond was mad at himself for swinging at that pitch. before he even finished his swing. You could tell he flipped the bat right away upon initially making contact.
Bond is retired. That brings Dean Navarez into the box. Chuckers cruising right along. Leading 10-0. First pitch to Navarez, fastball off the plate outside for ball one.
Top half of the Chuckers lineup has already made 3 at-bats each, all the way through the 5-hitter for the Chuckers, 3 at-bats each. Missoula, on the other hand, not even through their lineup for the first time.
1-0 pitch, big swing and a miss by Navarez. Maybe thinking about trying to hit another home run like he had the other night. Going to need a whole lot more than one home run, though, as they're behind 10-0. Navarez hits one pretty well. Center field going back is DeBondville. In front of the warning track is going to track this one down. Right in front of the 398 sign and just about straight away center field. Navarez retired for out number 2.
It's pro ball in a nutshell right there. You hit the ball 400 feet, and it's just out on the scorecard because the stadium is so big there in the center field. Not using aluminum bats anymore. It's a tough adjustment for a lot of young guys.
As we saw in the replay on the television side, ball just about to the edge of the warning track. As now with 2 gone, here's Clay Fisher. First pitch to him is, fouled off to the right, and Fisher has to be disappointed he missed that one. That was a hanging, breaking ball at the belt. Definitely type of pitch that, especially early in at-bat, type of pitch a guy can really jump on. Just a harmless strike, 0-1, 10-0 is the lead for the Chuckers. Pitch on the way, swinging a bouncing ball up the middle and a base hit. Second hit of the night for the Paddleheads as Fisher keeps things alive in this half inning.
So now, at long last, finally, Paddleheads to the top of their lineup. Good piece of hitting right there to take that inside out, hit the ball hard the other way. Both Missoula's hits have been that, taking an inside pitch and hitting the other way. Binder pitching with a tremendous amount of confidence right now, and how could you not? When you have a 10-0 lead, you can flirt with the disaster a little bit more and paint the corners a little harder when you know you got a 10-run cushion like Idaho Falls does.
Lineup back up to the top now as here's Brandon Riley. First pitch on the way to him is bounced foul on the first base side. Strike 1, 0-1. Maybe a little 2-out rally can get started here in the 3rd inning. Sometimes just one hit is all it takes to get an offense started. Riley 0 for 1 in the game. As Binder delivers, and there's a swing and a foul right back. Almost directly behind us, behind home plate. Count now 0-2. Chuckers leading by 10-0 the score in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. 2 outs, 1 runner on at first. It's Fisher. Navigato would hit next if this inning continues. Binder takes a quick look at first. Comes set at the chest. And here's the 0-2. And it's a swing and a miss. Fastball blew it by Riley, and that's how this inning will end. Single from Fisher, but he's stranded at first, and we are through 3 here in Missoula. Lead is 10. You are listening and watching Missoula Paddleheads Baseball on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM and SWX Montana. Back after this.
With as many as 1 in 10 Americans at risk for Alzheimer's or some other form of dementia, chances are someone you know and love will receive that diagnosis. When that happens, you may well feel devastated, but know that you are not alone. Help is available. You don't have to face dementia by yourself. Call the free 24/7 Alzheimer's Association helpline 800-272-3900 for guidance and support. Brought to you by the Montana Department of Public Health and Human Services.
The next time you break a bone, injure your joint, any joint, neck to toe, sprain a ligament, pull a muscle, or wake up with back pain, skip the ER and go directly to Missoula Bone and Joints Orthopedic Urgent Care on Mullen Road. We're open Monday through Thursday, 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m., Fridays, 8:30 to 5, and Saturdays, 9 until 2. No appointment is needed for urgent orthopedic injuries and conditions. Missoula Bone and Joint. Quality care from people who care.
The 44th Annual St. Regis Memorial Day Weekend Flea Market is May 29th through the 31st from daylight to dusk. Find unlimited treasures in this free, lively outdoor flea market. Social distancing will be encouraged and hand sanitizer will be available. Organized by the St. Regis Community Council, Montana's largest flea market is easily accessible. Take exit 33 off of I-90 and follow signs to Community Park. For more details on the 44th Annual St. Regis Memorial Day Weekend Flea Market, go to stregismtflea.org.
Away from your radio? Stream Paddlehead Baseball live on 1029ESPN.com. Now back to the ballpark.
Chuckers well out in front in this ball game. The lead is 10-0. The score as we continue with another evening of Paddlehead Baseball. We got 2 on the docket tonight. Reminder, this is a 7-inning game, game 1. We'll come back with another game about a half hour after the conclusion of this one. Another inning for Long on the hill, and he pours one in for a ball just off the plate. And ball and no strikes. Thomas DeBonville leading things off. Colorado native is DeBonville. Pitch on the way is Sky down the right field line. Going to be work for Bond as this one hooks into the corner, and a fair ball, and that's over the wall for a home run. DeBonville taking advantage of that short porch and right. I thought for sure that thing was going to hook foul, but it didn't. And it's a leadoff home run to start the 4th. And things just keep on rolling for Idaho Falls. It's 11-0 as he races into the dugout, gets some high fives. As we take a look at the replay, this one just barely hooks right around that foul pole. Almost looks like it was parallel to the Bud Light sign. Almost right on that 287 marker.
So far we've seen a home run of over 400 feet from Webb Little, and now a home run of maybe less than 300 feet from DeBonville there. Just Idaho Falls' 4th home run of the year. They only had 2 coming into this, so they've already doubled their home run total. That was the first one of the year for DeBonville.
Jordan Garr in the box now, second baseman. He takes the ball outside. 2-0. Now, I have to say it's kind of cool to see Jordan Garr up here. Saw him a number of years ago. My hometown of Hillsburg, California, has a collegiate woodbat team. 2-0 pitches up high called the Hillsburg Prune Packers. And he actually was on that team back in, I believe, 2015. So kind of cool to see him in pro ball. Pitch on the way to Garr. Count was 3-0, and that's inside, and a 4-pitch walk. And Garr will saunter on down to first, and we'll see if that starts some action in the bullpen. This Chucker offense has just been hard for either Bloy or Long to handle. Bloy, his line, 2 innings, 5 hits, 7 runs. They were all earned, 4 walks, and a couple of strikeouts. Manji in the box now, the number 9 hitter in the order. As there's a ball blooped down the right field line. This one hooking and foul. Just behind the bullpen down the right field line. Strike 1, 0-1. That's not a sentence we've said too often, so far this evening for the Paddleheads pitching staff. It's been a lot of guys working behind in the count. Already 6 walks issued combined in 3+ innings. 0-1 pitch. Pitch taken inside for ball 1.
Inability to find the strike zone for the Paddleheads pitchers is why they have this gigantic hole. I mean, only actually 6 hits so far tonight for Idaho Falls, but just as many walks. So Chucker's doing a good job working the count. But Missoula needs to figure out a way to throw some more strikes here if they want to have any chance to come back in this first of 2 games.
Bouncing ball, foul ball down the left field line on that 1-1 pitch. Makes the count now 1 ball and 2 strikes. One runner on first base. Another run in already in this inning on a solo shot for the Chuckers. And the lead is 11. 11-0 the score here in the top of the 4th. It has been all Idaho Falls so far. So we've seen with the fans tonight, there being 2 games, seen some late arrivals. 1-2 pitch is low and outside. You could see that where some fans thinking, we'll catch some of the first game and catch the second. It is a Thirsty Thursday at the Yard here tonight, and also a 90s themed night. Music has been all 90s. One I heard in the last half inning I hadn't heard in forever was, I think, Abadi Abadai, I think is the actual name of the song. I remember the group is Eiffel 65. I hadn't heard that one in forever. I feel like it's like in first grade the last time I heard that.
Great memory.
Count is 2-2. I'm being corrected by the production truck. The song is just called Blue, not the Abadi Abadai. That's just part of the chorus, evidently. Who knows what the heck that means, as there's another base hit into center field. As the line just keeps on moving as Manji delivers here to put 2 runners on. Still nobody out in this inning. This could definitely be one of those games where if it score keeps moving like this, you might see some position players get to pitch at some point as Steele gets into the box. Chuck Steele, leadoff man for the Chuckers, who lead 11-0. Pitch on the way is skied into left center field. Should be playable for Riley, and it is, as he scoots over and makes the catch in left center field. Medium depth for the first out of the inning. 1 gone. Steele retired. That brings Webb Little into the box. Smanji is on at first, and now he has a couple of hits in that previous at-bat. Little good night for him so far. 2 for 2, 3 runs scored, and 2 RBIs. First pitch in this at-bat, misses high. Ball, no strikes. 11-0 lead for the Idaho Falls Chuckers. Folks may be wondering, don't know what a chucker is. It's actually considered a quote-unquote upland game bird. It's a small bird that lives in kind of brushy, shrubby type stuff. Actually is a famous bird to hunt, believe it or not.
My old man used to hunt chuckers all the time when we were living in small towns throughout Idaho and Oregon, right outside Hell's Canyon. There's chuckers everywhere there.
Bound ball to Fisher at short, to Navigato at second for 1, on to first 2, a double play. 6-4-3 ends the top half of the 4th. But Chuckers do score once. They lead 11-0. As we take a look at the replay on the television side, Fisher, Navigato to Warkington, 6-4-3. 11-0 is the lead for the Chuckers, headed to the bottom of the inning on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM and SWX Montana.
When the light has left the room and that outlet not working is a mystery, it's time to call Liberty Electric. Although no one wants to call an electrician, sometimes it's necessary. And when that time comes, make it Liberty Electric. They're experts in residential, commercial, and industrial electrical work. They've been serving Missoula diligently for years and do not keep the customer waiting. Don't dread calling the electrician. Call Liberty Electric at 541-WIRE, 541-9473 today to get your electrical problems fixed.
Liberty Electric, electrifying customers with quality, integrity, and satisfaction.
On June 26th, the Montana Football Hall of Fame will honor its 5th induction class at the Red Lion in Billings. This year's class is headlined by legendary broadcaster Brent Musburger and also includes contributors like Marty Morningweg and Bob Beers. Bobcat greats like Travis Lulay and Ken Amato will also be a part of this year's celebration. Tickets for the banquet are $100 per person or $800 for a table and can be purchased at Universal Athletic locations around Montana. Act fast for a night to remember in Billings with the Montana Football Hall of Fame, where legends live in immortality.
Hi, I'm Montana Secretary of State Christy Jacobson. Are you registered to vote? If not, you can find the voter registration application at sosmt.gov or contact your local election office by noon the day before the election. If you're not sure you're registered to vote, check out your status at sosmt.gov. Make sure you're registered to vote by noon the day before the election. Thank you for voting, Montana.
This is live play-by-play on 102.9 ESPN Missoula, your home of the Missoula Paddleheads.
Turning to action now in Missoula, 11-0 ball game. Chuckers out in front. Man that was involved in that last 6-4-3 double play to end the last half inning, Luke Navigato gets things started.
See if he can have any momentum, because that was a great turn on that double play. He had to get the ball out of his glove quick to get out of the inning.
First pitch to Navigato, up and in, and that's ball 4. Or excuse me, that's a hit batsman. I guess, in a way, like a walk, but instead of taking 4 pitches, he just gets the one and gets plunked, and Navigato on base for the second time in the game. He singled in his last at-bat.
He's been the bright spot so far, and otherwise frustrating night so far for the Paddleheads.
Just 2 hits so far. Fisher the other one. It's now Tristan Carranza into the box. First pitch on this way, and this at-bat is a strike. Fastball. Carranza didn't like it, 0-1.
First hit by pitch taken by a Paddlehead hitter so far this year. So for you stat nerds out there.
Allman is on deck. Open stance, Carranza waiting from the right side, and he swings and fouls one off. 0-2. Carranza, one of those guys, takes big hacks in the box, and look out, he barrels one up. He can hit it a mile. 0-2. Navigato with pretty good speed at first, not being held on. Could be the type of scenario where you see him take off, especially trying to stay out of a double play. As Carranza will call time. There's some more action going on around the Pioneer League, of course. Mustangs taking on Rocky Mountain. Ogden Raptors and Great Falls battling as well, along with Grand Junction and Boise. That will actually be a doubleheader as well tonight. Grand Junction and Boise, game 1 looks like just about ready to get started. Billings leading at Rocky Mountain 2-0 in that ball game. They are in the top of the 3rd over in Billings. 0-2 the count to Carranza. Pitch on the way is a swing and a bouncing ball to the first base side. Throw will go to second for 1, on to first. Safe at first is Carranza. Navigato out at second base. So that will be a fielder's choice. Fielder's choice went 4-6 if you're scoring at home. Guard to Manji.
Manji made a nice turn there. It was just that the throw from the first baseman was late. Not much velocity on the throw from Idaho Falls first baseman Sam Little. Good effort to make the turn, but could not quite get it going.
Allman now the hitter with Carranza on at first. 1 out in the inning. Chuckers leading 11-0 here in the bottom of the 4th. Pitch to Allman is tapped foul on the third base side. 0-1. Series finale coming tomorrow night, 7:05 first pitch, before the Paddleheads hit the road for the first time this season for a 3-game series against these same Chuckers. Still have 1 game left on the docket after this one concludes as well. 0-1 pitch. Line drive towards Manji at short. He has it on one hop, throws to second for 1, on to first, and that is a rough double play for Allman. Hit it right on the button, but Manji flips to Gar for 1 and on to first for a 6-4-3 double play. 11-0 is the lead after 4 for the Idaho Falls Chuckers. You are listening and watching Missoula Paddleheads Baseball on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM and SWX, Montana.
While some bike shops are out of inventory, Big Sky Bikes customers are saying they have the best inventory in town, with new bikes and service parts arriving daily. Big Sky Bikes has been busy ordering, back ordering, and reordering to keep new bikes and apparel arriving daily. Specialized, Pearl Izumi and Fox apparel all 20% off now through Saturday, June 5th. Buy any in-stock tire for $30 and up and get your second tire 50% off. Select Specialized tires 20% off while supplies last. Big Sky Bikes has the best inventory in town. 809 East Front Street or visit BigSkyBike.com.
The sun is setting later and the weather is getting warmer. What sounds better than sharing a bottle of wine or beer with friends in the backyard? Why not both? Worden's Market has an amazing selection of wine, beer, cheese, cured meats, and more to power your good times finally reconnecting after what has been a long pause for all of us. While you're there, choose from a selection of gourmet entree and salad choices to make an evening of it. Located at the corner of Higgins and Spruce, Worden's Market, Missoula's oldest grocery store.
Most of my family, they never graduated high school, so I'm trying to break that barrier. My daughter, Brooklyn, was also a motivation for me to go back to school. Every day after work, went straight to school, and it paid off.
At age 26, Kareem finished his high school diploma.
I could not have done it alone. I see the future is really bright for me.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
This is Missoula Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Radio.
On television side, got a little shot of the osprey nest. Checking in with some fans as well. Looks like we got an osprey in the nest, too. That's pretty cool. Fastball begins this half inning, top half of the 5th, with a strike to Matt Feinstein. 0-1 is the count. Pitch coming. Ball misses outside. Count now even at a ball and a strike. 11 runs, 9 hits, no errors for the Chuckers. No runs, 2 hits, and an error for the Paddleheads. 1-1 pitch missed outside. 2-1. Open stance from the right side. 2-1 pitch. Check swing did not go, and the pitch missed up high again. Count is 3 balls and 1 strike. Chuckers have had their leadoff man on in just about every inning so far as the 3-1 pitch is swung on and fouled straight back. Full count 3-2. And we talked about towards the beginning of the broadcast about how Chuckers' offense had been very strong. His first 3 games, that staying true here on this night. Payoff pitch, swing and a miss. Strikeout there for Long on the mound, his first. Not allowing the leadoff man to get on base. Definitely a good start to this inning. 1 gone in the top of the 5th.
And that's striking out one of the hottest hitters in the entire Pioneer League there, too. Feinstein coming into this game was 8 of 13 at the plate and also had a couple walks. So basically 2/3 of the time this guy's reaching base. So striking him out, a good start here if Missoula wants to get anything going this inning.
Fastball ball 1 to Sam Little. Tall, lanky, left-handed batter is Little. 1-0 pitch is swung on and fouled straight back into the screen. One of those balls that it's kind of fun sometimes to watch people behind home plate where it's people react to ball coming back is obviously you know that the screen's there and it's going to stop the baseball. Pitch on its way, 1-1 is outside. Fastball running away to the left-handed batting. It's Little, 2-1. You know the netting's going to stop that sharply hit foul, but of course your body is, oh no, get out of the way. 2-1. Fastball upstairs again, 3-1. Seems like that's been the theme in this inning so far for long. A lot of pitch misses up. If you're going to miss up, might as well miss way up. You don't want to hang one at the belt. 3-1 pitch, fouled straight back. Fastball, got that one in a good spot on the outside part of the plate, right at the knees, full count. No action going in the bullpen for Missoula, and I would think at this point you probably won't see anybody get up unless Paddleheads want to give somebody an inning just to give them some work. Payoff pitch. Swinging a line drive down the right field line and foul. We'll see another 3-2 pitch. Lead is 11 for the Chuckers here in the top of the fifth. 11-0 is the score. They have scored in every inning up to this point. 2 in the first, 5 in the second, 3 in the third, and 1 in the last inning. 2 home runs to go along with all that. Another payoff pitch and another foul. Battle continues on. This next pitch will be the 8th of this at-bat. Binder quietly has had a pretty nice outing in the other dugout for Idaho Falls, as there's a swing and a pop-up. Foul ground, third base side. Coming in is Allman, going out is Navarez. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Allman making the catch.
Missoula has had almost nothing go right for them this evening, and if that would have been a dropped ball there, that would have been just the latest in what has been a calamity of errors. I mean, Idaho Falls is hitting the ball hard all over the place. Missoula's 2 pitchers have had a hard time finding the strike zone, and you've had a couple errors that have really cost you. Not to mention we haven't even rehashed the phantom hit by pitch from the first inning that sort of started this floodgates opening for Idaho Falls.
Xander Don swings at the first pitch, grounds one to Fisher at shortstop. 6-3 put out, and a 1-2-3 inning for Long, as that is the first scoreless frame for this Missoula Paddleheads pitching staff tonight. 11-0 is the lead as we head to break. Chuckers leading this one on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM and SWX Montana. Back after this.
Hi, I'm Montana Secretary of State Christy Jacobson, here to make sure you have what you need to vote in the next election. Montana voters have several options when it comes to voter ID. Some common examples include a Montana driver's license, a state, military, or tribal ID, just to name a few. Whether registering or voting in person, find the complete list of acceptable IDs on our website at sosmt.gov or contact your county election office. Thank you for voting, Montana.
The Missoula Sports Barn is now open. Formerly known as Missoula Indoor Sports Arena, the Missoula Sports Barn is under new ownership and has some very exciting leagues and summer camps starting right away for youth, high school, and adults. Visit MissoulaSportsBarn.com to register for soccer, flag football, lacrosse, dodgeball, volleyball, wiffle ball, and cornhole leagues. Coming in July, there will be 2 brand new state-of-the-art Foresight Golf GC Hawk golf simulators that read righties and lefties without moving equipment. Visit MissoulaSportsBarn.com to learn more and register today.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey. Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Back to live local play-by-play on 102.9 ESPN Missoula.
And SWX Montana will be back on the air on television and radio tomorrow night as well. Colter Nuanez is joining me, Jeff Safford, for this broadcast tonight. Checking out some little ones on the television side. They got it all figured out. Climbing on the stairs. They got some popcorn. Oh, yeah. Gamers.
It's a fun area, too. If you do have kids, bring them out to the ballpark. Also, tune into my show if you want to come to Paddleheads games, because we have tickets. We've been giving them away like hotcakes, and that's been fun to see all the interest from the Missoulians for the newly branded minor league baseball team here in the Garden City. But 4 to 6 each weekday, 102.9 ESPN Missoula. Nuanez Now, we give away tickets pretty much every hour of the show that I'm on the air to all the Paddleheads action all summer long.
Jared Akins in to lead things off in this inning. He takes one outside for a ball. And I noticed it in that last half inning when that play was made by Allman, the third baseman, on that foul ball, that there actually had been a defensive substitution. Didn't get a chance to mention it before we went to break. I will now, as he's in the on-deck circle, the newly signed player. Talked about it in the open. He's in the on-deck circle as there's a swinging, bouncing ball towards second base. Gar has it, throws to first, and Akins is retired. And coming into the box for the Missoula Paddleheads will be the newly signed Nick Gatewood. Welcome to Missoula, Nick Gatewood. Getting his first at-bat, was announced as a signing just today by the Paddleheads organization. Left-handed bat, 6'1", 205 out of Georgia State and Duluth, Georgia. Guy comes in with a pretty good resume. First pitch is a strike to Gatewood, 0-1. Spent portions of 3 seasons in the Padres organization from 2018, or excuse me, 2 seasons in the Padres system, 2018 and 2019. A 1 pitch to Gatewood is outside. He had a .254 average in a couple of years. Pitched in the Northwest League, the Tri-Cities, and also is in the Midwest League. That's Class A ball. Ball and a strike to Gatewood. Pretty good numbers at Georgia State as well. Swing and miss. Out in front of that pitch from Binder. Had over 300 career average while at Georgia State. Had his best season as a senior in 2019 at .322. Finds his way to Missoula in 2021.
This is one of the biggest differences, and something I think that is a big draw now for baseball purists, is you're going to get guys with a lot more experience. I mean, Gatewood's played 114 professional games already. A lot of times in the previous format, when you're playing rookie ball, you're talking about 18, 19, 20-year-old kids that are playing professional baseball for the first time, where this guy, he's played several seasons already of minor league baseball.
Absolutely, and Gatewood also a little bit older than what you're used to seeing, is what Coulter was touching on there. It's 2-2 pitch is strike 3 called on the outside part of the plate. Gatewood thought about offering at it, held the bat back. That is the second out of the inning. As Binder just keeps cruising along on the hill. Pretty nice outing for him to this point. 4 2/3, 2 hits and 3 strikeouts, no walks allowed either. Facing this Paddlehead offense, who had been pretty successful in their first 3 games. 2 games where they scored over 10 runs. Those first 3. Held scoreless thus far, 11-0 here in the bottom of the 5th, as Bond takes a ball off the plate, 1-0.
See if Bond can get a little redemption here, because he swung at a bad off-speed pitch out of the zone, and he was instantly frustrated his last at-bat. You could tell halfway through his swing, he hadn't even finished his swing by the time he made contact with the ball, and he was even making jest of himself as he walked back to the dugout. He was just shaking his head and smiling, because he knew that he swung at a pitch. He swung at the exact pitch that Idaho Falls wanted him to swing at.
2 gone in the inning, nobody aboard. Mentioned the deficit is 11-0 the score. Navarez would hit next if the inning continues. 2-0 pitch to Bond is a strike on the outer half. Not sure Bond agreed with that one. Kind of almost jumped out of the box a little bit after that.
Bond's a good-looking athlete, man. 6'5", 195 pounds. He's got the long levers and looks. He's got at least the build of what looks like a professional baseball player, to be sure.
We've seen him cover quite a bit of ground tonight out there in right field. Ball getting hit all over the yard by the Checkers. Last pitch was called a strike. Count now even at 2, with 2 outs in the inning. Binder is ready from the first base side. Here he comes. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Fastball blew it by him on the outer half, and that will do it. Another clean inning for Binder and the Chuckers as they cruise right along. We are through 5 innings here in Missoula. Lead is 11-0 your score on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM and SWX Montana. Back with the 6th inning after this.
In the Army National Guard, family means everything.
Our parents, they were really supportive that all 5 of us would join. I got my education because of the Guard. I got to travel a little bit and experience a whole different culture. It helped me get my job, helped me pay for my house.
Serving part-time in the Army National Guard instills pride that you and your family will share. Visit NationalGuard.com to learn more about part-time service. Sponsored by the Montana Army National Guard. Aired by the Montana Broadcasters Association and this station.
Everybody knows that high school sports generate suspense, excitement, and drama.
They also generate higher grade point averages, stronger work habits, and greater self-esteem.
Everybody knows that high school sports give us more value for our entertainment dollar.
They also give us leaders committed to strengthening communities right here in Montana. The true value of playing sports in school can't be measured in wins and losses or dollars and cents. Studies show that participation in sports, along with other extracurricular activities, is one of the best ways to teach leadership, cooperation, accountability, and other invaluable life skills. Don't just stand on the sidelines. Encourage the young people you know to get in the game. When you do, you'll be helping them get ahead in life. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the Montana High School Association and the Montana Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
We now return to Paddlehead Play-by-Play on ESPN Radio.
Montana and ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM. The Chuckers cruising along, leading 11-0. Coulter Dewanez along with me, Jeff Safford, as Kevin Long heads back to the mound. Pitched a scoreless inning his last time. It's the first scoreless inning we've seen from Missoula thus far.
Long settled in a little bit last inning, but uphill sledding when you're already down 11-0. I mean, he was put in a tough position tonight. He was already down 7-0 by the time he even entered the game. So, tough spot to be in for Kevin Long, but getting some good work in now.
Martins Molinari leading off this inning. First 2 pitches missed out of the zone, count as at 2-0. Has him having some fun with the 90s theme as well here at the yard. They're playing a little MC Hammer. Can't touch this. I mean, you can't have a 90s night without that song, right? As there is a strike on the outer half. Martins Molinari in the box now. Couple of hits for him in the ball game. Pitch on the way is just high, 2-1. And whenever a 90s theme night comes up, I'm kind of got to be into it because I'm a 90s baby myself. 2-1 pitch, swing and a high pop-up. Foul ground, third base side. Looks like Allman's got it. Still waiting on it, and he finally does make the catch, as that one was up there for seemingly forever, but it is out number 1.
I think the wind might be swirling a little more up high because we've had a couple guests already in the press box here. We had our SWX sign on top of our heads for half a minute.
Looking at the defense, we mentioned Nick Gatewood coming into the game and hit in the last inning. He is behind the plate doing the catching. Dean Navarez moves to first. So Matt Warkington out of the game. First pitch a ball to Thomas DeBonville. No other switches defensively to this point for Missoula. Probably a little bit of a strategy there from Michael Schlack to give Navarez a little bit of a break from catching behind the plate. 2-0 offering on the way, swing and a miss. Was out in front of it that time was DeBonville. Count is at 2 balls and a strike. Off speed, that time from Long, misses down and away. 3-1 is the count. One gone in the inning. The lead is 11 for the Chuckers, 11-0 your score. We are in the top half of the 6th as there's a ball shot into center field. Riley on his horse going back on it, and he is going to watch this one go over the wall for a home run. Thomas de Bonneville, a line shot into center field. That one got out of here in a hurry. Third home run of the game for the Chuckers, and it's 12-0. We see on the TV side, looks like a kid way out in center field ended up with that one. Kind of an innocent bystander. Looks like he was just riding his bike, and look at this, he's got a souvenir. How about that? Well, that's kind of fun.
It's the second home run we've seen tonight, Jeff, of over 400 feet. That was a shot as well.
And it got out of here in a hurry. That thing was a torpedo into center field. As here's Gar. Check swing foul. Straight back, 0-1. First home run was to right center field. Then we saw the one over the monster wrapped around the foul pole and right, and that one almost to dead center field. So if you're looking at spray charts from the home run standpoint, all over the yard for Idaho Falls so far. 0-1. Good pitch there on the outer half, 0-2. It's also the 10th hit of the game for the Chuckers. 0-2 pitch. Check swing. Gar gets breaking down. He goes around. Throw to first to complete. The strikeout is done successfully there from Nick Gatewood. That is the second out of the inning. So Long comes back with a strikeout after allowing that home run. 2 gone in the inning, and here's Alexis Manji. Not a real big guy. Right-handed batter. First pitch is outside for ball 1. Whole lot of loud contact, and it started from the very beginning for this Chuckers offense tonight. Pitch on the way, another foul back. 0-2. Paddleheads still have a shot to right the ship with game 2 of the doubleheader coming up after this one. Take about a half-hour break in between ball games, enough time to maybe grab a little food if you're a player or a fan. 1-1 pitch. There's a strike. Count is 1-2.
You mentioned Manji's size. He has to be among, if not the shortest players in the Pioneer League at 5'5".
1-2 pitch on the way as a line drive past the pitcher Long and into center field for a base hit past the dive of Navigato. Good effort by the second baseman, just couldn't quite get to that one. It was almost directly behind the bag by the time it got into center field.
He stays high, comes into the game hitting 500 right on the dot. One of 5 Chuckers hitting 500 or better on this young season, and another base hit.
His third of the night. And that's a heck of a lot of production for a guy hitting in the number 9 spot in the order.
8 of 13 from your 9 hitter. I think you'll take that.
Chuck Steele at the dish, and he swings and hits one into shallow left field. Coming in is Carranza, going out is Fisher. It'll be Carranza making the catch in shallow left field for the final out of the top of the 6th. Solo home run brings another run in for the Chuckers as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Lead is 12 for Idaho Falls, 12-0 your score as we get ready for the peanut inning. You're listening to and watching Paddleheads Baseball on ESPN Missoula, 102.9 FM, and SWX Montana. Back with the peanut inning after this.
The sun is setting later and the weather is getting warmer. What sounds better than sharing a bottle of wine or beer with friends in the backyard? Why not both? Worden's Market has an amazing selection of wine, beer, cheese, cured meats, and more to power your good times finally reconnecting after what has been a long pause for all of us. While you're there, choose from a selection of gourmet entree and salad choices to make an evening of it. Located at the corner of Higgins and Spruce, Worden's Market, Missoula's oldest grocery store.
A teenager is tough.
There's the constant pressure to be liked.
Endless worrying about college.
Cyberbullying, high expectations, all the negativity.
There's no question. Being a teenager is tough. And what do Montana's teens do when they want to block out the noise and clear their heads?
We play! Yeah!
Research shows that teenagers who participate in high school sports have lower stress levels, more confidence, and greater self-esteem. And then there's the biggest benefit of all.
High school sports are fun.
Not just fun.
They're a lot of fun.
Encourage your teenagers to participate in a sport or activity when they go to high school. They'll stress less and smile more. And they'll be laying the foundation for a happier, healthier future.
This message presented by the Montana High School Association and the Montana Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Away from your radio? Stream Paddlehead Baseball live on 1029ESPN.com. Now back to the ballpark.
Started for this Missoula offense, who's been struggling so far. I would think the peanut inning might be just the thing. And that's what we got right here in the bottom half of the sixth. And if you're a stat guy, as I mentioned earlier, Paddleheads are 2 for 2 thus far this season in peanut innings, getting a run across. Have a chance to make it 3 in a row. Dean Navarez will lead things off in the inning. Fisher, and then the top of the order, 8-9-1 spots due up in this half inning. As Binder will go back to work. There's some action going on in the bullpen down the right field line for the Chuckers. Can't quite catch a glimpse of a number there. Nonetheless, Navarez in the box as we turn our attention to the field, and he skies one pretty well hit right center field. Moving over, though, and making the catch in right center, putting this one away, is Little for out number 1. 1 pitch, 1 out as Webb Little puts it away. Here comes Clay Fisher into the box.
Not only has Idaho Falls hit the ball hard all night, not only have they taken advantage of pretty much every opportunity provided for them, but they also got a guy on the bump that's dealing. We'll see how that influences this doubleheader, because Idaho Falls now finally does have somebody up in the bullpen, but they've been able to roll with their starter all the way here into the 6th inning.
First pitch to Fisher from Binder is a strike on the inside, 0-1. And I would have to believe that Binder would probably go as long as he can, with the score being what it is. 12-0. Chuckers out in front here in the bottom of the 6th with 1 out. 0-1 on the way to Fisher. Strike on the outside. 0-2. We've seen Binder do that throughout the night, painting that fastball, moving it well to either side. Not even at 60 pitches is Binder. Great strike-to-ball ratio for him so far. 41 strikes, only 17 balls on the mound. 0-2 as Fisher stepped out for a moment, now back in, maybe trying to get extra locked in for the peanut inning, and he swings and fouls it back. So that one makes its way onto the concourse, and looks like Lucky Fan came up with that one. Almost right behind home plate. Off a ricochet. Remember from opening night, we saw a really nice play made with the glove down the right field line. Made a catch on kind of a line drive near the Blackfoot party deck.
You ever caught a foul ball at a big league game?
I have never caught a foul ball. I've ended up with one, but not caught it cleanly.
That's good.
This I don't end up like my friends growing up. We had friends growing up that had great seats in San Francisco, right down the left field line in front of what was the bullpen. They don't have the bullpens down the line anymore in San Francisco, but you got on TV, he had it all figured out. He had the garlic fries, he had a beer, he had his dog. He's walking back, and what happens? A foul ball goes right to him, and he just had it all in his hands, and he fumbled it up, and broadcasters made fun of him on the air, and it was this whole big thing.
The inaugural season of the Missoula Osprey back in 1998. Missoula brought in several high-profile prospects, including Corey Myers, who had been the number 4 overall pick in the Major League Baseball draft, a shortstop out of UCLA. And that very first Paddleheads game, or I guess Osprey game back then, he hit a foul ball. My little brother caught it, and then he got Corey Myers to sign it after the game. And my brother still has that ball signed in his room. So that's what makes minor league baseball great, though, right? Because it is a great experience, especially for kids.
my brother's a grown man now, and he still has that ball. He still tells that story all the time. So that's what makes minor league baseball great. I'm glad the Pioneer League was able to figure out how to sort of restructure this whole thing so we can still have minor league baseball on beautiful nights like this in Missoula.
I mean, how do you beat this? 9 at the yard, 1-2 pitches, skied into shallow right field. Moving over is Little as he is almost to the warning track that time and makes the catch. 4 out, number 2, another example in that short portion right, and we will get the hang of that one, but that was not hit all that hard, but even with that, made it almost to the warning track and out of here. But an out there, and that is out number 2. Back up to the top of the order now, here's Brandon Riley.
This game has been fascinating because we're moving right along. It's been played at a good pace, but it seems as when Idaho Falls is at the plate, the inning lasts 20 minutes, and when Missoula's at the plate, the innings only lasted a couple minutes. It's been just a tale of 2 different teams here tonight. Idaho Falls has been doing everything right, and Missoula has not gotten any breaks.
Brandon Riley trying to get things started with 2 gone. Pitch missed inside, and you're right. Just seems like every bounce has been going the Chuckers' way. Remember, last inning, Allman hits one right on the button, and the runner on at first ends up going right to the shortstop and ended up being a double play ball. Was not rewarded for the nice at-bat he had, where he hit one right on the screws. There is some action going in the bullpen down the left field line for the Paddleheads. Matt Vonderschmidt looks like he is the right-hander getting loose. If he were to come in, it would be his first appearance for the Paddleheads this season as Riley check swings and takes a strike on a breaking ball. Riley taking a little bit of a walk after that one, trying to keep the peanut inning alive. Navigato would hit next if Riley can climb back into this at-bat and get on base. Navigato has one of 2 hits tonight for the Paddleheads so far. The other by Fisher, who was just at the dish. The lead is 12 for the Chuckers, 12-0 the score. 2 outs, nobody aboard in the bottom of the 6th inning. Riley waiting on Binder, who delivers. And that pitch is low for ball 1. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the count now. You might be able to hear the PA announcer having a little bit of fun with a peanut chance with the crowd. 2-2. Swing and a slow roller, could be trouble for Binder, coming to the left of the mound, throws to first. Good play coming off the mound from Binder, no problem. 1-3 putout ends the inning, and a 1-2-3 frame headed to the top half of the 7th. 12-0 the score on ESPN Missoula, 102.9 FM and SWX Montana.
Baseball is back, and the Missoula Paddleheads season is in full swing. The Garden City has long loved its minor league baseball team, and now Missoula's squad is back with a new mascot, new logo, and a new independent league format. So get out and catch a baseball game. Grab a ticket for you or surprise a group of friends at GoPaddleheads.com. And if you can't make the game, tune in to 102.9 ESPN Radio for all the live play-by-play action this summer.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. I came out in the 11th grade. Nobody was embracing you. The kids were cruel. It was very difficult to be gay. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
The hard part was determining that I was going to do it, but I definitely didn't do it alone.
At age 30, with the help of her mentor, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
I have a mentor, Maria. She convinced me to continue my education
and to finish what I started to get my diploma.
Just never judges. She's a true role model. If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, go get it. You can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
This is live play-by-play on 102.9 ESPN Missoula, your home of the Missoula Paddleheads.
Here in Missoula, checking in with some fans in the stands on TV side. Do have a new pitcher in the ball game for the Missoula Paddleheads. Making his Pioneer League debut is Matt Vonderschmidt. Was just signed to the roster yesterday. Making his Paddlehead debut, getting an inning of work. It's his professional debut as well. Comes in with 3 years of experience at Piedmont College. Vonderschmidt, not a real big guy, as there's a swing on the first pitch. Bouncing ball, diving stop by Navarez at first. Vonderschmidt covering, and he can't come up with it. What an effort by Navarez, making a diving stop on that ground ball at first base. Vonderschmidt just had the ball come out of the glove, though, at the last moment.
You could tell Vonderschmidt, he just rushed there. He was late breaking to the bag. I don't know if he thought that the stab had been made or not, because then he had to run through the throw from the first baseman and handcuffs him, and he drops the ball.
And I mentioned Vonderschmidt making his professional debut, so maybe a few nerves shown there as well. Webb Little, the hitter, who takes the ball down low, and that one will get by Greenwood, the catcher, to the backstop. Allows the runner to move up to second base. I beg your pardon, hitter now Matt Feinstein. Was Little that was leading off this inning, who reached on the... We'll see how they score that. Imagine, yeah, there probably will be an error involved there someplace, whether on the pitcher or... I guess it would only be the pitcher. Have to see if that will be an infield single, though, or not. Fastball, that catches the outer half for strike one. Mentioned Vonderschmidt's pitching at Piedmont College, had some pretty good numbers there, including his senior season back in 2019, where he finished 4-1 with a 1.16 ERA. 1-1 delivery. Misses down and away, 2 balls and a strike. 31 innings pitched, 24 hits, 4 runs, 38 strikeouts, only 6 walks, and 9 saves. That's Seasman for Piedmont College. Very impressive numbers. Excited to see what he can do here in pro ball. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses outside. Count is 3-1. Perfect opportunity for manager Michael Schlack to get a look at Vonderschmidt, who mentioned just signed yesterday. 12-0 is the lead for the Chuckers, as there's a swing and a foul back. Working an inning, it's almost like he's getting a live bullpen session against a live opponent. Score being the way it is. May see a new pitcher in the next half inning for the Chuckers as well, as action continues down in their bullpen down the right field line. So the night may be over for Binder, who had a fantastic night in 6 innings of work. Feinstein waiting. Here's the pitch to him, and there's a swing and a ball hit into foul territory. Bond making his way over there, may have a play, and he does, for out number 1. Though we may see runner try to tag in that spot, he stays put there as Bond fires it back into the infield. There's out number 1. Good range there shown by Bond in right field.
Good accurate throw, too. Because like you said, that definitely was a tag-up situation, and got thrown right on the money, and Bond did.
That is one of the strengths of Bond. He does have a good arm out in the outfield. One of the better arms on the team, along with Dean Navarez, who's out there at first base now, started the game at catcher. Sam Little in the box. First pitch to him is skied into straightaway center field. Shallow hit. This is going to be work for Fisher, who just barely has to go into the outfield grass, and he makes the catch for out number 2.
Vonderschmidt settling in a little bit here. That's a good response by him, too, because when he dropped that at first base, they can get in your head, and then all of a sudden you don't throw strikes. Then you have a pass ball, you get the runner in scoring position, but kept fighting, found the zone, and forced 2 different fly balls, and now here he is about to get himself out of his first inning as a Missoula Paddlehead.
2 gone. It's Andrew Don at the plate. with a runner on at second. 12-0 lead for the Chuckers in this inning is there's a strike on the outer half. It's turned into a pretty darn nice night here in Missoula. Got some clouds hanging around, but the sun's starting to poke through the clouds. Give us that beautiful backdrop looking to the north and east. 0-1 pitch, swing, and thought for a moment that I was a foul tip into the glove, but not indicated by the umpire, just a swing through on that pitch above the belt. Makes the count 0-2. See if Vanderschmidt can record his first strikeout as a professional here, ahead 0-2 with 2 gone in this 12-0 ball game in the top of the 7th. 0-2. Swinging a line drive up the middle, that's a base hit, and that will most likely score a run. As coming around to score is looks a little bit gimpy coming around third base, but nonetheless he scores, makes the score 13-0. Still waiting for the PAT, so to speak, in this. Seeing a couple of football scores tonight. Saw 7-0 earlier, and now 13-0. Taking a look now on the TV side, and that looks like a slider on the outer half of the plate. Nice piece of hitting there, just not doing too much with it. Deposits it into center field. And that line drive single just adds on for the Chuckers 13 runs.
Quite a few of them from Webb Little as well. I mean, he's been on base every time he's been at the plate, and he's reached in a variety of ways, whether it was the 2-run home run in the first inning, or reaching on a walk, or reaching on a single, or reaching on an error. He's been the guy that's been pounding home plate more than anybody else on this Idaho Falls team so far tonight.
4 runs scored for him tonight and 2 RBIs, so he is counted for 6 of the 13 to this point. First pitch was a strike to Martins Molinari. Next one is in the dirt, blocked by the catcher, Nick Gatewood. Ball and a strike. You could see Gatewood appear at a number of different positions. Can play a little first base, a little third base. In this instance, catcher. Seeing that being a trend with all 3 of the guys that can play catcher on the roster, Navarez and Almond. Seen both of them behind the dish as well and now in the field. Navarez making his first appearance at first base in the game tonight. With him getting a little bit of a break, it'll be interesting to see if we see him go behind home plate for game 2 of this doubleheader, because he's kind of gotten this little bit of a break, didn't have to catch all 7 innings of this game. 2-1 on the way, swinging a bouncing ball towards third on a backhand. Allman has it. It's going to be a tough play, thrown across the diamond, and he can't make it as the ball trickles away from Navarez, which will allow the runner to move to third. Now runners on at first and third with 2 outs in the inning. That will almost certainly be an infield single, as Allman had to go way deep to the backhand to make that play, as now Michael Schlack will come out of the dugout. Have a word with his pitcher, and maybe not. False alarm. Schlack just picking up a baseball coming out of the dugout, so we will not see a mound visit in this instance, as Thomas DeBonville will be the hitter. First pitch on the way. Fastball off the plate, away, ball 1. What an offensive night it's been for the Chuckers. 13 runs on 13 hits. Still only 2 hits for the Paddleheads. 1-0. Swing and a miss on pitch on the outer half. Count is a ball and a strike. Andrew Bash is the starting pitcher lined up for game 2. Saw him in 1 inning of work out of the bullpen. Part of that doubleheader on Monday night. Second game he pitched in that night, as there is a ball deposited down the right field line, a fair ball. This one will go all the way to the wall. 1 run is in. Stopping at third is Molinari, and that's another run on the board for the Chuckers. Score now 14-0.
I can't remember the last time I saw a right fielder get this much work, and that's not a good thing if you're the Paddleheads, because Andrew Bond has been running all over, from right center all the way down the right field line. Back and forth he goes. That's at least half a dozen hits down to the right fielder for the Missoula Paddleheads, and Idaho Falls continues to just crush the ball.
DeBonville with 3 hits in the game now. He's 3 for 4, as Jordan Garr stands in, and he takes a strike on the outer half of the plate. Believe it or not, this isn't a season high for the Chuckers. That one came back on opening night for them, where they scored 17 runs. 0-1 pitch is a swing and a foul straight back. That was a wild game on opening night. That must have been an interesting one. The final from opening night back in Idaho Falls between Billings and these same Chuckers, 17-11 was the final score of that one. Count now 0-2, runners on at the corners, and what is now a 14-0 ball game. Fastball misses high, 1-2 the count. So that little mistake made by Vonderschmidt start this inning where he dropped the ball at first, coming back to bite him here, as there's a ball hit off the end of the bat, center field. Riley's got it, and that will end this half inning. Not before the Chuckers add another run. 14-0 the score on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM and SWX Montana. Back with the home half of the seventh after this.
If you're planning to hit the road this summer, now is the time to take your car and truck to Crawford's Automotive. Crawford's Auto on West Broadway does any work you need on any vehicle you have. To make sure you're running soundly, take it to Crawford's Automotive. Get your brakes checked or replaced at Crawford's, and the job will be done right every time with Chase Crawford personally doing the work on your vehicle. Take your cars and trucks to someone you can trust for all your automotive needs. It's Crawford's Auto on West Broadway.
I spend a lot of time in the garage, but even more time in the rain, sleet, and mud. In '95, I helped tow your moving trailer. In '05, I helped you get out of a ditch. Yeah, I know I'm a bit rusty, and sadly in '09, it was sparks from me, your handy chains, dragging behind your truck that accidentally started a wildfire.
Sparks from dragging chains can start a wildfire. Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
This is Missoula Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Radio.
Be the final half inning. Remember, this is a doubleheader tonight, so only a 7-inning game. We'll have another one just like this about a half hour after the conclusion of this one. Chuckers cruising right along. They lead 14-0, and we do see a new pitcher coming on. It is Ismael de los Santos on to pitch the bottom half of the 7th inning. So the night for Binder is done, and what a good start it was for him, as De Los Santos had plenty of mustard on that first pitch but missed outside for a ball. 5'11", 185 out of Far Rockaway, New York. Navigato leading things off in this inning. Took the first 2 pitches off the plate away. 2-0 is the count. 2, 3, 4 spots due up in this half inning for the Paddleheads. Here's the 2-0 to Navigato, and he swings and gets jammed. Pitch hits one right to Gar at second base, fields it cleanly on to first for out number 1. Navigato retired for the first out of this half inning. Zell bringing Tristan Carranza into the box. Navigato, one of 2 guys in the order with hits so far. Fisher, the other one. As Carranza stands in, comes De Los Santos to the plate and goes to the backstop. Misses badly there, 1-0. Almond up next for Missoula. Carranza waiting on De Los Santos, taking his time. Here's the 1-0. This one shot into left center field. Moving over, though, and making the play in left center is Steele. Tracking that one down, hit on the screws. did Carranza. And there's another example of just the ball not bouncing the way of the Paddleheads. Carranza hits it on the button, nothing to show for it.
Got to give full credit to Idaho Falls for their aggressive approach at the plate all night tonight and for taking advantage of opportunities. But you're right, it's been nothing but bad luck as well as bad execution so far for the Missoula Paddleheads. The good news, though, doubleheader, so maybe they have a chance to get back on track in the nightcap. But this one out away from being over.
Last hope for the Paddleheads is Zach Allman. He takes a fastball up high for a ball.
Allman still in search of his first hit in his return stint in Missoula.
1-0, pitch to Allman. Swing and a bouncing ball back to the pitcher, De Los Santos. He has it, flips an underhand to first, and that will do it for this 7-inning ball game in Missoula. Victors are the Chuckers. Both teams now move to 3-1 as that is the first loss of the season for the Missoula Paddleheads. Final score 14-0. And what a dominant performance it was for these Chuckers. We have game 2 coming up in about a half hour from right now. As we roll things closer towards the break, we'll wrap things up. But for now, we'll step away. Final score 14-0. Come back for game 2 on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM and SWX Montana.
My name is Blake. I received a heart transplant when I was 2 weeks old. I play defense for the Red Hot Tornadoes. Sometimes my heart starts pounding like faster and faster as I go. I know I have someone else's heart inside me. It makes me feel happy because someone was generous enough to give me a second chance to live.
This gift of life was made possible by an organ donor. Imagine what you could make possible. Sign up as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Go to organdonor.gov.
I can't believe we have to make this commercial.
It's ridiculous.
You'll think it's ridiculous too. Listen to this.
This commercial is about, well, it's about parents being rude at high school athletic events.
Ridiculous, right?
It gets worse. Studies show more than 75% of new high school officials are quitting because of bad adult behavior.
So now there's a shortage of refs here in Montana. In almost all sports.
No officials means no more games.
Is that what you want for us?
Come on, parents.
It's time to grow up.
Cheer for your team.
Be proud of your children.
But stop being so ridiculous.
And don't make us run another commercial.
Because we will.
This message presented by the Montana High School Association and the Montana Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association, reminding you to always practice good sportsmanship.
Back to live local play-by-play on 102.9 ESPN Missoula.
When it comes to Trae Young, we all believed he was going to be a superstar. But when you're able to have that kind of reaction from fans, and a lot of that is because of the pandemic, and also a lot of it is because the New York Knicks are in the playoffs. There are plenty of Knicks fans out there that did not think in late May they'd be talking about a playoff team and it would be their team, the New York Knicks. It would be my team, the New York Knicks. If you had told me my team was going to be in the playoffs, I would have said, did the rest of the NBA fall down? Did the entire Eastern Conference contending group, did everybody have injuries and kind of eliminated most of that pool? The fact that the Knicks are not only in the playoffs, but a likable playoff team, an unlikely team, has a lot of people excited, whether they want the Knicks to win or they don't want the Knicks to win. So now here comes little old Trae Young, the pride of Norman, Oklahoma. A man that does not shy away from big moments and big situations. And after game 1, when he hit that game-winning shot, that Florida, he said it as quiet as bleep in here because they were getting on him. And then game 2, saying he's like Reggie Miller, making fun of his hair and balding. All of this, as long as you don't spit on people, As long as you don't say anything mean or anything derogatory, Knicks fans are doing the NBA a serious, serious favor when it comes to Trae Young. We know he's going to be a superstar. No matter what happens in this series, if Trae Young balls out, his name will be on more lips after this series because of the fact that the New York fans, being the New York fans, are allowing their venom and their passion for their basketball team to go beyond that line, and they got a guy in Trae Young that is not going to back down. And even he said, leaving the court, we'll see y'all back in the A, meaning Atlanta. I'm sure when the NBA heard about that, they were like, NBA power. We don't have to even educate people on Trae Young after this series is over. So Knicks fans, if this is what you want, this is what you're going to get. You're not only helping Trae Young and motivating him, but you're also helping the NBA. You are doing them a serious, serious favor. Freddie Coleman on Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80. All this part of Straight Talk, brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. Now I'm going to bring in Jake Lennox, one of my producers, who's a New York Knicks fan like I am. You brought up something to me before the show got started about Trae Young that I had not thought about, and I want you to share that with the audience, Jake. What was that?
Are you talking about Trae Young and how he relates to Luka Doncic?
Uh-huh.
I think that these two will be married forever in the depths of NBA history, but I think that every bit as good as I think that Trae Young is, and like you, I am a diehard Knicks fan, it won't live up to what Luka Doncic is or will be.
Okay, and it's not an unfair assessment. But there are other players you could compare Trae Young to that don't have the kind of cachet that Luka Doncic has already, and that's only going to help Trae Young too. Because Trae Young seems to be the kind of guy that the more you throw in front of him, the more motivated he's going to be to shut people up. I'm all for it. The Atlanta Hawks, that city needs somebody like that. When you're a city that has the Falcons at the crossroads, the Atlanta Braves are good, but they don't have that kind of beyond the city superstar that Trae Young, I think, is going to be, especially if he continues to ball out in this series, no matter what the end result is going to be for the Atlanta Hawks and the New York Knicks. If anything, here's something else that Trae Young can do that Luka Doncic has already done in Dallas. All of a sudden, you go into Dallas Mavericks games, plenty of times opposing teams, if they have a large fan base, they can drown out the home team fan base. Ever since Luka showed up, that hasn't been the case in Dallas. And if I'm an Atlanta Hawks fan, I'm worried about that in Game 3 tomorrow night. You better hope that Trae Young has been enough for Atlanta Hawks fans to say, we better support our boy. We do not want all these transplanted New York Knicks fans living in Atlanta or New York Knicks fans getting on a plane, buying up tickets, and drowning out our home fans. Because Lord knows that didn't happen in Madison Square Garden. It did not even come close to having that happen in Madison Square Garden. If anything, having Trae Young being like this, feeling that venom, feeling that from New York fans. If I'm an Atlanta Hawks fan, I'm saying, I don't care what I got to pay. I'm going to make sure that Knicks fans do not drown out my guy. That's the last thing you need if you're an Atlanta Hawks fan, that you walk into a building, you're ready for a playoff game at home. You haven't seen a playoff game in a long, long time. And then the announcer goes, and ladies and gentlemen, it's starting line for the New York Knicks. Ah! Ah! And that's all you hear. And now you're Atlanta Hawks. Rah, rah, rah. You can't have that. Maybe by having Trae Young like this, being that kind of fast talker, and yeah, I cleaned it up, being that kind of moxie, that kind of superstar-ness about him that I believe he's going to have. If you're a Hawks fan, don't let Knicks fans drown you out. Don't allow Knicks fans to own your building. You've had that happen way too many times. That doesn't happen in Dallas anymore, Luka Doncic. If you're a Hawks fan, make sure that does not happen tomorrow night in Game 3 when you're playing at home against the New York Knicks. And that's why Straight Talk Wireless, no contract, no compromise. Freddie Coleman on Freddie and Fitzsimmons, presented by Progressive Insurance. Speaking of the Atlanta Falcons, Julio Jones out of Atlanta, maybe on his way to the San Francisco 49ers. This is ESPN Radio.
Coming up Friday, we're looking ahead to a huge night in the NBA playoffs as Kyrie, yes, Burning Sage, is back in Boston, and the Clippers are in a must-win situation. Friday morning, Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin on ESPN Radio.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Friday on Bart and Hahn, we'll break down Game 3. In the ATL, shorty, can the Knicks regain home court advantage? We'll discuss that and all things NBA at 12 o'clock on Bart and Hahn on ESPN Radio and ESPN+.
The nation's greatest softball players return to the Women's College World Series in Oklahoma City.
This is the party that every player wants to be at.
It's a vibe.
Where legends live.
The NCAA Women's College World Series, presented by Capital One, begins Thursday, June 3rd on ESPN, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
The NBA playoffs continue.
3 by LeBron, good! And that could be it!
The drama.
The tanking that they did flabbergasted me. Gutless approach to the playoffs.
The passion.
Enough of this 4 for 22 shooting. You Jimmy Butler. Enough's enough.
The unforgettable moments.
Top and running the floor, slams it down as they erupt at the Garden.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
Let's begin. I want you to help me tell them who I am.
Now,
What was your name? Cruella.
the motion picture event starring the Queen of Mean, Cruella DeVille,
She stole my dogs. I like to make an impact.
arrives.
Don't worry. There's lots more bad things coming. I promise.
Disney's Cruella, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. Watch it now or order it on Disney Plus with Premier Access. Additional fee required.
We're back on Friday, and the Lake Show is back at Staples. So we'll tell you why they're about to take over their first-round series with the Suns. Friday morning, Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin on ESPN Radio.
Welcome to Gut Check Time, where it doesn't matter if you've already done it or if you're just getting started. Because it's either get one step closer to trophy time or just time to go home. Only time will tell.
It's playoff time. Nets Celtics Game 3 at 8:30 Eastern tomorrow on ABC, presented by Mountain Dew.
Coming up on the Max Kellerman Show, I'll look back on a pivotal Game 3 between the Lakers and the Suns. Check it out, the Max Kellerman Show, weekdays 2 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN+.
Coming up Friday, can the Suns shock the world in the Lakers' first postseason home game since 2013? Yeah, that's a real thing. Coming up Friday, Janae Angolo Jr. at 4 Eastern here on ESPN Radio and ESPN+.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Doug Brown. The Milwaukee Bucks take a 3-0 series lead against the Heat tonight with a dominant 113-84 win in Miami. Chris Middleton with 22 points. Giannis Antetokounmpo with 17 points and 17 boards for Milwaukee. Just underway, mid-first quarter, the Lakers lead the Suns 17-16. That series tied at 1. Also tied at 1, the Nuggets and Trailblazers. They're tipping Game 3 shortly in Portland. In the Stanley Cup playoffs tonight, the Canadiens saw the Maple Leafs come back from 3-0 down to force overtime, but just 59 seconds into OT, Montreal gets the game winner from Nick Suzuki, 4-3 the final. Toronto still leads the series 3-2. After one period in Nashville, the Hurricanes and Predators are tied at 1. Carolina looking for the clincher in Game 6. ESPN's Diana Rossini reports the Falcons have heard several offers for wideout Julio Jones, including an offer of a first-round pick. ESPN's Chris Canty says the Ravens should make a strong pitch for Jones.
I feel like they're Julio Jones away from being in the AFC Championship game. Listen, if you want to get to the Super Bowl in that conference, you're going to have to go through the Kansas City Chiefs, and that offense is going to have a hard time being able to keep pace with the Chiefs if they don't become more explosive in their passing attack.
Chris Canty on Get Up. Jones asked to be traded back in March. Tiger Woods tells Golf Digest his current rehab has been more painful than anything he's experienced. He didn't answer a question about whether he'd play golf again.
We're back on Friday, and the Lake Show is back at Staples. So we'll tell you why they're about to take over their first-round series with the Suns. Friday morning, Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin on ESPN Radio.
Freddie Coleman on Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80. Keep hitting me up on Twitter, getting a lot of reaction when it comes to NBA playoff games, especially that one series that has got a lot of people's attention, a 1-1 series involving the Atlanta Hawks and the New York Knicks. Game 3 tomorrow night, 7 o'clock Eastern time on TNT. I said on ESPN. Indy Chick hit me on Twitter, Coleman ESPN, saying, I just got in the car in time to hear you mention the comparison of the New York Knicks fan hatred of Reggie Miller and Trae Young, and you're 100%, Freddie. That is not even close, but it has potential. And if it does, Indy Chick, it is going to have the NBA going, yes, indeedy, yes, indeedy. Chain Gang says, bring on that fraud. I got my New York Knicks in 5. Already the fraud talk with Trae Young. My man, Chain Gang, Trae Young may be a lot of things, but a fraud, not so much. Keep weighing in on Twitter. Love to see what you have to say at Coleman ESPN. Staying in Atlanta, maybe it's just me, or probably not, but why do I get the sense with the Atlanta Falcons about to trade Julio Jones, and don't be surprised if that happens the day after Memorial Day, which will be June 1st, which will be on Tuesday after the holiday weekend. Why do I get the sense that potentially Julio Jones could be on his way from the Atlanta Falcons to the San Francisco 49ers? Especially when Diana Rossini, ESPN NFL reporter, put out that the Falcons have gotten a first-round trade offer for Julio Jones, and I didn't think that was possible. And then I heard Dan Graziano, ESPN NFL insider, say,
you look at teams that could afford him cap-wise and might have a chance to be contending teams this year. The Patriots could do it. You look at Baltimore is kind of close, but not quite there. They would probably have to clear some room. The Chargers could bring him in. So there are some teams that definitely could do it. Some of the ones that have been thrown around, like the Titans and the Chiefs, those are teams that are a little bit tighter to the cap that would have to probably make some significant moves to fit him in. His cap number for the acquiring team would be $15.3 million. He's got fully guaranteed salary of that much this year. So for a player of that caliber, not too bad, but there are some teams that would have to do some juggling.
And one of those teams would not be the San Francisco 49ers. Cap space, check. Running game and offensive line, a quarterback, whether it's Jimmy Garoppolo this year or the future next year, with Trey Lance taking snaps from Jimmy Garoppolo at a certain point, and you go to a football team where you don't have to do everything. You have a chance to be around an organization where you're playing on grass all the time. It's going to be easier on your knees as a 32-year-old wide receiver. And I'm thinking, the San Francisco 49ers have all the check boxes. And that's nothing against the Patriots. The Patriots should be all in on Julio Jones. The Tennessee Titans, they should be all in on Julio Jones, but the Titans are up against them when it comes to money. And how many times have I said, if you follow the money, it answers a lot of questions. It solves a lot of problems, especially in the National Football League. But you look at a 49ers team, they were beat up from the feet up last year, and they still played hard. And now you got a guy in Kyle Shanahan who brings some memory to my memory. When the Falcons got to the Super Bowl that year and blew a 20-3 lead, who was the offensive coordinator of the Atlanta Falcons that year? Oh, that's right. It was Kyle Shanahan. Who's the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers right now? Oh, that's right. It's Kyle Shanahan. Julio Jones would love nothing better to be reunited with that guy where he had a lot of his best years when Kyle Shanahan was the offense coordinator. And the one thing that the Atlanta Falcons have done that has made a lot of sense, they have stopped limiting themselves because for the longest time they put it out there through reports. If we trade Julio Jones, if we have to move on from one of the great players in the history of this organization, we're not going to trade him to any team in the NFC. And I said, that is just flat out ridiculous. Why are you limiting the trading pool just because you're afraid that if he goes to an NFC team, that it's going to blow up in your face? The Falcons are not going to be a winning organization for a couple of years. And by that time, guess who's going to be a couple of years older? It's going to be Julio Jones. If you can get a first-round pick from him and the 49ers would not mind parting with a first-round pick for that guy, you make that deal every day of the week. You help yourself out for the future, and guess who helps themselves out right now with a guy that still has a lot of juice left when it comes to Julio Jones? Yeah, the Patriots need him. The Titans need him. But the one team that could get him with a lot more check boxes on their side could be the San Francisco 49ers. He would be a perfect fit for what they're trying to do and what they're hoping to do. And if it happens, you can tell a friend that Freddie Coleman sent you. It'll be my pleasure and my honor. Thanks for joining me, Freddie Coleman, on Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80, brought to you by Goodyear, helping you discover the road ahead. Goodyear, more driven. Here's something else when it comes to whatever trade partner is going to be there for Julio Jones, because there's still that guy named Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay in that situation. We don't know when that resolution is going to happen. Green Bay could possibly be in the market for Julio Jones if they want to. They're not going to part with the first-round pick. If somebody does that, they're going to be completely out of the running. But play along with me. What if the Green Bay Packers make that trade? They're able to swing that trade, and they bring in Julio Jones. How much of that could really be part of the thawing out process between them and Aaron Rodgers? I know what we heard earlier this week from Aaron Rodgers. He let it be known that I love the team in terms of the players. I love Jordan Love as my backup quarterback. I love the fans. I love the water boy. I love the ice cream salesman. I love the guys that deliver the vending machines. He didn't mention anybody named a general manager or anybody that is part of the hierarchy when it comes to the Green Bay Packers. But what if the Packers go out there and they get Julio Jones? And now you got Julio Jones, Devontae Adams, that offensive line that's more than pretty good, that running game that's a perfect complement to Aaron Rodgers. All of a sudden, Aaron Rodgers is not going to be as salty, or at least he shouldn't be, because now he won't have the, well, they're not doing anything to help me routine that he has put out there to great effect, even though that's 100% not true. The Packers have helped him. Maybe not to his liking, but we're not talking about the Aaron Rodgers Green Bay offense being in the low 20s in the National Football League. They're a top 5 offense. He won the MVP last year with a top 5 offense. So Green Bay has done more than enough. Aaron Rodgers just wants something different. He wants to be heard. He wants to be included. And that is something the Green Bay Packers should do. So can you imagine the Green Bay Packers call Aaron Rodgers, or if they can finally get in touch with him wherever he's on vacation and say, hey, Aaron, we got a deal in place for Julio Jones. Man, that's the guy that you're going to need with you and Devontae Adams and our running game. What do you think of that? Then Aaron Rodgers can't use that narrative anymore. All of a sudden, he'll look and say, man, I was heard. I was moaning and groaning and screeching, but I was heard. I wanted somebody else, and that's exactly what happened. If the Packers swing that deal in a loaded NFC, that could be the difference from a team getting to an NFC championship game and not winning it to an NFC championship game and winning it and getting to a Super Bowl. Aaron Rodgers loves a lot of things. Aaron Rodgers loves a lot of Aaron Rodgers. But he wants this. He wants to have one more Super Bowl ring than Brett Favre. He does not want to be on that same line with Brett Favre. He gets one more championship, then people can say whatever they want, whether he was better than Brett Favre or Brett Favre was better than him. Aaron Rodgers can say, you can say whatever you want, but I got 2 to his 1. And the Green Bay Packers can help that out. Keep an eye on that. I just have a hunch that Julio Jones could wind up in San Francisco, But I also believe that the Green Bay Packers may be kicking the tires on that if that's another reason to convince Aaron Rodgers that he's not going to get it any better than what he has in Green Bay when it comes to that organization right now. Updating you on the 2 NBA games and the playoff games going on right now. Well, the one has not tipped off yet between Denver and Portland. That's going to happen in about 5 minutes. But at the end of the first quarter, the Phoenix Suns and Los Angeles Lakers, they're going to need an MMA referee if this keeps up. You got guys going nose to nose. Hopefully people had a chance to have a tic-tac or brush their teeth. They're going to engage in that kind of behavior. Things have been chippy early, but it's been a pretty good game to start. Phoenix leading after the first quarter, 28-27. Chris Paul is playing in this game, having that shoulder problem. He has 4 points. Devin Booker has 9 points to lead the way for the Phoenix Suns. On the other side, Anthony Davis, he has 10 points. LeBron James has 5. But after the first quarter in a series that's tied at 1, Phoenix leads the Lakers by a count of 28-27. That game 3 happening right now. And Denver and Portland about to tip off in a couple of minutes in their game 3. That series also tied at 1. Milwaukee, they have a 3-0 lead over the Miami Heat. They put it on them tonight by a count of 113-84. Keep weighing in on Twitter. Love to see what you have to say. My handle at Coleman ESPN. I'm Freddie Coleman on Freddie and Fitzsimmons. Anytime a guest stops by to hang out with all of us and share their knowledge, they are here thanks to the Goodyear Hotline. The real and the fake. And I'm the one that has to choose between the two. You should all be afraid next on ESPN Radio.
We're back on Friday, and the Lake Show is back at Staples. So we'll tell you why they're about to take over their first-round series with the Suns. Friday morning, Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin on ESPN Radio.
Friday on Barton Hine, we'll break down Game 3. In the ATL, Shorty, can the Knicks regain home court advantage? We'll discuss that and all things NBA at 12 o'clock on Barton Hine on ESPN Radio and ESPN+.
Coming up Friday, can the Suns shock the world in the Lakers' first postseason home game since 2013? Yeah, that's a real thing. Coming up Friday, Janae Angolo Jr. at 4 Eastern here on ESPN Radio and ESPN+.
Welcome to Gut Check Time, where it doesn't matter if you've already done it or if you're just getting started.
They've got to figure out that fear.
Because it's either get one step closer to trophy time or just time to go home.
NBA championship on the line.
Only time will tell.
It's playoff time. Nets Celtics Game 3 at 8:30 Eastern tomorrow on ABC, presented by Mountain Dew.
This Saturday on Major League Baseball on ESPN Radio.
This one to right center. Did he do it again? Tatis has his 5th homer in his last 3 games.
Fernando Tatis Jr. and the San Diego Padres are right in the middle of a 10-game road trip that takes them to Houston, where they'll face Jose Altuve and the Astros. The Padres and Astros. Coverage begins Saturday at 3:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin.
Aaron Rodgers may be right, but to go and get rid of a guy who's a general manager to bring Aaron Rodgers back to make him happy, now Aaron Rodgers is put in a position where everybody's looking at him funny, side-eye. What if it doesn't work? Now, Aaron Rodgers, you're the bad guy. The best thing for me, I'm trying to get the most value I could possibly get for Aaron Rodgers, and I've now got to just move on.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin. Weekday mornings at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
The nation's greatest softball players return to the Women's College World Series in Oklahoma City.
This is the party that every player wants to be at.
It's a vibe.
Down the line and gone. It is on at a place where legends live.
The NCAA Women's College World Series, presented by Capital One, begins Thursday, June 3rd on ESPN, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
The NBA playoffs and KJZ.
He had 0 post-ups in game 1. 0 post-ups.
The best analysis.
So he is responding to the criticism.
Plenty of reaction.
About how soft he played in his style of play.
And don't miss what's coming up next.
When they play AD inside out, that's as good as this team can be.
The NBA playoffs in Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
Coleman on Freddie and Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80 presented by Progressive Insurance. Always glad to be with you. Always glad that you are here with me. Quick update on the 2 NBA playoff games going on right now, both in the Western Conference. Both of these series tied at 1. Phoenix and the Los Angeles Lakers. Lakers lead at 33-31 in the second quarter with 9:45 to play. Portland and Denver, their game 3 has tipped off. The Trail Blazers playing at home. They lead Denver 12-9, 8:30 to play in the first quarter. We'll keep an eye on both of those games until their conclusion right here on Freddie and Fitzsimmons. But when keeping it 100 really takes on a whole different meaning, courtesy of...
It's time for Freddie and Fitzsimmons to tell you what is real.
It's real! Oh my God, this whole thing is real!
And what is fake.
That whole thing, the whole production, it was all an act.
Fake.
We got my boy Jake Lennox, the pride of Indiana University. He'll throw the scenarios at me, and I'll make sure we know the difference between the real and the fake and keeping it 100. It's Jake's turn right here on ESPN Radio.
Thanks for that introduction. I definitely wear my alma mater on my sleeve, but let's get right into this. I hear a lot of this narrative of Giannis Antetokounmpo being a choker. I'm not sure if you heard about this.
Maybe.
But in this playoff, Giannis will be proof that narratives can in fact change, real or fake.
With him, it's going to be fake, and here's why. If the Bucks aren't able to win a championship and get out of the East, there are going to be plenty of anti-supporters of Giannis Antetokounmpo. They'll say, see, can't do it. Can't lead a team. He has the prerequisite team that they're going to make things very difficult on the Brooklyn Nets. And even if they beat the Brooklyn Nets in a series with the new Holy Trinity, when it comes to Kevin Durant, James Harden, and Kyrie Irving, there are going to be plenty of people who say, yeah, but. Giannis is only going to be able to win that perception if he's able to lead his team to a championship. If that doesn't happen, they're going to hold on to that narrative. I would love to say it's 100% real, but it's going to be fake unless he wins a championship. And if he doesn't, they will hold on to that and use that against him because they've been able to do that for more than a minute ever since he became a 2-time MVP.
Fair enough. You know how people are quick to jump to conclusions. It's either ship or choker. Everybody knows that.
Yes.
So on to the next one.
Well said.
Trae Young. You and I, both big Knicks fans, but Trae Young is the next Reggie Miller. Real or fake?
Oh, that's 100% fake. I've never loved comparing guys from different eras, period. I'm not going to say Trae Young is the next somebody. I'm glad he is the first Trae Young. Yeah, he has.
We'll have live play-by-play coverage of all the Paddlehead baseball games this season. Now, your Paddlehead pregame show.
I agree. Just because the Garden is not a big fan of two of the same people doesn't mean they're the same people. I think it's not that simple.
Oh, 100% real. I don't think there's any doubt about that. If anything, I think Luka Doncic has been a top 5 player since last year. And a lot of people tried to have arguments against that, but he keeps refuting those arguments all the time. He can make big shots down the stretch. He makes players better. I mean, look at Kristaps Porzingis. Kristaps Porzingis has been unbelievable, and a lot of that is because Luka Doncic and the way he's been able to play, and Kristaps Porzingis has been able to fly under the radar and be a perfect Robin to the Batman that has been Luka Doncic. And here's something else with Luka. He is definitely must-see TV. And I'm not just talking about for highlights. Anytime Luka's on television, I'm watching. I don't care if they're playing the Sacramento Kings. I don't care if they're playing the dregs of the NBA. If Luka's on TV,
Perfect game going through 2 pitches. All right. Retire this, burn this life. Yeah. Hello. He does it. First down, ball game.
Pepsi Cola of Missoula proudly supports youth athletics. Tune in to Nuanez Now this Tuesday at 4:30 p.m. for the youth sports segment brought to you by Pepsi Cola of Missoula. Each week, Coulter will be talking about local youth sports from grade school to high school. Soccer, basketball, fencing, tennis, swimming, you name the youth sport and he'll cover it. Tune in Tuesday at 4:30 to learn more. Sponsored by Pepsi Cola of Missoula. Pepsi Cola of Missoula proudly supports youth athletics.
If you're planning to hit the road this summer, now is the time to take your car and truck to Crawford's Automotive. Crawford's Auto on West Broadway does any work you need on any vehicle you have. To make sure you're running soundly, take it to Crawford's Automotive. Get your brakes checked or replaced at Crawford's and the job will be done right every time with Chase Crawford personally doing the work on your vehicle. Take your cars and trucks to someone you can trust for all your automotive needs. It's Crawford's Auto on West Broadway.
If you haven't stopped in at the Eagles Lodge lately, why not today? Ask your server about daily drink specials and enjoy brand new gaming machines. Lunch is served Monday through Friday from 11 to 2:30. Remember, Wednesdays and Thursdays, trivia starts at 7 o'clock. Karaoke is at 8. Proceeds enable the Eagles to make generous donations to local fundraisers and charities like CASA and Big Brothers and Sisters. Come on by today. Everyone's welcome at the Eagles Lodge in Missoula on South Avenue next to Rose Hours.
ESPN Radio for Western Montana, KKVU HD3 Stevensville, and 102.9 FM on K275BS Missoula. Away from your radio? Stream Paddlehead Baseball live on 1029ESPN.com. Now back to the ballpark.
They're lined up like this. We will start in the outfield. Tristan Carranza in left, Brandon Riley in center field. Along with Jared Akins in right, that's your outfield from left to right. Jay Hayes gets the start at third in game 2. Fisher back at short, Navigato at second base. First baseman is Zach Allman. And Dean Navarez back behind the dish. That's the defensive alignment. Will get you the batting order for the Paddleheads when they come to the plate in the bottom half of this inning. 0-1 from Bash is a swing and a foul back. Nothing in 2.
Mahogany continues to tear the cover off the ball. He's one of 5 players from Idaho Falls entered this evening hitting more than 500 or better. And now 4 hits for him tonight, so that gives him a team-leading 9 hits already this season. Quite a start.
Absolutely, and that Game 1 victory for Idaho Falls was a 14-0 win. There were 5 hitters in the order that had multiple hits. 3 of which had 3 hits in the game. Swinging a ground ball, second base side. Navigato sliding towards first base. He will make the throw to first. Runner moves up to second base on the play, but there are now 2 gone in the inning. Up next is Sam Little. Said that name quite a bit in that first game. Of course, had that big home run to start things off in the first inning. A moonshot into right center field over the 409 sign. Had a couple of big home runs in that first game.
Webb Little, in fact, Sam's twin brother was the one who had the 2-run home run. This is Sam, his twin. I got confused earlier as well. When Sam scored in the first game, I thought it was Webb, but they are identical twin brothers from upstate New York. And both of them hit the ball really well in Game 1. It appears that Webb is not in the lineup, at least early on here for Idaho Falls in Game 2.
Well, that'll make our job a little bit easier. Don't have to keep two littles apart. Because you're right, if you look at their game notes from the Chuckers, they are almost identical. Even in stature-wise as well. Height-wise, they're both around 6 feet tall, pretty skinny guys. 1-1 pitch is a slow roller towards Bash on the mound. This one shouldn't hurt. Throws to Allman at first, who touches the bag, and that is out, number 3. So 1 hit, 1 man left after 1.5 inning. No score. Good start for the Paddleheads as they look to take game 2 and even up this doubleheader. Back after this on ESPN Missoula 102.9 and SWX Montana.
The sun is setting later and the weather is getting warmer. What sounds better than sharing a bottle of wine or beer with friends in the backyard? Why not both? Worden's Market has an amazing selection of wine, beer, cheese, cured meats, and more to power your good times finally reconnecting after what has been a long pause for all of us. While you're there, choose from a selection of gourmet entree and salad choices to make an evening of it. Located at the corner of Higgins and Spruce, Worden's Market, Missoula's oldest grocery store.
The trained soldiers of the Army National Guard are a new generation of leaders called to serve and make a difference. Do you want to make a difference? During our Hiring Days event, May 10th to June 14th, we're hiring highly motivated candidates for part-time careers in the Army National Guard. You can work or attend college full-time while you earn a paycheck and great benefits. Learn more about serving part-time in the Army National Guard at nationalguard.com/hiring days.
Sponsored by the Montana Army National Guard. Aired by the Montana Broadcasters Association and this station.
Hey, hon, what you doing with your phone? Taking pictures?
No, I'm asking it questions.
Like what?
Hey, Bobo, do flowers have best friends?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know that. Hey, follow me. I want to show you something. Look, flowers do have best friends.
Whoa.
Some answers can only be found in nature. Discover the unsearchable. Visit discovertheforest.org to find a trail near you. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
This is live play-by-play on 102.9 ESPN Missoula, your home of the Missoula Paddleheads.
Light evening as the sun kind of just starting to dip behind us here at the ballpark. Got the fire pits going. Good night for baseball as the Paddleheads come to the plate in the bottom half of the first. Let's go ahead and take a look at their batting order. Tristan Carranza, haven't seen him in the leadoff spot. We'll lead things off here to start the bottom of the first. Brandon Riley has been the leadoff man in every other game thus far this season for Missoula. Riley hitting second, Luke Navigato third, Aaron Bond in cleanup spot, then Zach Almond, Jared Aikens sixth, Dean Navarez seventh, Jay Hayes eighth, and Clay Fisher bats ninth, all facing the right-hander Nick Floyd. Out of Earhart, Indiana, not the first pitch, Carranza sees, he laces one to left field. That's a base hit.
Change of uniform, change of mentality for the Paddleheads in this second game. Already a great start on the defensive side, just going 1-2-3 and getting out of it after giving up such an offensive onslaught to Idaho Falls in the opener. And now 1 pitch, 1 hit, 1 runner on base. Good start offensively for Missoula as well.
As Brandon Riley steps into the box, he does so with a runner on base. Carranza at first, pretty good speed. Pitch coming is a off-speed pitch taken down low for a ball. Taking a look at the defensive alignment for the Chuckers, Feinstein in left, DeBonville in center, and Little is in right. That's your outfield. Bronson Butcher at third base, Mungie at short, Gar at second, with Don at first, and Sanchez behind the plate doing the catching for the right-hander Floyd. 1-0 pitch is a swing and a soft line drive center field. DeBonville's got enough time to get to it, and he makes the catch in center for out number 1. Riley retired. Here comes Luke Navigato. Looking at the replay of that fly ball into center field on the TV side. Can of corn for DeBonville in center. Nick Floyd does have some professional experience, comes out of Ball State University. D1 level school there. Runner goes, Carranza headed towards second base, throw down to second, not in time. Stolen base for Tristan Carranza. I believe that is stolen base number 1 for him on the season.
Great.
Taking a look at the replay here, that stolen base. A little bit of a high throw that time. Carranza probably would have beat it either way. Had a good jump from first base, and right away, Missoula with a chance to get a run on the board. Runner in scoring position, 1 out. No score, bottom 1. 1-0 pitch on the way. Breaking ball does not get the call. Big curveball.
Aggressive mentality for the Paddleheads, a good thing here early in the second game. And you're right, Jeff, first stolen base of the season for Missoula as a club.
Mentioned Floyd does have some professional experience. He pitched in the American Association back in 2019. 2-0 pitch, fastball, gets the call, high strike, 2 balls and a strike. So Luke Navigato clarifies with the umpire after that pitch where that ball caught the zone. In 12 games with the Gary Railcats, the American Association, had a 4.94 ERA in his last professional experience, 23 2/3 innings pitched. Breaking ball, that one also finds the zone on the outside. Strike 2, 2 balls and 2 strikes. 30 hits allowed in 23 2/3 innings, 13 earned runs, only 6 walks, so it is a strike thrower, you would think. 18 strikeouts in those innings. 2-2 to Navigato. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a soft line drive. Tips off the glove of the first baseman into right field. Carranza stops at third. That will be a single for Navigato. Now we'll set it up for Bond, Aaron Bond. Don almost came up with that last one at first base. Off the bat, I thought he was going to come up with it.
International man of runs batted in. Ball. Aaron Bond.
Taking a look at the replay, and you can see on the TV side that almost came up with that one to Don at first base, just barely glanced off the glove. As Bond steps into the box. RBI opportunity for him in a scoreless game in the bottom of the first. Pitch on the way, good off-speed pitch there from Floyd, catching Bond way out in front.
Almost nothing went right for the Paddleheads in the first game. Credit to Idaho Falls for hitting the ball really well, taking advantage of all the opportunities provided, but Missoula also had a handful of errors, multiple walks that then turned into big rallies by the Chuckers, and they basically couldn't get a bounce. Every time they hit the ball on the screws, it seemed to be right at a Chuckers defender. Well, now they finally get one where they hit a ball hard and it goes off the edge of the glove of Idaho Falls first baseman Andrew Don. And we'll see if that can maybe spark a little bit of a rally, because there's been no rally offensively so far. 7 innings into this doubleheader for Missoula.
And Coulter mentioned it, change in wardrobe. Got a new look, it's a new outlook. It's almost like a new day. At least that's how these Paddleheads got to look at it. 0-2 in the dirt. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And of course, we've talked about Aaron Bond's playing with his last name and the James Bond thing. But I heard a new one from the public address announcer just now. He is the international man of RBIs. He's a spy that gets RBIs. That kind of has a ring to it.
I like that.
1-2. Swing and a miss. Off-speed pitch off the plate away, and Bond goes down swinging. Never really seemed to pick up that off-speed from Floyd in that at-bat, and goes down on strikes for out number 2. And now it will be left up to Almond. And Coulter, you mentioned in that first game about Almond has been struggling at the plate. What do you think it would mean for him to get a big RBI knock to kind of jumpstart his season?
That's exactly right. He needs something to spark him here a little bit. He is still searching for his first hit. You have to wonder, he is probably the most prominent guy on this team, maybe the most well-known and familiar to people that have followed previously the Osprey and now the Paddleheads, because he did have a stint here in Missoula. And you have to wonder if he's been feeling that pressure, but pressure situation here, they expect him to come up big in these situations. We'll see if he can.
Big swing and a miss at it. What looked like a curveball there from Floyd, and he must have just been fooled, because that pitch was right at the belt. And a good one to hit. Must have been looking for a fastball there, because that is definitely the type of pitch. If Allman got a good look at it, he could have hit that one to the next county. 2 outs, runners at the corners. No score, bottom 1. Floyd looking to get out of this jam. Paddleheads looking for their first lead of this 2-game doubleheader. Swinging a slow roller to the right of the mound. This one could be trouble. Guard charging, bare hands, throws to first, and they got him. Nice play by Gar on that bare-handed stop at second base. Keeps a run off the board, and the Paddleheads are turned away in this first inning. No score, headed to the top of the second on SWX Montana and ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM.
Excuse me, Missoula. We're dying to know, where in town has the best organic food selection? Or how about where's the best place to grab a beer? Best of Missoula voting has begun, and we want to know your favorites. Tell us about your favorite boutique, concert venue, fly shop, even your favorite radio station. We'll publish the results on July 28th in the Missoulian and host a free party just for you. July 29th at Downtown Tonight in Caras Park. Vote now through June 13th. Online at Missoulian.com. Brought to you by the Missoulian.
Hey, hon, what you doing with your phone? Taking pictures?
No, I'm asking it questions.
Like what?
Hey, Bobo, do flowers have best friends?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know that. Hey, follow me. I want to show you something. Look, flowers do have best friends.
Whoa.
Some answers can only be found in nature. Discover the unsearchable. Visit discovertheforest.org to find a trail near you. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
The trained soldiers of the Army National Guard are a new generation of leaders called to serve and make a difference. Do you want to make a difference? During our Hiring Days event, May 10th to June 14th, we're hiring highly motivated candidates for part-time careers in the Army National Guard. You can work or attend college full-time while you earn a paycheck and great benefits. Learn more about serving part-time in the Army National Guard at nationalguard.com/hiring days.
Sponsored by the Montana Army National Guard. Aired by the Montana Broadcasters Association and this station.
This is Missoula Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Radio.
Game on TV of snap. As Bash is back to work in a scoreless game here in the top of the second, leading things off will be Andrew Don. 1-0 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Off speed there from Bash. Scoreless frame, didn't see many of those. In game 1 of this doubleheader, again, it was a 14-0 victory for the Chuckers, if you're just tuning in. 1-1 pitch is off the plate, 2-1. Chuckers scored in every inning except for one. Included 3-run rally, a 5-run rally, and 3 long balls.
It was almost as if that Sam Little home run, Webb Little, excuse me, I continue to confuse the twin brothers for Idaho balls. They are so identical.
I'm guilty for that one too. So.
But after the Webb Little home run, that was almost as if it sort of shocked the Paddleheads, and they could never really get back on track. There was no real engagement from that moment on. They could never get anything going, no sort of rally whatsoever. Meanwhile, the Chuckers just continued to pour it on.
2-2 on the way. Swinging a high chopper towards short. Fisher has it on a good hop. Throws across the diamond to Allman covering first, and that is out number 1. Fisher very smooth at shortstop. Have been very impressed with the middle infield in general. Him and Navigato have looked like a very good combo as we take another look at the replay and or what looks like a pretty close play at first base. Didn't catch that on first glance, but hustling up the line and making it interesting.
Been several bang-bang plays at first base. The first base umpire is getting his money's worth tonight.
So Don retired for the first time. 0 for 1 in the game. Bash gets that all-important first out of an inning. Pitch on its way. Good one there, right at the knees. Strike 2. 0-2 the count. Nice sharp break. That one that dipped right at the knees on the inside part of the plate. Let's see if Bash can put him away. 0-2. Here's a pitch. Swing and a pop-up. Shallow left field. This one is going to be work, looks like, for Carranza, moves over and makes the play. Beg your pardon, that's Akins now playing left field. Carranza out there in the last game. Akins puts it away for out number 2.
Good start here for Andrew Bash. he seems to be settling in a little bit better. Taylor Bloy in the first game, he just really had a hard time ever finding the strike zone, and then as soon as he did, he started getting shelled, and it was just kind of a slippery slope after that.
As Brooks Benson steps into the box for the Chuckers. First pitch was a ball. 1-0 pitch also was out of the zone. 2-0. No score here in the top of the second inning. 2 gone. Nobody on base. Again, words were never spoken when the Chuckers came to the plate. I do not believe the Chuckers had a 1-2-3 inning through those 7 innings.
They did not. They had a runner reach base in each of the 7 innings.
2-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Out in front. One thing that Bash seems to be doing well so far is mixing his speeds and locations, keeping these hitters off balance. Pitch on the way is low. Count is 3-1. And looking back at how the season started for the Paddleheads, it was a dominant series victory over the Voyagers, 3-game sweep. And really, other than that first game, they really weren't challenged as the 3-1 pitch finds the zone. So you're talking about the adjustment of just getting beat right out of the chute. That was something that the Paddleheads really hadn't experienced so far in their first 4 games. Payoff pitch coming from Bash. Swing and a miss. Fastball blew it right by him. And that ends the top half of the second. Good start for Bash. 2 scoreless frames. Headed to the bottom of the second. 0-0 on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM and SWX Montana.
Everybody knows that high school sports generate suspense, excitement, and drama.
They also generate higher grade point averages, stronger work habits, and greater self-esteem.
Everybody knows that high school sports give us more value for our entertainment dollar.
They also give us leaders committed to strengthening communities right here in Montana. The true value of playing sports in school can't be measured in wins and losses or dollars and cents. Studies show that participation in sports, along with other extracurricular activities, is one of the best ways to teach leadership, cooperation, accountability, and other invaluable life skills. Don't just stand on the sidelines. Encourage the young people you know to get in the game. When you do, you'll be helping them get ahead in life. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the Montana High School Association and the Montana Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Excuse me, Missoula. We're dying to know, where in town has the best organic food selection? Or how about where's the best place to grab a beer? Best of Missoula voting has begun, and we want to know your favorites.
Tell us about your favorite boutique, concert venue, fly shop, even your favorite radio station.
We'll publish the results on July 28th in the Missoulian and host a free party just for you. July 29th at Downtown Tonight in Caras Park. Vote now through June 13th. Online at Missoulian.com. Brought to you by the Missoulian.
This is Missoula Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Radio.
Jared Akins will get things started for Missoula. Had a couple of runners get on base, could not bring them home. But if you're the Paddleheads, you have to be excited about 2 scoreless innings. Already got more of those in the first 2 innings than you did in the whole game 1. As Jared Akins takes one outside for ball 1. Akins was the DH. Now out on field defensively in game 2. Carranza getting the DH nod in second game. Pitch to Akins, a high strike on the outside part of the plate. I don't think Akins liked the call. Count is even at 1-1. Floyd back to work in this inning. Pitch on the way. Big breaker swing and a high drive to right. This one's way back there, and it is gone. Akins, a laser shot to right field. His second home run of the year. And just like that, it's 1-0 Paddleheads.
2 solo shots. Besides Zach Ullman, I think that Akins is probably the guy that Missoula really needs to get his bat going. He's struggled a little bit. It is his second home run, but just his fourth hit of the season. Well, maybe that could get him going a little bit, and that was definitely the answer that Missoula needs. Now all of a sudden, Paddleheads in the lead.
We're looking at the replay, and Floyd knew it on the mound immediately when Akins hit that one. It was just a mistake from Floyd. It looks like a curveball that got way too much of the strike zone, and Akins did not miss it.
If they hang a curveball here to a left-handed hitter, he's got a pretty good shot to take that thing to the yard, because that's only 287 down the right field line, and all you got to do is just hit a decent fly ball down there, and that's going to be gone. That one, though, struck really well. That was probably almost up on the train tracks there in the right field over the right field fence here in Missoula.
Dean Navarez in the box now. Count now even at 1 after that last fastball missed high. Paddleheads got something that they never had in Game 1. That's a lead here in the second inning in Game 2. As that pitch misses low. Jay Hayes, who we did not see in Game 1, is in the on-deck circle for the Paddleheads. Navarez waiting on Floyd. Here's the pitch. Swing and a ball shot foul off the, looked like the face mask of Sanchez behind home plate. 2-2 count, no outs, nobody on base. Paddleheads have the 1-0 lead on the solo laser home run off the bat of Akins. And we got him a home run on the air this time. You may remember from opening night, it was one of the funny moments. You paused for station identification, and what happens? Of course, a home run. Swinging a slow roller towards Manji at first, throws across, and the throw pulled him off the bag at first. So Navarez is safe. Manji's throw was wide of the bag. Don tried to keep that back foot on the base, but could not do so. We'll see how that is scored.
That's got to be an error. That was not a particularly hard play. Should be a routine play for a pro baseball player.
And indeed, it will be an error. Scoring at home, that will be an E6. And it was a good effort from Don, the first baseman, looking at it at the replay. It looks like he almost had it there for a split second, but right at the last moment, that back foot just couldn't quite stay on the bag. Another base runner for the Paddleheads, setting it up for Jay Hayes. Pitch to him. Fastball left up high. 1 ball, no strikes. Lead is 1 for the Paddleheads in the bottom of the second inning. One and 0 count. Hayes waits. Pitch on the way. Swinging and a foul off to the right. Count, a ball and a strike. Game already has a much different feel to it than Game 1. Of course, Idaho Falls came out firing. 14-0 win. Paddleheads leading already 1-0. As Hayes spoils one foul off to the right. Might be a play for the folks on the party deck down the right field line.
You had to wonder what Michael Schlack said to the Paddleheads in between games. I bet you it was either pretty fiery or maybe nothing at all. This, boys, put that one behind us and let's get started again. But the Paddleheads definitely playing with renewed vigor and effort here. The first game was just such an anomaly in terms of the fact that the Paddleheads kind of just got shocked, and then all of a sudden they look up at the scoreboard and they're going into their second at bat and it's 7-0 already. Like you said, they have not dealt with that so far this season, so a learning moment for a team.
Long season, a lot of time to learn different things as Hayes stays away from that fastball up above the belt, evens the count at 2.
That is the beauty of baseball, too. You lose 14-0, and it's just one game. It counts all the same as the other ones, and just put it in the rear view because you got almost 90 more games left to play.
Fisher waits on deck for the Paddleheads, who lead 1-0 in the bottom of the second inning. Navarez off of first. There's the swing and a double play ball towards Manji at short. Flips to second. That's 1. On to first. 2 double play.
Great turn there by Idaho Falls second baseman Jordan Garr.
Manji, Garr, Don. 6-4-3 goes that double play. As here comes Fisher into the box. just like that. What looked, after the home run, one run on the board and then another runner reaching. Looked to be maybe a promising inning, but big double play ball there to limit the damage as Fisher squares to bunt, and that's a strike. Not sure if Fisher tipped that into the glove of Sanchez or if the umpire just indicated that he went after that one. Not a bad idea. Trying to lay down a bunt, sneak on base with a hit. 0-1 pitch. Fastball misses high, 1-1. And Fisher mentioned how he was very good defensively. Just one of those players seems like is just fundamentally sound at the game of baseball in general. Another good guy in the clubhouse as well. Pitch on the way, swing and a foul. It's kind of interesting. The clubhouse of the Paddleheads is got guys that are very colorful. They have a lot of personality, guys like Kita De La Cruz. Then they have the even keel guys like Fisher and Workington, who are very chill, laid back.
The dynamic of a clubhouse is always fun to be a part of and to observe, to be sure. I'm so interested to spend some time with these guys since so many of these guys are so much older than they usually are. Usually, Missoula's minor league baseball team is made up of guys that are teenagers or barely not teenagers, guys between 19 and 21 years old. But you look at this roster, and the majority of these guys are 24 all the way up to as old as 30.
Fisher behind 1-2. Paddleheads have the 1-0 lead in the bottom of the second. Here it comes. Breaking ball fouled off to the right. As we get a little bit of a glimpse on television feed of the nice backdrop we have for this ball game. Look at the clouds in the background, the kind of cool colors. I mean, how can you beat this?
You've called minor league baseball games around the country. This has got to be one of the best venues you've had a chance to call.
Oh, absolutely.
Games, right?
I mean, the mountain backdrop, you can't beat it. One similar one I can think of was in Sonoma at Arnold Field, as there's a swing and a high fly ball in the park. DeBonville moving over into the right, and he's actually going to give way to Little, who makes the catch. The right fielder and right center. That will be the end of the inning, but not before. Aikens gets the Paddleheads on the board on this solo home run to right field. Score now 1-0 on ESPN Missoula 102.9 and SWX.
High school sports are as American as apple pie. And going to a game or meet is a chance to see the stars of tomorrow shine today. But as anybody who's ever attended a high school sporting event in Montana knows, you can't have the stars without the stripes. High schools are currently looking for new officials in almost every sport. Who looks good in stripes? Anybody looking for a way to stay connected to a sport they love. If you like the idea of giving back to your community while earning a few extra bucks, chances are you'd look good in stripes too. We want to hear from you. We need to hear from you. No officials means no games. No stripes means no stars. And what kind of America would that be? Montana needs more high school officials. Go to highschoolofficials.com to sign up or learn more. That's highschoolofficials.com.
Every 65 seconds, someone is affected with Alzheimer's or other dementias. Many become isolated at a time when help is most needed. If you or someone you love is affected, help is available, both for people with memory loss and their caregivers. Memory loss can feel frightening, but you are not alone. Call the free 24/7 Alzheimer's Association helpline, 800-272-3900, for guidance and support. Brought to you by the Montana Department of Public Health and Human Services.
Back to live local play-by-play on 102.9 ESPN Missoula.
We have a check swing and a ball hit right back to Bash on the mound. And just like that, Bronson Butcher didn't even have a chance to introduce his name, and he's retired for out number one.
You gotta love that if you're a pitcher. That's the second out in just the 7 outs that have been recorded by the Paddleheads so far tonight, in which Bash got it out after just one pitch. That's about as good as it's going to get if you're a pitcher. That's what you want to see early and often.
Next up is Jordan Garr, the number 9 batter in the order for the Chuckers, as Bash delivers a fastball and misses up high for ball 1. Bash pitching with the lead for the first time. Paddleheads lead 1-0 here in the top of the third. 1-0 pitch is low and outside for ball 2. Always important to try to get that shutdown inning for pitcher to keep that momentum in the dugout after the solo shot by Akins in the bottom half of the last half inning. Swinging a ground ball. Good bounce there to the third baseman Hayes, who throws a bit high to Allman, but he's got it at first. 2 gone.
Good patience there. You don't want to overthrow that one because when you have a good arm like Hayes right here, you don't want to throw that thing in the dugout. He almost did. But he takes his time, trusts his arm strength, and another out. Good start here for Andrew Bash and the Paddleheads.
2 out in the inning. There's a strike on the outside part of the plate. As we're back to the top of the order now with Thomas DeBonville. 0-1 pitch on its way. Breaking ball fouled off to the right. Maybe playable going down the line as it maybe makes its way to fair territory. Leaping attempt and a catch made by Bond in foul territory. Up against the wall. What a great play by Aaron Bond.
Great athleticism there by Aaron Bond. Missoula's right fielder ran all over the park as much as anybody in game number 1, but now he makes a highlight reel play here.
So we see the replay on TV and makes the play. And as we saw in the replay, that one might have gotten off the wall and they missed it.
And Idaho Falls manager now is out and he is not happy.
Going to break, inning over on ESPN Missoula on 102.9 and SWX Montana. 1-0 ball game.
Twisted Tea is the original hard iced tea made with real brewed tea and a twist of natural lemon flavor. Twisted Tea's refreshingly smooth taste is perfect for any occasion. Non-carbonated, naturally sweet, and 5% ABV. It's the ultimate refreshment because it tastes just like iced tea, not your grandma's iced tea unless she spikes it with 5% alcohol. It's more than just a hard iced tea. It's a whole new attitude. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted. Please enjoy responsibly. For more information on Twisted Tea, including where to find tea near you, visit twistedtea.com.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing, but not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. This breaks my heart, and it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and gives it to families in need. To help, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling on it.
The dad joke. Corny, groan-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
What did the buffalo say when he dropped his son off for school? Bye, son.
So take a moment to make your kid laugh, because dad jokes rule. Make your kid laugh today. Go to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
We now return to Paddlehead Play-by-Play on ESPN Radio.
Against the wall in foul territory down the right field line, and it sure looked like that ball actually hit off the wall, and the Paddleheads caught a break there. It should have been a foul ball, and the at-bat should have continued, but it was recorded as an out, and we move on to the third inning.
Certainly hit the wall. I think it was indisputable that it hit the wall. Bond was actually the one that sold it the least. Multiple of the Paddleheads infielders, they sold that thing right away. I think that actually influenced the umpire. All the first, second, and third basemen all came running off the field right away and really helped sell that thing. So Idaho Falls not happy about the call, but finally a break for Missoula.
Carranza will lead off this inning. 2, 3, 4 spots due up in the bottom of the third. And he takes up high. First pitch, 1-0. We talked about him multiple times. Seemed like Paddlehead's not getting any breaks, but already a couple breaks here in game 2. Amazing what change of wardrobe can do. Pitch on the way, 1-0 was fouled back. And of course we know, maybe you don't if you're new to the game of baseball. Baseball players are very, very superstitious at times. So I would think after that game 1, it'll be quite a while before we see those tie-dye unis again.
I was just thinking that exact same thing. Those guys are probably going to say, hey, if next time they ask them to put them on, they might say, hey, we don't want to do that yet. Let's wear our home whites instead.
1-1 pitch misses down. Paddleheads back in their regular home uniforms for game 2 with the green pinstripes, green numbers, and orange trim. Idaho Falls staying in their road red uniforms with gray numbering and black trim. 2-1 pitch as a ball skied into center field, backpedaling, and coming up with it in center field is DeBonville for out number 1. Thought for a second maybe off the bat that one was going to be trouble, as looked to be pretty hard hit, but DeBonville able to track it down for out number 1. Carranza retired for the first time, singled in his first at-bat. That brings Brandon Riley to the plate. I said 2, 3, 4 spots due up, beg your pardon. Actually 1, 2, 3 is Carranza leading things off. Not used to seeing him in the number 1 spot in the order. Used to seeing this man at number 1, Brandon Riley, who was hitting 2 in game 2 of this doubleheader. First pitch, ball that apparently misses low, 1-0.
Paddleheads threw their lineup a full two and almost a third innings sooner than they did in the opening game of this doubleheader.
Chuckers cruised in game 1. It was a 14-0 win for them. Off-speed strike on the outside. Changeup. Good pitch there from Floyd, taking a little bit off there. Count even at 1. Lead is 1 for the Paddleheads here in the bottom of the third. 1-0 the score. Waiting on it is Riley from the left side. 1-1 on the way. Swinging a foul straight back. Fastball in the inner half of the plate. Count 2 balls and a strike. Got to look at on the television side, Bobby Brown, one of the assistant coaches in the third base coach's box. Looks like he had a new mustache going. I like it.
Gotta love the baseball mustache.
Almost kind of like handlebar, maybe going for like a Montana Cowboy type look. 1-2 pitch, off the plate and low.
It is almost rodeo season. You're a Cali boy. Have you ever been to a rodeo?
I lived on the High Line for 2 years.
Of course you have. If you're living in Havre, that's the number 1 show in town.
Oh yeah, the summertime. The MSU Northern always puts on a great rodeo over the summer, kind of in the late part of the summer. 2-2 pitch, check swing. Did he go? They're going to appeal to third. No swing. Makes the count 3-2. One rodeo I've heard is really cool. Also, that's relatively close to the folks here in Missoula, out north and east and here out in Lincoln. I've heard that's a really fun rodeo, the Ring of Fire. Yeah, that's a cool one.
Lincoln's a great one. The Augusta Rodeo is a good one. Helmville is a great one as well. Rodeos in Montana, man, in the summer are pretty hard to beat.
As Riley hits one on a line to left field, but Feinstein is there. Had that one played defensively perfectly, makes the catch. Didn't have to hardly move a step to record the out there, and there are 2 gone.
On my daily radio show, Nuanez Now, we were talking about athletes who represent the pride of Montana. In other words, that everybody in Montana likes. And it's obviously interesting when you think about the college athletes in the state, because many people love them and many people root against them because the rivalry between Montana and Montana State is so fierce. But of course, we had to name a couple of the great rodeo cowboys from Montana among the guys that maybe encompass the pride of Montana, because Jess Lockwood, a multiple-time bull riding world champion, is certainly among the best athletes going in the state of Montana, or anywhere in the country for that matter.
Navigato in the box, skies one into left field. Going to be more work for Feinstein, coming in on it and makes the catch in shallow left field, and that will retire the side here in the third inning. Top of the fourth, 1-0 is the lead for the Paddleheads on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM and M and SWX.
Giving back to the community is job one at the Eagles Lodge. Your friends at the Eagles want to sincerely thank Missoula for your continued support. When you stop by for lunch or dinner, or you're meeting friends to play trivia or sing karaoke, proceeds enable the Eagles Lodge to make generous donations to local fundraisers and charities like CASA and Big Brothers and Sisters. Come on by today. Everyone is welcome at the Eagles Lodge in Missoula on South Avenue right next to Rosars.
We're in this together, and we will get through this together. The vaccines are tested effective and needed.
Welcome to the clinic with Charm.
Get your COVID-19 vaccine so we can do this. And this. And this.
We are now boarding flight.
Together again, because we got through it together.
This message sponsored by the Helmsley Charitable Trust, aired with the Montana Broadcasters Association and this station.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Away from your radio? Stream Paddlehead Baseball live on 1029ESPN.com. Now back to the ballpark.
Check out some fans having some fun in the crowd. Got the fire pits going. Got Red Solo Cup playing through the ballpark. Feels like summer in Big Sky country. Hasn't really felt like it the last couple weeks. Had some snow in the area, rain, a couple of rainouts start this season, but temperatures hanging around in the 70s today and pretty comfortable tonight as well, as Bash begins this inning with a strike to Manji, who bluffed a bunt. Count is 0-1.
Good job by Bash staying ahead in counts here in this second game. That was the biggest struggle of the Paddleheads. That's how they fell behind the 8 ball so much. Just the inability to throw strikes early in the game in the opener in that 14-0 loss to Idaho Falls.
And you got to give credit to the Chuckers as well, who took advantage of having count leverage so often. Their approach was, you talked about it a couple times, it was very aggressive. They're up there hacking. Early in the counts, late in counts, it didn't matter. They were just putting the ball in play and hitting it all over the field. But Bash so far has been in control. Definitely throwing a lot of strikes. 0-2 pitch, and there's another one there. Swing and a miss. Pitch off the plate away. Bash fools him. Strikeout of Manji. That's his second strikeout of the night.
He crossed Manji up for sure, not expecting the off-speed pitch. We mentioned the controversial call at the end of the last inning of the ball clearly hitting the wall and then still being called an out when Bond was able to secure it, Missoula Paddlehead's right fielder. But maybe that's the baseball gods talking and giving a little retribution, because it's easy to forget. In the first game, the Chuckers got a guy on base through a phantom hit by pitch. And so missed calls on both sides and perhaps equally impactful.
Ball shot down the right field line. This one's going to get off the wall in right field, and going into second and stopping there is Feinstein, as he just keeps hitting the ball well. That's a one-out double, and the first sign of life offensively for the Chuckers. Sam Little into the box now. All of a sudden, the Chuckers have a chance to tie the game as we take a look at this replay. Pretty hard hit ball about halfway up that big wall in right field. Thought for a second that ball was hit so hard that he was going to be held to a single because it got to the wall so fast. And with it being a short porch in right, that's something you got to think about, especially with Bond's arm in right field. He's got a good one.
He lost his footing, though, and I think that was the reason that he was able to turn a single into a double. He tried to gather himself, and you could see him sort of slip on the dirt that's right there below the right field fence here at Allegiance Field, Ogren Park.
First pitch was a strike on the foul. Last pitch missed high. Count is even at 1. Paddleheads have the lead, but runner is in scoring position at second base with one out in this 1-0 ball game in the fourth. Bash looks at second base a couple of times, comes home with it, and there is a ball down low. Some reason asking for an appeal there. Didn't look to be that close. One out in this inning. Big hitter here for both clubs. Pitch to Sam Little, swinging a foul back. Little is 0 for 1 in the ball game. Hit a comebacker back to Bash to end the first inning. 2-2 count. Bash slowing things down just a little bit here in this at-bat to Little. Looking around the Pioneer League at some other scores. Billings Mustangs leading the Rocky Mountain Vibes 9-4. As that pitch misses down and in 2-2. Now is a full count. Ogden Raptors all over Great Falls. 16-4 the score there. That game in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Grand Junction and the Boise Hawks, they're in the bottom of the 6th. 8-6 the lead for Grand Junction. Payoff pitch, swinging another foul.
Some unbelievably high offensive outputs so far early on here in the Pioneer League. We saw 14 runs here from Idaho Falls earlier today. I know Idaho Falls, that wasn't even their season high. 17 runs in a game earlier this year. I mean, you just mentioned another 16-run total there in another game in the Pioneer League right now. So offense, no shortage of offense so far early in the summer here for the Pioneer League.
As that pitch on the inside swing and a miss, strike 3, and a huge strikeout for Bash to get that second out of this half inning. Makes it just all that much tougher now for the Chuckers to get a run home in this one-run ball game in the top half of the 4th. Paddleheads clinging to a 1-run lead.
Sam Little was not happy about that call either. He was talking to the home plate umpire all the way back to the dugout.
Pitch to Bash, from Bash rather, is a swinging strike on a pitch off the plate to Andrew Don at first base in Game 2. What a contrast from Game 1 to Game 2 we've had. Chuckers, of course, winning 14-0 in Game 1. This one 1-0 here in the top of the 4th. Paddleheads leading. 0-1 pitch. Fastball just outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Series finale will be tomorrow. We'll be back on TV and radio for that game. First pitch at 7:05. 1-1. Bash, here he comes. Pitch misses low. 2 balls and a strike. Pre-game on the radio side will start at 6:45 with television coming in at 7 o'clock on ESPN Missoula 102.9 and here on SWX as well. Then the Paddleheads are hitting the road for the first time this season. 2-1 pitch. Breaking ball just high. 3 balls and a strike. First base is open, so a walk wouldn't be the end of the world here for Bash. Does not need to come in here 3-1. Interesting to see how he approaches this pitch with a runner in scoring position with 2 outs in this top half of the 4th. 3-1 pitch is upstairs, misses badly with that fastball. That's ball 4, puts a runner on. Don reaches for the first time in the game.
Bash just missed that. I mean, he was trying to get him to chase something, but just didn't quite finish the pitch. And like you said, first base was open, so not the end of the world. But only if the Paddleheads can get the final out here of this inning and not let this turn into a rally for the Chuckers.
Stepping in now is Ricardo Sanchez. First pitch misses high for a ball, 1-0. Coming into tonight, Sanchez hadn't seen too much action. Just 2 at-bats for appearing tonight. Is 0 for 1. Runners on at first and second, 2 gone in the top of the 4th. Bash working, pitch is in the zone that time. On the outer half at the knees, good spot from Bash. 33 strikes and 19 balls. Ball strike ratio in 3 2/3 innings of work. Looking to put another 0 on the board here in the 4th. 1-1 pitch, swinging and a miss. Sanchez can't catch up to that fastball. It's kind of a challenge that time. Belt high, here it is. Hit it, and Sanchez couldn't catch up with it. Way ahead in the count here, 1-2. Let's see what Bash decides to do. Time is called at home plate. Sanchez, I believe, called time. Not a real big guy for a catcher, hitting from the left side. Lead is 1 for the Paddleheads, 1-0 in the top of the 4th. Bash looking to get out of this inning unscathed after giving up the double to Feinstein as the 1-2 pitch just misses inside to the left-handed batting Sanchez. Evens the count at 2. That fastball did not miss by much. Bash looking for the 3rd strikeout of this inning. Both outs recorded were strikeouts. 2-2. Swing and a foul off to the left. Count remains even at 2. Brooks Benson would be next for the Chuckers if this inning continues. Benson, the number 7 hitter in the order for the Chuckers. Sanchez waiting, and now we will see time called again. Seems like Bash has really slowed down the tempo. In this at-bat especially, we've seen Sanchez step out of the box now twice in this at-bat. Count is 2-2. Here's the pitch. Swing and a line shot towards short and past Navigato, the second baseman. That's going to be a base hit. That single will bring home a run. And with 2 outs, Chuckers have tied the ball game. It's now a 1-1 game. And that a huge swing of the bat. Mentioned Sanchez, not a guy that had a lot of at-bats coming into the game today. Was actually 1 for 3 on the season. But that a huge hit there to tie the ball game. That will bring Michael Schlack out of the dugout to come have a word with Bash. No action going in the bullpen down the left field line for Missoula, so this just a little powwow on the mound. Looks like the entire infield will come in here, and we saw the Chuckers really get into things offensively, putting big innings together, and maybe that's part of the message here of, okay, they got 1, now let's not make it any more. Limit the damage, let's get back into the dugout with only 1 run coming in to score.
Hello, fans. How is a baseball team similar to a pancake? Well, of course, they both need a good
As Michael Schlack now making his way off the field after that relatively short visit, maybe going over defensive roles as well with runners on at the corners in this scenario with 2 outs. Game now tied though at 1. As Brooks Benson grabs the bat, the runner takes off. Navarez will throw to second, and not in time.
Good jump there by Navarez because that throw was right on the money. It was on a rope, great velocity, but he just beat the tag.
Sanchez with the stolen base, and I guess the heck with catcher's legs with him as he steals that one.
You mentioned the height. He's 5'7". This is fascinating. On Idaho Falls roster, they have 4 players under 5'8", including 2 under 5'6". Mongi at 5'5" has to be one of the shortest players in the league.
I can't think of a guy that's smaller than Mongi that I've. Granted, we've only seen Great Falls and now Idaho Falls, but
the dichotomy is interesting too with Missoula because Quita de la Cruz is 6'6". Bond is 6'5", so they have some of the taller players in the Pioneer League.
Benson fouls a pitch off to the right. He's well behind in the count, 0-2. 2 outs. Run comes in here for the Chuckers. They're in the top of the 4th. We have a tie game at 1-1. Benson is 0 for 1 in the game so far. Looking to get a hit here to give his team a lead. Pitch on the way is strike 3 called on the inside corner. Great pitch there, a backdoor breaking ball. Gets Benson looking, and we are going to the bottom of the 4th. Get one last look at the strikeout, headed into break on the TV side. You're listening and watching Paddleheads Baseball on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM and SWX Montana.
At the Montana Club, our goal is to create a menu of mouth-watering food with variety to satisfy any craving. From the garden-fresh ingredients in our salads to our succulent, perfectly grilled Montana Club Angus steaks, we take pride in every detail that goes into preparing your food. Top off your meal with a premium cocktail, wine, or microbrew. Come as you are and satisfy your craving with our home-style breakfast, lunch, and dinner at the Montana Club on Brooks and North Reserve, Missoula.
Oh, I love family road trips. The wind in my ears.
Good dog.
Treats in my mouth. And peace of mind, knowing we went to Les Schwab for our tires, brakes, and alignment. If we had gone to one of those cheap tire stores that don't offer those services, I'd be a doggone wreck. Like Les Schwab, my family's safety is my first priority. Well, that and treats, obviously.
Swing by or book online. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
On June 26th, the Montana Football Hall of Fame will honor its 5th induction class at the Red Lion in Billings. This year's class is headlined by legendary broadcaster Brent Musburger and also includes contributors like Marty Morningweg and Bob Beers. Bobcat greats like Travis Lulay and Ken Amato will also be a part of this year's celebration. Tickets for the banquet are $100 per person or $800 for a table and can be purchased at Universal Athletic locations around Montana. Act fast for a night to remember in Billings with the Montana Football Hall of Fame, where legends live in immortality.
This is live play-by-play on 102.9 ESPN Missoula, your home of the Missoula Paddleheads.
Ball game, bottom of the 4th inning, 1-1 is your score. As the Paddleheads get ready to try to answer back, Chuckers tying the game in the top half of this inning. They will send Jared Akins to the dish. Akins accounted for lone run of the game, and actually, beg your pardon, it is Aaron Bond stepping into the box.
Part of the lineup here, though, for the Paddleheads. I mean, they did get off to a better start in this game than they did in the first game of the doubleheader, but we still have not seen a Paddleheads rally of any sort. Just the one home run by Akins and this one to get them on the board for the first time today. But heart of the lineup up here right now for the Paddleheads, so we'll see if they can make some noise, make something happen.
First pitch swing by Bond, swings through it for strike one. Count is 0-1. Seeing a little bit more breeze making its way into the ballpark. 0-1 pitch, swing, and another miss at a fastball, again elevated to Bond. Talked about that play out in right field that went the way of the Paddleheads, went off the wall, but was called an out. That foul ball a couple innings ago, and we've talked about Bond and the James Bond reference. I feel like it's almost like a spy outfield move. He kind of hoodwinked the umpire as the 0-2 pitch is outside. I mean, I don't know. I feel like a spy is kind of a sneaky guy, kind of can make something look like it's not. So I think it fits the narrative quite well, actually.
Bond needed a little a boost out there, too, because he's been the busiest guy on the Paddleheads defense. He's had at least 7, maybe 8 hits or balls hit to him in right field so far during this doubleheader.
Last pitch was a fastball and missed very badly. Count now back even at 2. See what Bond can do here. Waiting on Floyd, the right-hander who delivers a breaking ball, and that one wasn't close. Count is full now at 3-2. And if you're Bond, haven't seen a pitch, I don't think, in the strike zone as of yet. First 2 pitches he offered at in this at-bat were out of the zone. Makes an interesting situation here with a full count. Bond looking to lead off this inning, get on base to start something off for this offense. Payoff pitch, swing and a miss. He's out in front of that one. Good location from Floyd, gets the strikeout. Second strikeout of the night for him. Sets it up for Zach Allman.
That's at least the third at bat Bond has had tonight where he's chased pitches outside the strike zone. Game 1, he popped up on a pitch that he knew that he should have swung at. He was grimacing and shaking his head and then flipped his bat before his swing was even done because he knew he had chased one out of the zone, and he just chased 3 out of the zone there. You're right. I don't think he got thrown a strike in that, yet he still strikes out.
First pitch to Allman was fouled off to the right for strike 1, 0-1. Tie game at 1 here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Jared Akins waits on deck. Nobody on for Missoula. From the first base side, here comes Floyd to the plate, and there's a swing and a ball hit to the left side of the infield, and it's caught by Manji.
Zach Allman cannot buy a break right now. That is the third ball tonight that he has hit fully on the screws. I mean, you can't hit a ball any harder than that, but it's just right at somebody. And he did that in the first game, too. He had a line drive right to the third baseman in game one of this doubleheader as well. So one of Missoula's most prominent players still looking for his first hit of this young season.
And I said it was hit to Manji, but Butcher, third baseman, as you said, made the catch. As Akins breaks his bat, but gets it into right field for a base hit. Gets it past the dive of Gar. 2 for 2 night so far for Akins.
If he can get going a little bit, that'd be big for Missoula. Akins came into the game hitting .286, which is bottom half of the roster in terms of his ranking on this Paddleheads team. But a couple hits here in this nightcap, and that'd be a good thing if the guy hitting in the heart of the lineup can get going a little bit.
And with 2 outs, inning stays alive for Dean Navarez. Floyd looking at his pitch count, 33 strikes, 19 balls. Floyd now facing Navarez. Throw over to first to check on Akins, who's back in safely. 1 run, 4 hits, no errors for Missoula. 1 run, 3 hits, and an error for Idaho Falls.
I will say, this is my first time watching the Paddleheads as an independent member. And I will tell you that the thing I noticed the most in terms of the difference of what I've watched for many, many years in the previous iteration of the Missoula Osprey is the acumen and the IQ of the pitchers. The pitchers, you can tell all these guys are a little older. They know how to pitch. It's not the struggle to find the zone. It was a struggle with Taylor Bloy in the first game to find the zone a little bit, but not the erratic nature that sometimes we were used to seeing with some of these up-and-coming rookie league type prospects that have come through Missoula so many times over the years.
Yeah, I picture looking at pitchers, these young guys, I'm sure that you would see flashes of what that player could be down the road, but not be able to put it together consistently.
I remember, if you've ever been to Ogren Park, both the bullpens here are unprotected. And my first job in my whole life when I was in high school was working on, we call it the fun team back then. I think they call it the zoo crew now. But the people that put on the in-between the innings promotions and the peanut hitting and all the great things that make minor league baseball awesome. But I remember the second summer of me working there, the Osprey had a pitcher named Emmanuel Duran, and he threw high 90s, and he also could not throw 2 strikes in a row. And so every time he would be up in the bullpen, everybody would clear out. Everybody in the dugout would even be on high alert because you just never knew when he might lace one, and he was throwing so hard, you did not want to be in front of that.
Yeah, no. Navarez in the box. 2-1 pitch to him, and it misses down. Looks like a strike from up here, but umpire says no. 3-1 the count. 2 outs, runner on at first. Tie ball game in the bottom of the 4th inning. Knotted up at 1. Akins is on at first, has a fair-sized lead. We'll see if he takes off. He does go. And there's a swing and a high fly ball in the park in the right center field. DeBonville is going to give way to Little, who makes the catch in right center field, and that is out number 3. Through 4 innings complete, score is 1-1 on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM and SWX Montana.
Thanks. So I've got to look at.
Who is Automated Living? Nick Anderson, born and raised in Missoula and a UM grad. He's a master of audio, video, and smart integration. Joe Hazel is a Montana native and an expert in security systems and surveillance cameras. And I am Don Verity, building relationships and technology solutions in Western Montana for over 25 years. We have a showroom on North Reserve where you can meet the team and demo the latest audio, video, security, and smart equipment for your home or business. Automated Living, life made easy.
Spending time in outdoor spaces has become more popular than ever. And whether you call Western Montana's Glacier Country home or you're here visiting for the first time or the 10th, it's imperative we all do our part to recreate responsibly. When we're out and about on the trail, at the lake, at local parks, and especially if we're considering a visit to Glacier National Park, we must be respectful of our communities, our fellow travelers, and the great outdoors. Also, we must stick to public lands and never recreate on private lands. It's the little things, like following campfire safety and leave no trace principles, that make a big impact on keeping this extraordinary place, well, extraordinary. So keep those in mind. We can all enjoy Montana's wide open spaces and fresh mountain air if we practice a couple things like planning ahead and playing it safe. In short, know before you go. We're all in this together, friends. See you on the trail. Learn more at recreateresponsiblymt.com.
ESPN Radio for Western Montana, KKVU HD3 Stevensville, and 102.9 FM on K275BS Missoula. This is Missoula Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Radio.
Fifth inning for the Missoula Paddleheads. Looks like Mark Simon, the right-hander, has taken the ball and will pitch for the Paddleheads. Simon, a 5'9", 185-pounder out of Houston, Texas, making another appearance out of the pen. This is his third appearance already this season. Had a 5-out save his last time out there. It's looked pretty impressive. Mentioned his time in the Mexican League back in 2018. Pitched in 30 innings there. Hard-throwing right-hander and one of the nicest guys in the clubhouse, gotta say. He's one of those guys that whenever you see him, he makes an effort to come up and say hello, shake your hand, and, talk you up a little bit. And, you just get a good vibe from a guy like that, and makes it easy to root for a guy like that, too,
The construction of these rosters is always so fun for me to analyze as well, because you got guys from quite literally all over the world, most of whom have probably never been to Missoula, Montana before, or Idaho Falls for that matter. And so watching them sort of come together as teammates and mesh into a solid unit is always a really fun experience each summer.
Simon getting to work, and there's that hard fastball. It misses. Bronson Butcher in the box from Eagle Mountain, Utah. 1 ball, no strikes. Pitch on the way from Simon. Fastball, great spot there on the outer half. At the knees, 1 ball, 1 strike. And if you're Simon, you want to stay right there, because that pitch, that location, that velocity is almost unhittable. 1-1 on the way. Fastball upstairs, 2-1. Tie ball game here in the top of the 5th. 1-1 is your score. Paddleheads looking to get out of this doubleheader with a split. Chuckers looking to get the sweep. 2-1 pitch. Swinging a ball hit off the end of the bat down the right field line. This one could be trouble. Bond coming over, and it's going to land foul.
He's got to be careful over there, too. He was running it down, and he almost slipped on the bullpen mound there. That'd be a bad way to go out if you're Andrew Bond, but a nice effort by him. I would love to see if he's wearing a Fitbit or something like that, because he has had many steps. A lot of running around for Missoula's right fielder tonight.
Yeah, he's definitely got his steps in today, that's for sure.
In the meantime, I don't really know if Idaho Falls has hit a ball to the left fielder. Maybe one in the 2 games. This has been almost solely assaulting the right side of the field if you're Idaho Falls.
2-2 pitch to Butcher. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. See you later on that tight slider on the outer half. Great pitch from Simon. 1 gone. That brings Jordan Garr into the box, as Butcher is gone for the second time. He's 0 for 2. Garr 0 for 1 in the game. 3 hits for the Chuckers so far. Swing and a miss. Fastball. That one had some mustard on it. 0-1. So the night is over for Bash. Nice work for him, getting the start tonight. 0-1 pitch from Simon, swinging a line drive, base hit into right field, the other left. Bond comes up with it cleanly, fires it back into the infield, but that is a 1-out base runner for Idaho Falls.
What do you know? They hit it right at Bond. What a surprise.
Yeah. It's like he's got a target on him.
I'm not sure if I've ever quite seen this, where it's just one outfielder that's getting almost all of the work throughout an entire, not just one game, but 2 games.
And there are a fair amount of left-handed bats in the Chucker lineup, but not a ton.
Sure. I mean, even the second home run of the first game was by a right-handed batter down the right field line. He was a completely missed swing, but it got over the short porch there. I guess the high yet close porch in the right field corner of Ogren Park here.
DeBonville in the box for the Chuckers, bringing the top of the lineup back up to the plate with a runner on and 1 out in this tie game in the 5th. Pitch on the way, swing and a foul. Looking at the final line for Bash, 4 innings, 3 hits, 1 run. It was earned, and 4 strikeouts. So good outing for him. On the other side for the Chuckers, Floyd gave up the 1 home run, but other than that, it's been pretty good work for him as well in 4 innings. 4 hits, 1 run. It was earned. 2 strikeouts, no walks. Tie game at 1 in the top of the 5th. Simon takes a deep breath, sets at the belt, pitch on the way. Fastball, a little bit high. 2-1. Middle infielders in double play depth. Would think if there was a ball hit on the ground anywhere near Fisher or Navigato, you would see a double play and the end of an inning. Mentioned that a couple times. Those 2 very smooth up the middle. Pitch on the way, check swing. They're going to appeal the first base. No swing. Pretty close there.
Close. I do think he checked it though. I think that was the right call.
3 balls and a strike. Big pitch here in this inning. I wouldn't be surprised to see this runner at first take off. Good hitter's count. See if he goes. He does not. 3-1 pitch is a strike on the outside. Maybe a little bit of a break there. DeBonville was striding towards first. He thought it was ball 4, and frankly, I did as well.
It's a little inconsistency in the zone because the high strike was not being called in game 1, and now we've seen 2 takes here early in game 2, including a called third strike with Sam Little up at the plate 2 innings ago, and now there, another high strike that works in the Paddleheads' favor.
So Missoula maybe catches a break. Count is full now in 3-2. This a huge pitch here in this ball game here in the 5th. Payoff pitch. Runner does take off this time, and it's fouled off to the right.
Good at bat here by DeBonville, which is what you want out of your leadoff hitter.
0 for 2 thus far. Had a good game 1. One of 5 hitters in the Chucker lineup that had multiple hits. Much different feel, though, this game, too. 1-1 score here in the top of the 5th inning. Another payoff. Slowly tapped. Third base side. Hayes charging in, throws to first, and the throw takes Almond off the bag. Everybody's safe.
For all the offensive success and all the prolific run totals Idaho Falls has had early on so far this season, DeVonville was the one guy that hadn't been in the action. The only guy that has played in a game, one of only 2 guys that have played in games for Idaho Falls with 1 or less hits. He was 1 of 12 coming into this game. So a multi-hit game in the first game of this doubleheader. And now he catches a break here, reaching first base as well. So maybe this gets Idaho Falls leadoff hitter going a little bit.
So DeBonville on base first time in this game. That brings Alexis Manji into the batter's box. Pitch from Simon, fastball. Blew it right by him, strike 1. Manji couldn't catch up. Now 2 on with 1 out. See what if you're scoring at home, they did rule that play with DeBonville an infield single. 0-1 pitch is low.
Just missed there.
Ball and a strike, and I think that's the right call there. Despite that throw from Hayes pulling Almond off the bag, I don't think that the throw would have beat him there anyhow. 1-1 pitch on the way. Fastball misses outside. 2-1. 3-game series will wrap up tomorrow night here at Allegiance Field at Ogren Park. 7:05 first pitch. 7 o'clock on the air on SWX, 6:45 on ESPN Missoula 102.9. 2-1 from Simon. Swinging a ground ball right back to the pitcher. He'll throw to Fisher. That's one. On to first. 2, a double play. Huge double play there. Goes 1-6-3. And that is the end of the top half of the 5th. One last look at this one as we head to break. Paddleheads get out of the inning unscathed. 1-1 your score on SWX Montana and ESPN Missoula 102.9.
All right, you haven't had.
On June 26th, the Montana Football Hall of Fame will honor its 5th induction class at the Red Lion in Billings. This year's class is headlined by legendary broadcaster Brent Musburger and also includes contributors like Marty Morningweg and Bob Beers. Bobcat greats like Travis Lulay and Ken Amato will also be a part of this year's celebration. Tickets for the banquet are $100 per person or $800 for a table and can be purchased at Universal Athletic locations around Montana. Act fast for a night to remember in Billings with the Montana Football Hall of Fame, where legends live in immortality.
Save 11% on flooring, plus get 12-month financing at the Carpet Garage. For 3 days only, Friday, Saturday, and Monday, save 11% on every carpet, laminate, and hardwood. 11% off every tile, area rug, and vinyl. This is truly a rare opportunity to save money on famous brand flooring. It's all in stock. Take it home the same day. 11% savings and 12-month financing. Friday, Saturday, and Monday, only at the Carpet Garage.
The Carpet Garage, located across from Lithia Motors off Airway Boulevard in Missoula.
Twisted Tea is the original hard iced tea made with real brewed tea and a twist of natural lemon flavor. Twisted Tea's refreshingly smooth taste is perfect for any occasion. Non-carbonated, naturally sweet, and 5% ABV. It's the ultimate refreshment because it tastes just like iced tea, not your grandma's iced tea, unless she spikes it with 5% alcohol. It's more than just a hard iced tea. It's a whole new attitude. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted. Please enjoy responsibly. For more information on Twisted Tea, including where to find tea near you, visit twistedtea.com.
Back to live local play-by-play on 102.9 ESPN Missoula.
Here on the TV side. Something tells me those little guys are brothers. Maybe just a hunch. Way they're having some fun with each other. Fans enjoying themselves out at the yard. As we're just getting a summer full of baseball started in western Montana. Jeff Safford, glad to be with you. Coulter Nuanez is joining me on the call of this game, which has been a tight one. So far, 1-1 is the score. A new pitcher on the hill. Start things off for the Chuckers. Jordan Scott is the pitcher coming on. Scott was just added to the roster for the Chuckers today, as a matter of fact.
I was going to say, on the roster we have printed out from before the game, but he's not listed on there, so you have to go to your computer to see the real-time edition. That's how fast these things move in professional baseball. Sign day of, on the bump later on this evening.
And that's kind of the nature of independent ball also. It is sometimes a revolving door where you'll see a guy come in and a week later he's gone and a new guy comes in and that guy gets called up to another league and blah, blah, blah.
It's worth noting that although these Pioneer League teams are no longer affiliated directly with Major League teams, they still are a part of that sort of structure, and these guys can get signed by Major League teams to either then go on to an affiliated minor league club, or I guess in some cases called up all the way to the show, but these guys are still all potential Major League Baseball players, or they all still have that same goal, and because there's now independent leagues across the country much more prevalent, there's going to be a lot of guys, like you're saying, that are getting signed and maybe moved on to up into Class AA or Class AAA pretty frequently.
Hayes swings and lines this one to left, but right into the defense in left field for out number 1. Loud contact, but an out. Jordan Scott on the hill, mentioned just signed today, 6'3", 200 pounds, out of Atlanta, Georgia. Was traded from the Rockland Boulders for a player to be named later. You'll hear that term used quite a bit in independent baseball as well. As Clay Fisher is next batter up in this inning. Off-speed ball, missing that time on that breaking ball, makes the count 1-0. Bottom 5, 1-1 your score. Game 2 of this doubleheader. Paddleheads looking to right the ship after that thrashing in game one that saw the Chuckers take home a 14-0 win. 1-0 pitches inside. 2-0. 1 out, nobody aboard. And when the Paddleheads do get the one game tomorrow, almost at this point will feel honored playing one game. 2-0 pitch is swinging a bouncing ball towards short. Easy play, 6-3 put out, and that's the second out of the inning as Manji has that one no problem. 2 quick outs.
You do forget when you haven't watched for a while. It's been since 2019 since I've been sitting in the stadium. You forget that these guys are professionals. I mean, that is a rocket by Idaho Falls shortstop. Yeah, I mean, these guys, it's a whole different level. When the most recent live baseball you've seen is American Legion baseball, which is very good in the state of Montana, you just forget the velocity of the throwing of the infielders and the catchers is just, it's so striking when you get to see it in person for the first time in a while.
Karan's in the box now for the Paddleheads, looking to get something started with 2 gone in the bottom of the 5th. 1-1 game. Karan's waiting. Pitch on the way from Scott, and it comes way inside and hits him.
Ouch. He didn't even have any time to get out of the way. Speaking of velocity, that's laces right to the lower back. That one stings quite a bit. You can tell Carranza, he's trying not to show the pain, but he knows there's some pain, and he's wincing so hard that even Idaho Falls first baseman Andrew Don is giving him a little guff. He was laughing at him, saying, "Hey, buddy, that one probably didn't feel too good."
And looking at the replay on the TV side, it looks like it almost hit him right in the behind, almost.
He's really trying to shake this off and not show that he's in pain, but he's definitely hurting a little bit.
Yeah, something tells me there might be a little extra time with the trainer with that one tonight. A little black and blue, I would think. Brandon Riley now in the box with now a runner on base. See if that leads to anything for the Paddleheads here as a big breaker misses off the plate. And that's an interesting 2-pitch look from Scott on the mound. He has got that hard fastball and backs it up with a big looping curveball. That's a way to keep hitters off balance. Count 1-0. Scott deliver, runner takes off. Pitch misses outside, throw down to second, not even close. Carranza with a great jump and another stolen base. Second one of the night for him.
Second of the season for the Paddleheads. You wonder if this is a lineup move that maybe Michael Schlack likes, because Riley, as you see Carranza stealing second here, good jump by him, second stolen base, and second forced error and throw by the catcher. You wonder if they like Carranza's speed at the top of the lineup, because Riley's done a great job in the leadoff spot early on in the year here for Missoula. He's gotten on base at about a 65% clip here early on, but maybe him in the 2-hole gives him an opportunity to maybe spark it a little more with his great on-base percentage, hitting behind a guy like Carranza who can really run.
All right, first base side.
It looks like we're going to see a mound visit quickly here. Sanchez is going to come out.
First base. Third base. 1, 2, 3, Paddleheads. 1, 2, 3.
Pretty quick visit, maybe more than anything, maybe going over signs. As mentioned, Scott was just signed today, so could be a little bit of a communication thing. Make sure that both the pitcher and the catcher are on the same page. Count is 2-0 on Riley in this 1-1 ball game. Pitch on the way is a called strike at the knees on the outer half. Riley, I don't think, agreed with that call. He kind of immediately looked back towards the home plate umpire after that pitch was called a strike. 2-1 is the count. Carranza with his lead off at second base, a fair-sized one, not being held on. 2-1 pitch is high and outside, 3-1. And I'm going to kind of keep an eye on Carranza at second. Nobody's watching him. He got a huge jump off of first. Will he try to steal third? Does not go there. 3-1 pitch is off the plate away. That's ball 4. And the Paddleheads have got something working here in the bottom of the 5th.
Team high 6th walk already this year for Riley. So he's showing great discipline at the plate. He continues to get on base at as high a clip as you could possibly expect for somebody that hits towards the top of the lineup.
That brings Luke Navigato into the box, and looks like we are going to see a conference on the mound here, going over some things, probably some defensive alignment issues as well. As this is a big spot in this ball game, tie game. We are in the bottom of the 5th. I mean, I feel like we're in a late inning situation, but with this being a 7-inning game, this becomes that type of a spot. As Bob Malacki makes his way back into the dugout, the pitching coach. Interesting coaching staff for the Chuckers. Billy Gardner Jr., their manager, a guy that floated around affiliated ball, is both a player and coach. He's actually supposed to coach in Double-A last season for affiliated baseball, was kind of shut down, and a very familiar name is their pitching coach, or excuse me, their hitting coach, as Navigato takes the ball outside. Hitting coach for the Chuckers is one Billy Butler. Played in the major leagues for 10 seasons, was an all-star in 2012. Almost took home a World Series championship back in 2014. As the 1-0 pitch misses outside. If it wasn't for old big Madison Bumgarner, I think may have gotten a World Series ring that season, but Mad Bum shut the door in that one in Game 7 of that World Series.
Always fun to see the guys that stick with the game and then sort of get to relive their roots. Beginning as coaches and being back in the minor leagues after having outstanding major league careers. I'm sure that's very fun for those guys to sort of relive some of their old memories while starting a new career while still being a part of the great game of baseball.
Reminds me a lot of a guy that was the manager of the Pittsburgh Diamonds in the Pacific Association. Aaron Miles was their manager. He played in the majors for a number of years, was a World Series champion with the Cardinals. 3-0 pitch to Navigato. That one finds the zone for strike one. 2 outs, runners on at first and second. 1-1 game in the bottom of the 5th.
In your time calling minor league baseball, who are some of the biggest standouts, the guys that have got on to then go to the show and maybe even become all-stars?
The one that comes to mind right away as Navigato waits for the pitch, and there's a swing and a foul off to the left, is currently Chris Massa. He was with the Boston Red Sox. He pitched with the San Rafael Pacifics when I was in the Pacific Association in 2018. Made his way all the way to the show. That was cool to see.
I've seen some very good guys come through the Pioneer League. There's been great talent in the Pioneer League, both in Missoula, who I believe has sent close to, if not more than 70 players to the show over the last 20-plus years, but also great talent in Billings and Helena when Helena still had a minor league baseball team.
Payoff pitch. This one hit well. Left field. Back to the wall and caught right in front of the wall. That will do it for this half inning. Navigato puts a charge into one, gets the fans excited, but ball gets caught right in front of the wall. Feinstein tracks it down, and that is the end of the inning. Game remains tied at 1, headed to the 6th on ESPN Missoula 102.9 and SWX Montana.
Pepsi Cola of Missoula proudly supports youth athletics. Tune in to Nuanez Now this Tuesday at 4:30 p.m. for the youth sports segment brought to you by Pepsi Cola of Missoula. Each week, Coulter will be talking about local youth sports from grade school to high school. Soccer, basketball, fencing, tennis, swimming, you name the youth sport, and he'll cover it. Tune in Tuesday at 4:30 to learn more. Sponsored by Pepsi Cola of Missoula. Pepsi Cola of Missoula proudly supports youth athletics.
Save big on all major appliances at Fred's Memorial Day sale.
Fred's Appliance has Whirlpool and KitchenAid appliances in stock and ready for pickup or delivery.
See the huge selection of Whirlpool and KitchenAid laundry sets, dishwashers, refrigerators, and more at Fred's Appliance.
Box stores advertise specials, then make you wait weeks for delivery. When Fred's advertises it, we've got it.
Act now and get factory rebates on both Whirlpool and KitchenAid appliances at Fred's Memorial Day sale.
In the Market market for new appliances but need to finance? No problem. Pay no interest if paid in full in 12 months at Fred's.
If you're remodeling your kitchen, Fred's has some terrific values on both KitchenAid and Whirlpool kitchen packages.
Whirlpool and KitchenAid appliances look sharp and are very innovative. Plus, they're in stock.
Count on professional delivery and installation at Fred's Appliance.
Fred's Appliance, 93 South, 5 minutes south of Brooks and Reserve.
Take advantage of sale pricing at Fred's Memorial Day sale.
We now return to Paddlehead Play-by-Play on ESPN Radio.
Chuckers and the Missoula Paddleheads as Pioneer League baseball continues, as temperatures starting to cool off a little bit as the evening rolls along. We see some fans bundled up, getting a little TV time as well, waving to the cameras on the TV side. And the man that made the final out of this last half inning, Feinstein, leads off the top half of the sixth, and he spoils one foul. Simon back to work in his second inning.
Feinstein, one of the hottest hitters in the league, hitting .615 coming into this, and he had multiple hits in the opener. So we'll see if he can stay hot.
Feinstein laces one foul, third base side. Defensive substitution for the Paddleheads at third base as that ball was hit over there. Saw it. Sam Troyer now in the game at third. Replaces Jay Hayes. There you see him there on the television feed. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball off the plate away. Feinstein was fooled badly on that one. What a nasty pitch from Simon. One gone.
Great pitch. I was asking about some of the best players you've seen. There's been some great players that have come through the Pioneer League over the years. The best players for the Osprey probably that I ever saw, Lyle Overbay. As you see here, yes, he was fooled badly. That was all the way in the dirt, and he knew it. He was chasing it from the beginning.
First pitch in this next at-bat, Sam Little swings through a fastball. Strike one.
Probably Lyle Overbay in the first iteration of the Missoula Osprey way back in their inaugural season, 1998. Paul Goldschmidt, obviously a perennial all-star now for the St. Louis Cardinals and was a great player for the Diamondbacks as well. He was an awesome player here in Missoula. Interviewed Joey Votto when he was playing for the Billings Mustangs back in the day, so that was fun. I didn't know he was going to become what he did become, which was an excellent Major League Baseball player. Probably the best guy I ever saw, though. Prince Fielder. He played for the Helena Brewers for about 10 days. He didn't last long at this level. He was moving on up pretty darn quick.
Swinging a comebacker. Little is retired as Simon flips to first. Two quick outs here in the top half of the sixth. Tie ball game 1-1.
Wind picking up a little bit. If you look at the flags in between the scoreboard and the center field fence, both of them pretty stiff. So breeze coming from west to east here. It's definitely cooled off quite a bit since the first pitch several hours ago.
First pitch to Andrew Don in the box now is a strike. 1-1 tie. Two gone, nobody on base, top six. Fastball just off the plate. Count now even at a ball and a strike. We'll be back here for one more tomorrow evening. Chuckers and Paddleheads back in action. 1-1 pitch is on the outside for a strike. Makes the count 1-2. Great location there from Simon, who looks very good. And this is second inning. Couple of strikeouts. Got a huge double play ball to end the last half. 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. Fastball blew it by him. That's strike three and the end of the inning. Very clean and quick inning for Simon. 1-2-3 go down the Chuckers in this half frame. Headed to the bottom of the sixth. 1-1 tie on ESPN Missoula 102.9 and SWX Montana.
Save 11% on flooring, plus get 12-month financing at the Carpet Garage. For 3 days only, Friday, Saturday, and Monday, save 11% on every carpet, laminate, and hardwood. 11% off every tile, area rug, and vinyl. This is truly a rare opportunity to save money on famous brand flooring. It's all in stock. Take it home the same day. 11% savings and 12-month financing. Friday, Saturday, and Monday, only at the Carpet Garage.
The Carpet Garage, located across from Lithia Motors off Airway Boulevard in Missoula.
Twisted Tea is the original hard iced tea made with real brewed tea and a twist of natural lemon flavor. Twisted Tea's refreshingly smooth taste is perfect for any occasion. Non-carbonated, naturally sweet, and 5% ABV. It's the ultimate refreshment because it tastes just like iced tea, not your grandma's iced tea, unless she spikes it with 5% alcohol. It's more than just a hard iced tea. It's a whole new attitude. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted. Please enjoy responsibly. For more information on Twisted Tea, including where to find tea near you, visit twistedtea.com.
If you haven't stopped in at the Eagles Lodge lately, why not today? Ask your server about daily drink specials and enjoy brand new gaming machines. Lunch is served Monday through Friday from 11 to 2:30. Remember, Wednesdays and Thursdays, trivia starts at 7 o'clock. Karaoke is at 8. Proceeds enable the Eagles to make generous donations to local fundraisers and charities like CASA and Big Brothers and Sisters. Come on by today. Everyone's welcome at the Eagles Lodge in Missoula on South Avenue next to Rose Hours.
Away from your radio? Stream Paddlehead Baseball live on 1029ESPN.com. Now back to the ballpark.
Supposed to be up there. Come on, man. Haven't you seen the sign? Nobody up on the dugout? I guess Paxton, he doesn't care. He does whatever the heck he wants.
No rules when you're the mascot.
Tie ball game at 1 as we take a look at Dejan Cole warming up in the bullpen down the left field line. Dejan Cole, pardon me. The fans getting fired up for the second time tonight for the peanut inning. And often you get 2 peanut innings in one night. Starting things off, it's Aaron Bond.
Part of the lineup here again, another opportunity for Missoula. We'll see if they can get any sort of rally going. They do have the home run from earlier on in this one, but they have not had any sort of rally otherwise. Just 1 run scored here tonight in 13-plus innings of action.
Bond stands in, and he takes the ball low and outside for ball 1. Ball, no strikes. Bond, Zach Allman due up next, and talked about how it's been just a night of bad breaks for Bond. Maybe in this late inning situation, this could be the type of spot where he can turn that around as Bond laces one into left center field, coming down quickly, and that's going to get down in front of DeBondville for a single.
There's a start.
Leadoff single for Bond. Reaches base for the first time in the game, now 1 for 3. And now Zach Allman into the box. Looking at this one, it was kind of what you call in baseball a dying quill. It's a ball that looks like maybe it had enough carry to get out to DeBondville, but thing just, it's like kind of left the infield, just died, so to speak. Bond will take it. It's a leadoff single. See if he takes off here. They're going to check on him as Scott will throw over to first. Tie game at 1 here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Again, this is a 7-inning game. This being the second game of a doubleheader. Pitch on the way, and remember, if we get to extra innings, you know what that means in the Pioneer League, or maybe you don't. With the new rules in place, there really isn't any extra innings. It would be sent to a home run derby type of scenario, which I would be really excited to see. We still got a little ways to go before we start thinking about that. 1-0 pitch is just off the plate, 2-0.
It's a fun rule change, a good one by the Pioneer League, and it got him some national exposure, too. Matt Ellis, the vice president of Missoula Paddleheads, he comes on my daily talk show, Nuanez Now, weekly during baseball season, and he sort of talked about it for a couple weeks, and then it sort of gained some traction nationally, and then all of a sudden it's trending on Twitter, and some national reporters are talking about it, so that's sort of the repercussion that you want when you have a rule change like that, especially in a rural league like the Pioneer League.
Before we get to that, Paddleheads will look for some peanut inning magic here in the bottom of the 6th. Pitch on the way. On the outside corner for a strike. Not bad pitch there, 3-0. 3-1 the count to Zach Allman, who is 0 for 2. He's looking to get off the Schneid. Akins waits on deck for Missoula as they're going to check on Bond again at first, diving in safely. this Scott's second inning of work. Floyd pitched 4 innings, 1 run. Both starting pitchers will have no decisions. 3-1 offering, bounced foul towards the dugout of the Paddleheads. Full count now on Zach Allman.
You can tell Allman's pressing. He needs a hit to get a breakthrough here to get his season started. But he's swinging hard. He's been hitting the ball hard, but you can tell he's pressing a little bit, maybe getting a little frustrated with his inability to notch a base hit so far this young season.
See if Bond takes off here 3-2. He does not. There's a swing and a line drive into left field. That one's going to split the gap and go all the way to the wall. Bond's going to get round around third, trying to come in to score, and the throw is going to be cut off. He does score. Paddleheads have the lead on an RBI double from Allman, and it's 2-1.
Great time for your first hit. If you're Zach Allman, awesome effort there. That's got to feel good. You could tell he right when he reached second base and he saw the runner scoring, he gave a little flex and a little yell to the dugout because you could tell they wanted him to get a hit right there, and he comes through big for his team.
So we take a look at the replay on the TV side, and this was just a rope into left center field. Got to the wall in a hurry.
Great bat head speed to take the inside pitch and turn on it like that. That's exactly what you want for a guy hitting in the middle of your lineup. We'll see if that can spark Zach Allman, but an awesome result there for Missoula.
As Akins lets her rip, the first pitch in this at-bat comes up empty. 0-1. Missoula with the lead again. Second time they've been out in front. Had the lead in the second inning, and Paddleheads scoring the peanut inning again. 1 for 2 tonight, now 3 for 4 in peanut innings so far this season. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a ball tapped foul at home plate. 0-2. 3 for 4. You take it. Give me some peanuts. Where are my peanuts? The heck? Navarez waits on deck. Aikens still waiting. Pitch on the way in tight. So in between games, Coulter, you tried some food. How's the ballpark grub? Where's the rate?
The chicken strips were good, man. I just needed something quick. I obviously didn't have a chance to eat dinner because we went straight from my radio show Nuanez Now right into this broadcast, and it's been fun doing this with you. Thanks so much for having me. But the chicken strips were solid, man. They got them to me quick too, so I was able to get my dinner in between games. So
there you go.
I would highly recommend. Get yourself some chicken strips next time you're down here at the ballpark.
And anytime I have a chance to bring up food, I'm a good cook and watch probably way too much Food Network for any normal human being. So anytime I can bring up food, I'm there.
I love it.
If I could do some food segments on the air, heck, I'd do it. Maybe we should do that. Put some sunglasses on, some frosted tips. There we go.
New addition to ESPN Missoula. Food reviews with Jeff and Coulter. Sounds wonderful.
Take them to Flavortown, baby. 3-2. Yes, we did just bring Flavortown to the airwaves. It happened. Full count to Aikens. Pitch on the way is a swing and another ball tapped foul at home plate. And that's the thing about those Food Network guys. They get paid big. Like I saw recently, Guy Fieri mentioned the frosted tips. He just signed a 3-year, $80 million extension with the Food Network. $80 million.
To try food.
Yeah.
It's amazing. What a job.
A couple of places that have been featured in Missoula. I think, is it Bigga Pizza?
Bigga Pizza's great,
Yeah,
yes.
they were featured on the show at one point. I remember seeing it. It was kind of a random deal. It was just kind of flipping through the TV channels, and all of a sudden, oh yeah, that place is downtown Missoula. Heck yeah. That's awesome.
Great cuisine here in western Montana, to be sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's one thing you get up on the Highline, boy. The beef up there, wow.
Well,
like the steaks and it's unbelievable.
They
up
grow
there.
it right there, baby. It only travels a couple miles to get to your dinner place.
Oh,
so.
yeah. Another 3-2 coming to Akins. Outside. That's ball 4. Another runner on. Now 2 on and nobody out. Paddleheads maybe trying to give themselves a little bit of breathing room. They already have 1 run on the board. It's 2-1. Looks like we have time called, and looks like we're going to see a mound visit here. Not sure if this is going to be a substitution or not. It is Billy Gardner, the manager, coming out, and looks like he will take the ball. So that will mean a pitching change here with nobody out and 2 men on in this now 1-run ball game. Paddleheads out in front 2-1. You are listening and watching Paddleheads Baseball on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM and SWX Montana. Colter Nuanez along with me, Jeff Safford. Game 2 of this 2-game doubleheader. We'll be back at it tomorrow for more action. First pitch at 7:05 will be on the air on TV at 7 o'clock, and SWX pregame will begin at 6:45 on ESPN Missoula. Then Paddleheads will hit the road for a 3-game series. We'll have all 3 of those games for you on the radio side on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM. 7:15 first pitch on Saturday down in Idaho Falls. And a couple of 4 o'clock starts. Bringing in that holiday weekend. It is Memorial Day weekend coming up. Colter, you got any plans?
Got some family coming to town, so that'll be fun. We'll play some golf with my brother on both Saturday and Sunday. So
there you go.
Yeah, spend some solid time with everybody. And to probably check in on the broadcast, too, see what's going on here with the Paddleheads. If anybody out there is looking to go to the game tomorrow, Nuanez now tuned in from 4 to 6 tomorrow. I got a bunch of tickets I'm going to be giving away. We're going to be giving away tickets all throughout the summer. We got great seats here at Ogren Park. So be sure to tune in to Nuanez now tomorrow between 4 and 6 p.m. right here on 102.9 ESPN Missoula, as well as SWX Montana Television.
It's going to be a fun night at the ballpark tomorrow night as well at Allegiance Field, Oregon Park. It'll be the first of 2 free beer nights. Once you buy a t-shirt that says I love free beer for $28 here at the park, you'll be able to drink free beer until when the visiting Idaho Falls Chuckers score their first run of the game. So we mentioned it'll be a 7 o'clock first pitch. Gates will open at 6 o'clock tomorrow. So a lot of fun going on here at the yard on a Friday night as well, ringing in the new weekend. Excited to see some fans come out and get that holiday vibe going. Mentioned new pitcher on for the Idaho Falls Chuckers, beginning things here with a couple runners on, kind of coming into a tough spot here, kind of a fireman's role, is Nate Jenkins, the right-hander. Pretty big guy, 6'3", 238. From just up the road from where I grew up in Northern California. Grew up in Concord, California, which is about 2.5 hours east of where I grew up in Hillsburg, California. It's considered the East Bay. He will throw to Dean Navarez to start things off, and there is a check swing strike. Pitch on the outside, 0-1. 2 runners on, nobody out in this inning. 1 run in for Paddleheads. Lead 2-1. You'll now have the chance to close things down on top of the 7th. The question now becomes for the Chuckers of how big of a deficit will it be as Navarez fouls the pitch off to the right. Nothing in 1, or excuse me, nothing in 2 now the count. Lead runner is Almond at second base with Akins at first. Nothing in 2 the count on Dean Navarez. See what Navarez can do here. Well behind in the count. Sure, the Chuckers would love to see a double play ball in this instance. 0-2 delivery. It is taken for ball 1. Good take on that breaking ball off the plate away.
Good pitch, too. We're up 0-2 in the count. You don't want to flirt with disaster at all. It's smart pitching by Nate Jenkins. That's another example of what I'm talking about with these pitchers being more mature and having a little bit more savvy in terms of working ahead in counts and stuff like that compared to a lot of the young and upcoming prospects that we've seen in the Pioneer League for years and years.
1-2 pitch, strike 3 called on the outside corner. That was nasty from Jenkins. Right on the corner, on the black.
Nate Jenkins, 6'3", 240 pounds, so he's put together.
Taking another look at the strikeout and the replay, man, you could not have located that pitch any better. And looks like we're going to see a pinch hitter. Grabbing a bat to hit now is Nick Gatewood. Saw him come in as a defensive sub in the last game. Now will come in as a pinch hitter here. Nick Gatewood, left-handed batter. Like his walkout music too, a little Rubber Band Man from T.I., kind of a old school hip-hop track. A couple of old school songs for the walkout music, I've noticed.
It's another difference. These guys a little bit older taste since they are a little bit older.
First pitch to Gatewood is outside for a ball, 1-0. Big spot for him in the late innings with 2 runners on and 1 out. Probably a good opportunity for Michael Schlack to see what his new player can do in this type of a situation. Tight game. 1-0 pitch on the way is in tight, and it gets to the backstop. That will allow both runners to move up. The throw actually goes to third, and Allman slides in safe. And that was a little bit more of an interesting play than I was anticipating. Must have gotten a good ricochet off the backstop that Sanchez was able to fire that one to third, and Allman almost got hosed.
Great diving play there, too, by Bronson Butcher, the third baseman for the Chuckers, as you see there, full extension. He's what you call a spark plug, Jeff, 5'7", 251. He's a catcher on the roster, so he's just playing some third base right now to maybe get a little bit relief from behind the plate, but definitely a stout guy over there. You had to use full extension to snare that catch.
Yeah, I would think you wouldn't want to. This were football, you wouldn't want to do a little Oklahoma drill with that guy. Low man wins. See you later.
No, you would not. He's from Eagle Mountain, Utah, too, which high school football in Utah is both underrated and very big time. So you wonder, I bet you he was a good defensive tackle back in his day before maybe choosing baseball full time.
Or maybe a fullback. You can see that too. Maybe
that. Certainly.
Runner was put on first. It was a 3-0 count, so the Chuckers decided to just concede that one and give away the free pass in that spot. No reason to try to throw a pitch. So now the base is juiced. They're going to set up force at every base with Fisher at the plate. That's kind of a new rule in baseball. You've seen it over the last couple of years in the major leagues where they're given the option to, rather than to even throw the pitch, they'll just concede and say, we're just going to put this guy on. You see that now with Major League Baseball. You don't even have to throw pitches for an intentional walk anymore. I don't know how I feel about that one. Maybe
I'm not sure what I think of it either, actually. I think that it's interesting because if you don't actually throw the pitch, it seems as if you're fabricating a situation. I mean, even in the major league level, there is an opportunity for, if you're trying to intentionally walk a guy, that you sail the pitch. And so you wonder, if you're just foregoing the potential for some sort of calamity. But I know they're trying to do as much as they can to speed up the game and make it more fan-friendly. So, yeah, I'm a little bit torn on the rule myself.
Yeah, I get the count is 2-1 to Fisher. That's the thing with me with that rule is I just don't feel like intentional walk happens enough in a baseball game. Or if you take 30 seconds a few times, it's not going to slow the game up that much.
It is true, as Nick Floyd now Nate Jenkins continues to struggle to find the strike zone here for Idaho Falls. But we were talking Barry Bonds when you were on my talk show earlier this week, and that would have been a pertinent rule for him. That would have saved a lot of extra pitches when he was getting intentionally walked more than 100 times per year during his prime for the San Francisco Giants.
Big pitch here, 3-1 with the bases loaded, and this one swung on and popped up shallow right field, approaching foul territory. Little coming over, and he's going to run out of room. So it ends up all the way over by the bullpen, down the right field line. Off the bat, it looks like it's going to be a relatively simple ball for him to track down in right field and foul ground, but it just kind of kept drifting and just kind of made its way out of there. Coulter, you mentioned the breeze kind of blowing that way, kind of left to right across the field. Maybe that had an impact there, blowing that one out of play.
A little English on it, too, because you're right. It definitely drifted more farther to the right as it continued to fly out there toward the Checkers bullpen.
Payoff pitch, swinging a foul back. Big at-bat here for both clubs. Paddleheads clinging to a 2-run lead. Or excuse me, a 2-1 lead, not a 2-run lead. They do have the bases loaded, 1 out. Fisher could put one in the gap, could give the Paddleheads even more breathing room as Dazon Cole warms down in the bullpen. Got to think he's going to be coming in to pitch in the bottom of the 7th in a save situation, potentially. 3-2, grounded towards second. Gar has it cleanly to Manji at short, and that's a double play.
Wow, what a turn.
4-6-3. We've seen a couple of nice double plays turned by Gar and Manji tonight. Great one there. Ends this half inning, and it's going to be a 1-run game headed to the top of the 7th. Paddleheads out in front 2-1 on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM and SWX Montana. Very close play there as we go to break.
My best friend could tell something was wrong. I tried to hide it, but she knew I was lying. I wasn't okay. Far from it. I felt isolated, lonely, depressed. She kept telling me I wasn't alone and urged me to get help. I think she saved my life. When it comes to suicide, the only wrong thing to say is to say nothing at all.
If you or a loved one needs help, text MT to 741-741 or call 800-273-TALK. Brought to you by DPHHS and aired by the NBA.
Oh, I love family road trips. The wind in my ears.
Good dog.
Treats in my mouth. And peace of mind, knowing we went to Les Schwab for our tires, brakes, and alignment. If we had gone to one of those cheap tire stores that don't offer those services, I'd be a doggone wreck. Like Les Schwab, my family's safety is my first priority. Well, that and treats, obviously.
Swing by or book online. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Pepsi Cola of Missoula proudly supports youth athletics. Tune in to Nuanez Now this Tuesday at 4:30 p.m. for the youth sports segment brought to you by Pepsi Cola of Missoula. Each week, Coulter will be talking about local youth sports from grade school to high school. Soccer, basketball, fencing, tennis, swimming, you name the youth sport and he'll cover it. Tune in Tuesday at 4:30 to learn more. Sponsored by Pepsi Cola of Missoula. Pepsi Cola of Missoula proudly supports youth athletics.
This is live play-by-play on 102.9 ESPN Missoula, your home of the Missoula Paddleheads.
And ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM. Coulter Nuanez along with me, Jeff Safford, for the top half of the 7th. Paddleheads a chance to nail down a victory in a split of this doubleheader tonight. Trying to help them do that is the right-hander Dazon Cole. First pitch from him is fastball upstairs, ball 1. Cole, a very hard-throwing right-hander out of Pontiac, Michigan. 1-0 on the way. Swing and a miss. Initially thought that Sanchez tipped that one into the glove, but could not catch up with it.
I've never seen a baseball team with so many guys that are so short as Idaho Falls. It's amazing. I think that's another difference that you see in the independent league, right? Because a lot of times if you are with an affiliated, especially rookie league team, they're trying to stack the roster with mostly prototypes that are really raw talent, but you're going to see mostly, tall, lean guys. But these guys are very talented. All these Idaho Checkers players, very talented. And you think that maybe they're getting an opportunity a little bit more because they are playing for an independent league team.
We take a look at TV side is Dazon Cole. Not a big guy himself, but make no mistake, as there's a swing and a high pop-up into shallow center field. Going out is Fisher, the shortstop, almost right behind the second base bag, makes the catch in shallow center for the out. And back on Cole is that he is built like just strong. Just saw him at the gym the other day, and it's like, my goodness, like, wow. You want to try to lift weights with that guy. No chance.
He's a familiar face in the Pioneer League as well. Spent last year with the Orem Owls, so he's familiar with this league, and we'll see if that pays a benefit for him. But not just built strong, but he brings the heat. He throws gas.
Benson in the box now. First pitch strike, fastball, another one upstairs. I was talking with Matt Ellis about Cole after opening night. They said on the gun he was hovering around 95, 96, and topped out around 98. To give you an idea of the velocity. That's throwing gas. No other way to say it.
It's really amazing the way that the velocity has improved in a relatively rapid fashion across all professional baseball.
As there's a ball swung on, skied into center field. Should be playable for Riley, and it is. Backpedaling in front of the warning track. Relatively easy play, and 2 outs. Chuckers down to their final out as Cole, quickly moving through this inning so far, has only thrown 8 pitches to this point to record 2 outs. Nobody on base. And this formula has been more like it for this Paddlehead team. Yes, the offense hasn't been quite as good as what we saw in that first series, but the pitching really was what was so impressive in that Great Falls series. Kind of get back to that here after that blemish in Game 1. And that's, I think, says a lot about this Paddlehead squad, that you talk about a team getting up the next day after a tough game. The Paddleheads, they had about 20 minutes to brush off a 14-0 game. As Cole delivers and the fans getting into it, Steve Reich on the inside. First pitch from Cole, 0-1. On a nasty pitch on the inside, some good movement to the right-handed batter.
Great response by the Paddleheads, and you got to love that Zach Allman had the go-ahead RBI, too. A guy that is expected to be one of, if not the preeminent star of this team. A guy that did not have a hit in his first 14 at-bats of the season, and then he has a nice RBI double to put the Paddleheads ahead. And if they can close this out, this will be a great win for them early on here in the season.
Here comes Cole with the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Was out in front. Good breaking ball on the outside part of the plate. Count now 1-2, and Cole can do whatever he wants. If he wants to go back to slider, he can do that. If he wants to elevate with the fastball, he can go there. He can try to paint the outside with heat. He's got the whole playbook open now as the Chuckers are down to their last strike. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a bouncing ball back to Cole. He knocks it down, fumbles it a bit, but has it and throws to first. And that will do it. Cole nails down the save. Paddleheads get the win in Game 2 and split this 2-game doubleheader. Final score 2-1. Rubber matchup coming tomorrow night here on SWX Montana. Final here once again, 2-1. We'll be back to wrap things up here on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM and SWX Montana. Paddleheads win 2-1.
MAMA, the Montana Area Musicians Association, is hosting the second annual Miles of Music, Saturday, July 10th. This live event featuring local musicians will take place along the Milwaukee Trail in downtown Missoula. MAMA is now looking for solo and duo acts to perform in this free community event. Artists will receive a livable wage of $100 per hour per artist. To request an artist submission form, email mama4mt@gmail.com. That's mama, the number 4, mt@gmail.com. Or find details at mama4mt.org.
Where can you see the very best new features in home appliances?
You're right, Fred's Appliance.
Fred's has the new line of KitchenAid dishwashers in stock and ready for pickup or delivery.
KitchenAid offers the largest third rack on the market.
Not only silverware, but bowls, glasses, and mugs all fit in the third rack of KitchenAid's new line of dishwashers.
With KitchenAid's advanced clean water wash system, you could put dirty cookware and delicate glasses together, knowing they'll both come out clean.
KitchenAid dishwashers are quiet and dry your dishes completely with a fan that circulates hot air during the drying cycle.
Fred's Appliance makes sure they have appliances that fit your budget and have the latest features.
KitchenAid dishwashers are in stock and on sale now at Fred's Appliance.
Pay no interest when paid in full in 12 months at Fred's.
Fred's Appliance, 93 South, 5 minutes south of Brooks and Reserve.
Fred's Appliance. We sell appliances. Only appliances.
ESPN Radio for Western Montana, KKVU HD3 Stevensville, and 102.9 FM on K275BS Missoula. This is Missoula Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Radio.
For Colter Nuanez, I'm Jeff Safford. Thanks for joining us on SWX Montana and ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM. Paddleheads win 2-1.
Game 6 o'clock gates. It's free beer night. Make sure you get your $28 in.
Solely assaulting the right side of the field if you're right out.
Sign up.
Get the win, 2-1, and kind of inching towards the end game 1 versus game 2. Dominating performance by the Checkers, 14-0, but Paddleheads were able to dust it off. Got some great pitching, solid defense. Picked up the win. A whole lot of offense, but Allman got off the schneid, was looking for a big hit, had a touchdown, delivered, and it ended up being game-winning when it was all said and done.
Game 1 of the Paddleheads basically hit us in a shock. Webb Little hit a 2-run bomb that was at least a 450, or maybe farther than that. Shot with the longest home run I've seen since the Paddleheads debuted this stadium more than a decade ago. And they were never able to get back on track. Found themselves down 7-0 before they even had their second at bat. You never want to let a result like that beat you twice. And so for them to bury that in the backyard, say we're not going to let that affect us, and to get off to a good start on both sides, efficient defensively, efficient on the mound, and then capitalize on opportunities. And then for the guy to have a game-winning hit in the bottom of the 6th inning with Zach Coleman coming up big with a great RBI double that proved to be the difference in this 2-1 victory for Missoula. That's an excellent response, a show of maturity from a young baseball team that's in the infancy of a new season, and we'll see if they can carry that momentum into tomorrow. Tomorrow's rubber match should be pretty entertaining because even though you post a 14-0 loss in the opener, you carry the momentum into tomorrow if you're Missoula with this great win in the night game.
And the Paddleheads are also lined up to send their opening day starter and Tolkien back to the Dell season. Back in action, he had 7 strikeouts and 4 innings in his debut back last week. So we'll see what he can do, looking to build on that performance. And you always want to go into a road trip on a high note as well, as after the game tomorrow, the Paddleheads will begin a 6-game road trip. We'll begin with 3 in Idaho Falls, and then they will make one of their only visit, maybe their only visit this season to Boise. They'll be and they'll face the new addition to the Pioneer League, the Boise Hawks, who were one of the original members of the Pioneer back in the 60s. Now we're back in the Pioneer League, replacing the Orem Owls, who may get back into the league. I understand, but this year decided to opt out of the league, kind of necessitating probably pandemic and getting into baseball as well. So it should be interesting to see what those two opponents bring. Taking a quick look around the Pioneer League standings, Idaho Falls. Missoula obviously splitting their doubleheader tonight. Billings got by Rocky Mountain College, 9-4 the final there. Ogden Raptors defeating the Great Falls Blazers, 17-8. Grand Junction defeating Boise, 13-6. As we wind things down around the league on this evening. Looking ahead to tomorrow, mentioned the Chuckers and Paddleheads will wind down this 3-game series. Tomorrow night, first pitch will be at 7:05. We'll play a full 9, most likely. I guess you never know. It's Western Montana. You never know what the weather will bring, but that is what we got scheduled for tomorrow. 7:05 first pitch. Pre-game at 6:45. It will be a TV and radio game tomorrow as well. Mentioned Andy Tolkien getting the ball for the Missoula Paddleheads. Once again, looking at the final stat lines for the Paddleheads: 2 runs, 6 hits, no errors. In game 2, 1 run, 5 hits, 1 error. Looking back at game 1, it was 14 runs on 14 hits, no errors in game 1. No runs, 2 hits, 2 errors in game 2. Looking back at the ball game. This game, the winning pitcher was Simon for Missoula. Gets his first win of the season. And Cole picks up the save. His first save of the season as well. Join us tomorrow night for more baseball. I'll be back with you on both SWX and ESPN Missoula. For Colter Nuanez, I am Jeff Safford signing off. You have been listening to Paddleheads Baseball on ESPN Missoula 102.9 and SWX Montana. See you tomorrow night for more action.
Baseball is back, and the Missoula Paddleheads season is in full swing. The Garden City has long loved its minor league baseball team, and now Missoula's squad is back with a new mascot, new logo, and a new independent league format. So get out and catch a baseball game. Grab a ticket for you or surprise a group of friends at GoPaddleheads.com. And if you can't make the game, tune in to 102.9 ESPN Radio for all the live play-by-play action this summer.
On June 26th, the Montana Football Hall of Fame will honor its 5th induction class at the Red Lion in Billings. This year's class is headlined by legendary broadcaster Brent Musburger and also includes contributors like Marty Morningweg and Bob Beers. Bobcat greats like Travis Dulay and Ken Amato will also be a part of this year's celebration. Tickets for the banquet are $100 per person or $800 for a table and can be purchased at Universal Athletic locations around Montana. Act fast for a night to remember in Billings with the Montana Football Hall of Fame, where legends live in immortality.
While some bike shops are out of inventory, Big Sky Bikes customers are saying they have the best inventory in town, with new bikes and service parts arriving daily. Big Sky Bikes has been busy ordering, back ordering, and reordering to keep new bikes and apparel arriving daily. Specialized Pearl Izumi and Fox apparel all 20% off now through Saturday, June 5th. Buy any in-stock tire for $30 and up and get your second tire 50% off. Select Specialized tires 20% off while supplies last. Big Sky Bikes has the best inventory in town. 809 East Front Street or visit BigSkyBike.com.
The sun is setting later and the weather is getting warmer. What sounds better than sharing a bottle of wine or beer with friends in the backyard? Why not both? Worden's Market has an amazing selection of wine, beer, cheese, cured meats, and more to power your good times finally reconnecting after what has been a long pause for all of us. While you're there, choose from a selection of gourmet entree and salad choices to make an evening of it. Located at the corner of Higgins and Spruce, Worden's Market, Missoula's oldest grocery store.
Automated Living is a Missoula-based smart technology company. If you are looking for a new home theater, some quality hi-fi music on your deck or den, a screen and projector at your boardroom, one button to turn off all the lights, cameras to monitor your parking lot, or a security system to keep you and your family safe, Automated Living has a solution for you. We make our clients' lives easier and more enjoyable while giving peace of mind with streamlined control of all elements in the home or office. Contact us today for a free consultation.
The next time you break a bone, injure your joint, any joint, neck to toe, sprain a ligament, pull a muscle, or wake up with back pain, skip the ER and go directly to Missoula Bone and Joints Orthopedic Urgent Care on Mullen Road. We're open Monday through Thursday, 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m., Fridays, 8:30 to 5, and Saturdays, 9 until 2. No appointment is needed for urgent orthopedic injuries and conditions. Missoula Bone and Joint. Quality care from people who care.
The Big Paddle event returns to Frenchtown Pond State Park, Saturday, June 12th from 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. Free and fun for all ages. Learn about all things fishing access sites, from where they are located to best practices. Demo equipment all day thanks to the trailhead. Learn about smart and safe boating habits. Find educational booths about paddle sports, raffle prizes, free barbecue for participants, and more. It's the Big Paddle Day at Frenchtown Pond State Park, June 12th, 10 till 3 p.m.
We now join our regularly scheduled program already in progress on 102.9 FM, ESPN Radio for Missoula and the Bitterroot Valley.